now got to feel like they're getting a bit downloaded here. They got to have a bit of, gonna have to make some adjustments, some confidence. Not seeing the same level as on Inferno. Yeah, Brolan definitely knowing that he might have messed that one up, turning away. So this is a good time to go for the tactical pause here on Fnatic's side. Have a moment. And Fnatic were also one of the first teams to take tactical pauses and not say anything.
Just to chill.
Yeah, just to
calm
chill.
down.
Yeah, that was they were one of the first teams to do that, where they would just take the tac pause and not even say anything. Just sit there, breathe a bit.
Yeah.
Don't need to get worked up about it. Just come back down again, calm down.
Bickering or anything like that. You had some awkward moments. Just like, does everyone just chill?
Yeah, everybody just chill. It's all good. And I really appreciated that. You don't always need to be chatting. There is an opportunity sometimes for those tac pauses to just serve to calm the team down. And so Fnatic, they're known for it, keeping their cool. JW he's going to have a bit of an impact here with this AWP. MIBR are going to currently be trying to figure out where he's hiding with it. But KNG looking like we're going to have the duel here. Does JW win it? This will be big. Scary moment here. Good discipline from KNG, but he's going to step in. He's going to step in.
Nade as well.
Does that blow the... Oh, does that blow... Oh, it gets saved by the wall. That HE would have been so sick if it knocked the op into the site.
Grab it. See ya.
Wait, but Taco saw that.
Yeah, he did, but there's nothing he can do about it now. So that's really increased their chances. Taco, he might have been better off using his own HE there just to blow the AWP away. That would have been like next level, but unfortunately he has to watch it just slip away. And at this stage, it will be a double AWP setup now. Brolan, see what he can do with the sniper.
Dude, he's a pug star. He can use everything. Let's see it.
True.
The timing would have been impeccable there. Now Fur once again worked his way up into connector. This is his playground. This is where he loves to be. And we will get that bomb making its way back through underpass towards the site. Brolan finds the first one. Lucas maybe not expecting that. Taco swings wide to get big kills. Brolan once again caught by Taco. Not expecting the second man in Palace. And JW still alive with the AWP. Over in CT though. And he's in a tight spot because Fur is just waiting around that corner. Do we get the deny? Oh, we do. Misses the shot. JW. A little ahead of himself there. Now Fnatic, they're going to get this. MIBR rather, but Fnatic, at least Golden finds a headshot on Fur. They will make this round a little bit more expensive for MIBR. But MIBR are going to get the round unless we can get some magic here from the Swedes.
Yeah, no kits. AWP might be worth saving this point in the 2-on-2 of the bomb relatively early in its progression. It's worth a go, especially with that smoke going down, trying to bait out the tease at this point. The fake defuse, I would say fall back now. You've got the weaponry. More than you asked for. The grenade's going to hurt. They're pretty much committed at this point, and there will be a defuse attempt, but pretty much all in vain. They'll lose everything as Fallen will confirm the victory. He'll go down with the ship, but that's fine. So did all of Fnatic. So they've got plenty of money on the MLBR side. They've won 6 rounds in a row. Some very clean ones in there. And then on the T side. So winner of map 2 from GG.bet. You can see heavily favoring towards MIBR right now, considering they're up 6-0. And now, double AWP setup. Fnatic will be bringing it out. It'll be Golden and JW. Golden will be presumably playing it towards the east side of the map. We'll see if that comes through. He'll be playing a more turret style AWP, and JW more traditional towards the window, bouncing around, trying to go towards short, connector, sometimes Palace, or CT spawn. It's just pretty classic stuff for Golden. Just going to be fending off any probing players on that side of the map.
And already a little bit of pressure put here towards connector. Going to be opening the way for Fur. Once this smoke clears, lurk his way in. Crims trying to figure out exactly what he needs to be doing right now. Lucas taking point. Making some footsteps though, so Crims is close enough definitely to hear that. So JW's got help. We'll be helping him rather. Brolan getting ready to go. Aggro. This could work out beautifully. No, Taco waiting around the corner. Not in position to eat that flash. Smoke goes down at a minute. 1 smoke remaining, and it's on JW here for Fnatic.
So the bomb's in towards B apartments right now. That's on the back of Fallen, I believe. So we'll see him there with the Krieg, just trying to work out what's going on that side of the map. Needs to be very careful considering he has got the bomb. Roland with another smoke and the follow-up grenade, which I think just tickles Taco there, down to 96. A split coming in once again. We've seen these be very effective from IBR before. JW, though, in a bit of a better position. We've got that double AWP set up to fend this one off now. We'll see whether he can find that first pick. Sees aggro from the A ramp, has to respond to it, but then as soon as he does, his teammates start going down. Brilliant stuff here from Lucas. He gets a 3-piece on the A site, and that's going to be a 4 versus 2 already. Looks like Golden's done for as well, but he hits a nice shot, but he's smoked out of the position now. Himself and Flusher might just have to consider saving once again. It's a 3-on-2 sure, but they've got an AWP, no utility, and no real control.
I'm glad that you fully accepted the fact that we COD now. Hank.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I formed it to myself.
Let's go with a 3-piece. What's a 3-piece? 3 pieces of chicken? Like,
yeah,
what's
that's
going
what I was
on?
going for, yeah. I realized it just slipped out of my mouth, you know. It's first game of the day, still getting warmed up.
Hank, stop trying to hide it. That's a controller in your hand. Stop it. Hank, give it to me.
The aim assist is on. And Golden now to save the AWP. This is rough for Fnatic. Counter-Strike just doesn't make a whole lot of sense these days. But Lucas, that certainly did. That was wonderful from him. As soon as he makes his way out, clinical with the Krieg, tapping away, making it look very easy indeed. And it's going to be 7-0 now, as we'll get further and further into this one. This is the first kill we could see. It was that flash made ramp that made things very interesting. That shot towards JW, he didn't stand a chance. Lucas just absolutely destroys the A defense. No problem whatsoever. Feeling good about himself. He knows he did that single-handedly. There'll be an AWP for Golden into the next round, but that maximum loss bonus will only get you so far on the CT side. $3,400 per player, and no one else really above that. Broadline has 4,000. Golden could drop one, I suppose, but this has to be a partial buy. You want it to be a partial. You don't want to do a full eco off this one. You want to have some deagles and armor, considering you have the AWP. It'll be Golden to have that for now, but maybe wants to give it to JW if they're all going to get deagle armor. Time will tell. JW might just want to be a bit more conservative to bring out the double AWP once again going forward. We'll see which way they want to go with this one. So it looks like JW will be full eco for now. Hasn't purchased anything. Suggests they do want to go back into the snipers. Just to CZ, which is fine. Loss bonus will still allow him to bring out the AWP in the next. Up to Golden now. He'll be heading towards middle. See if he can challenge for that first kill. KNG's in the same position. Smoke is down, of course.
Nice adjustment here from MIBR behind the tactical pause. If ever there was a time to go towards B, this could very well be it. Yep, quick play towards B. Because they're probably thinking that Fnatic are going to make adjustments over towards A. MIBR keep leading him over there. Nice fadeaway shot from Flusher, though. Oh, JW. Surprise, surprise. Talco let him through. This got a bit more expensive for MIBR than they were hoping for, that's for sure. Golden dropped the off. But I like the mind games coming in here from the in-game leaders. Fnatic trying to adjust to what MIBR are throwing at him, constantly hitting A, constantly having that focus on mid and connector. And so, just change it up and go quick B. Fallen, somehow you're not surprised that it's Fallen coming up. He's just, I'm in your head, Golden. Maybe you should shout that, right? It's like Cadian yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, I hope we get some more of that in the arena today. That was too much fun. That grenade's going to land. Roland's actually giving them a solid chance here, but if KNG hits this shot, I think their efforts will be in vain. Oh, the knife will come through. Oh, he's missing it. Oh, bit of panic now. Is this defuse coming in? It's close, Semler. It's real close. He thinks he's off it. He's actually got the defuse. Broland has done it. The full defuse with the CZ in the smoke. KNG slashing the knife wildly. Couldn't find him, and it all falls apart there. It looked like Fnatic were going to concede the round for sure, but all it takes is the AWP in a close-range scenario and 2 players jumping around within that smoke, and it all goes wrong. They had every advantage of that round to speak of. Taco manages to get them all that control. KNG closes things out, goes down to a 2-on-2, but then this is where it all goes wrong. Wow, full defuse, 10 seconds on a CZ round. You don't see those too often.
That's how you lose the streak.
Yeah, right.
7-0, and that's Fnatic's first round on the board, and it's an insane full diffuse in the smoke.
If that was Cadian right now, we'd have just blown the roof off
yeah,
the
he'd have
arena.
been just going
Yeah.
insanely hype.
Quite subdued over there in Fnatic. Understandably so. They are 7-1 down still, but they're on the board at least. Will it be the opening of the floodgates, though? JW, decent spawn towards A. This is when he goes in Palace, I reckon. See if he fancies it. It's been a while. Decent spawn. You can vault up there yourself pretty quickly. Up he goes.
There's the jump. Straight on up. Hasn't done this yet. Taco playing it very passively, though. Yep. Taco's ready for it, man. These are the adjustments that they're going to be trying to set up around here. And MIBR, they're playing it default for now. Fnatic started with 4 towards A, but they're going to rotate Flusha back over towards B to bolster the defense. Golden holding solid here for now. Ooh. Oh, he was outside of the room. Okay. Curious to see what kind of adjustments they make, though, because Crims is still holding close connector, but it may be that Flusha is going to try and hold, like they're going to be banking more on holding towards A Fnatic to try and shut this down, and some early aggression coming in here. This is some changing up coming in from Fnatic. Early aggression towards A.
Yeah.
Push in and see if they can catch anybody who's been lurking around here. It's always been Taco.
Yeah, this is when you've been watching the MIBR demos. You know their tendencies. And this sort of round when nothing happens and no smokes can be deployed, there's a good chance that it's holding up with Taco this side of the map.
Yeah.
They know it, and we saw it in the pistol as well, them pre-aiming toward that Palace position. So Crims, he'll be making his way through towards T-Spawn. You can see he's so aware of the Palace spot there. Either way, there will be smokes towards the other side of the map. Pillars have been covered. KNG trying to crack things open towards B. Do they fully commit, though? I don't think they do. The bomb's down the middle right now. Into the transition spot, and JW so ready for it. Towards the connector they go. Fur will have to do most of the heavy lifting now, but JW in a prime position. Great shots here, and very calm. Stoic play as he drops the smoke and gets out of there. Brilliant stuff. Amazing, in fact.
One after the other, they fall. Falling right now. Oh, that's greed from JW. But they will get the trade. 8 seconds on the clock, and nowhere to be found. KNG. He's going to just save the AWP for the next round.
I really enjoyed that from JW. Very patient stuff from Fnatic. Great information gathering. That excursion towards the A ramp got them a boatload of information. They knew there's still a chance Attack could be alone towards Palace. JW, he must have held his crosshair in that position for a good minute and manages to get the all-important kill. You can see 30 seconds remaining. He was there the entire round holding that angle. Gets the kill, forces him to come out connector. Then he drops his smoke, comes down towards the bomb site, and then nails this shot too. Shuts it all down by himself. That's more like it from JW as Fnatic started to wake up now. They're whittling down at the money as well. MIBR will have 3 deagles, 1 AWP on KNG, who is yet to have one of his big show-stopping moments at this point. Always has been an impressive sniper. Taking over the reins from Fallen, and that's a bit of a freebie he's missed out on there, Semler.
That's unfortunate. Oh, this nade. That's painful. Oh, man, the incendiary forces the smoke out as well. And JW finding the shot. KNG out of it. Would have been better to pick up Lucas, then there would have been the full HP guy, but still. KNG is out of the mix. Taco going to walk right into it. There it is. Shot from JW. Gets the follow-up. 2 kills for him. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds, I think. So JW... No, 3. 5 kills. 5 kills. He didn't get that one on Fallen last round. Back into connector we go, though. Are Fnatic going to adjust for this? Yes, they will, and it's Fallen who walks right into it. He's ready. Orlando still going to put up a fight, and he is on point. Luke going to try and pressure him. Flusha has gotten the flank on Fallen already, and he's worried about short. Flusha long range with the AK, picks Lucas off. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds in a row for Fnatic. 7-3 still. MIBR well in the lead on T side, but Fnatic are starting to fight back.
It's starting to look like a more convincing team now. They've got fully set up.
Gotta check this. What's going on with Vitality?
Someone's at 15 rounds with the looks of things.
Yeah, but that was Renegades. No, that's Vitality fighting back, but it is still 15-12 match point for Renegades.
That's 2-0. Big.
Yeah, for Vitality, that's big. They got absolutely destroyed on the first map. Wow.
Okay, then. Falling down to a deagle. KNG AWP didn't bring much success to the table in the previous couple of rounds. Fallen will be flashes for his teammates here. Time to set up 3 toward the A ramp. Top and middle is going to be Lucas with the Krieg. And then on the pass we have Fur. So, Fallen now smoking just towards middle. Going to be setting that up for the window. Vision away from JW. That's something. Allows Fur to get out. Crims will respond. Has a little bit of time here, looking for any boosting players. Fur on the other side. This is such a cool battle. Fur versus Crims in the connector. 2 of the best in that role. It's going to be Brolan, though. First through the Krieg, of course. And he'll be taking down the player towards that A ramp.
That's key there from Fur. A lot of damage taken, but they really needed to get 1 kill going here for MIBR. Lucas catches Flusha going really aggressive on court, and KNG's got the drop on Brolan. Impeccable stuff here from MIBR, really throwing Fnatic out of it. Golden alone, he knows that 2 are very low here for MIBR. That's probably what he's banking on, hoping that the smoke was a bit of an old one. It will clear, but now that they've managed to get in reposition here, MIBR, they've got this on lock. Although he's got a kit and a smoke, they are a little spread out.
There's always a chance.
Always a chance to be able to sneak back in here.
No crowd as well. You never know.
Exactly. You got to take that into account when you're playing these days. But he might also just be trying to just hold at this point.
That is going to be the case.
Just trying to survive.
We've got to build up the romance somewhere.
Is there, no, what was there? Crims didn't have anything. I don't know if he can get around here. Maybe the op. Was the op in mid? It looks like it. KNG might pick it up. Oh, and he gets out. Oh, Golden robbed at the end. Robbed at the end. That's what he wanted. He wanted to get the op. That's so frustrating.
Well, self-preservation, I suppose, at that point. Is it's like, well, if I take him down, there's a good chance I get traded out, and I'll leave with nothing. He'd rather leave with the M4. I would have taken that kill on the AWP and just grabbed it before he could get out the window, but he wanted to make sure he had a 100% survival rate. So there we have it. It will be 8-3. MIBR, they'll be winning the half at this point. As it gets to round number 12, still a decent buy available for Fnatic, but money is running out now. It's being drained out of their bank accounts by the Brazilians here. JW will have to fire off a speculative shot through the smoke. He knows his player's there. He's got it lined up, but nothing connecting. Very difficult to get those timings right as we start to pick up the pace here. Faster towards middle. Smoke isn't ideal for the T's. There's lots of gaps here for Crims to exploit, but he's been spotted as well. That was probably his chance to do something with it, but Lucas takes it away.
Well, took down Taco, though. There's JW with the trade. Smoke clears at window. Instantly there to pounce. Now down a man in the round, MIBR. Losing Taco and Palace also has got to make Fnatic wonder. If Taco's over here, is this where it's going to wind up? Bomb getting shown here by Fallen. He's willing to take the risk. Hoping to bait some kind of reaction, but that could really render him vulnerable.
Oh, he spotted the barrel.
Spotted the barrel, yeah, fair. JW has no idea. This is going to not hurt for JW, but he backs off. I was about to say it was going to be too quick. Wouldn't even realize what hit him. But let's see it. Misses it. Misses the flick, J-Dub.
Are you joking, JW? You've gone for that play? That's so wild, but it's so perfect at the same time. Of course he wouldn't be looking at you because no one expects you to do that.
Where's the sacrificial lamb, though?
Yeah.
There was a chance. There was a chance. Too much discipline. Flushout working his way back. Sure enough, there it is. The key kill picked up by Golden. Drops the bomb, and it's all in KNG now, 1v4.
Should save. Wow, that was... Like, what the reason I say it's so wild from JW, because no other AWP would do that. Like, if you're reading the Counter-Strike, like, rulebook or textbook, whatever you want to call it, the handbook, you're going through it, and it's like, right, in this sort of scenario, I've been spotted, I've got the AWP, I don't want to go for the most deadly position in the map, which is the murder hole. But of course, that's what Fur is thinking, and that's why JW goes through instead. It's just so he can catch him off guard. He has no idea what's going on, and it just works out so well. I love watching JW play when he's like, he's feeling it and he's in the zone, just to know they did take down that final player at the end there. And it will be 8-4. Fnatic with a big round, a swing round for sure. And Taco running through the flames. He was getting wall-banged as well, so they dropped like 2 Molotovs, and then were wall-banging him as well. There really was nothing he could do to survive at that point.
Tactical timeout from MIBR. Only the second one taken for them.
Yeah.
There's been a couple here for Fnatic so far as well.
They had that rough start, but really coming online now. Mirage is not necessarily heavily favored either way. You always prefer to sit on the CT side, but the way the map is played out, everyone plays pretty much the same strat book these days on Mirage, becoming a little bit stale. So it doesn't really matter what side you start. It's really whoever's having the better game and can carry the momentum forward. MIBR off to a flying start, but Fnatic starting to look like the more convincing squad as time develops. They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds. See if this pistol set up from MIBR will yield any sort of fruit. Smokes in towards B early, suggests it's going to go for a pretty much B rush here. You've only got pistols, no need to fake it. Could go underpass, I guess, with the bomb. We'll see what they've got in mind. Flash is coming over from Taco. I think they'll just go for it. The nade hurts. Oh, it really hurts.
Anderson Moses just walked by, so I'm assuming it was a 2-0 for Renegades.
Yeah, he had a bit of a smug look on his face, didn't he?
Oh, 4v4. 4v4 and into the thick of things. We've got some kills flying quick here for MIBR. Nice incendiary, going to get that reset on the plant. Lucas only just now going to get it down. 3-on-3 retake now, and this is a situation that is winnable for MIBR. Fur has got his Krieg to work with. Holding the main entrance to window as well. So this is really tough actually for Fnatic now. Brolan hoping to get lucky, but it's Fur. Fur, this is what it rides on. There's the headshot on JW. This is just so heartbreaking for Fnatic to lose to an eco round.
Yeah, such a telegraphed one as well. We'll see. I don't think they can do this one anymore. There's not anything to speculate, really. Like, they've got no time at this point. Still 2 kills to find. It takes someone defusing at this stage. Like right now, who stand a chance? Get their defuse going. Start defending. I'm not even sure they had it. I think he probably did.
I don't think he did.
It would have been very, very close either way, but they at least take everyone down with them. But it's the round from IBR with pistols. That's all they really care about. Managing to get those opening frags and actually sabotaging the finances of Fnatic. It was an execution from all the way at T-spawn, managing to get the smokes and the T-steps all the way to the pillars, waiting for the initial utility, flashing over, and then managing to hit the shots that really count. No fakes required. No one seeking the bomb elsewhere, just managing to hit the really difficult shots. There will be a buy from Fnatic, looking to close out these last 2 rounds. They kind of have to now. 9-4 down is a bit of a scary prospect for them. JW will jump towards shore. Might make it, and now has to go middle. And my goodness gracious me, that is one excellent shot from him.
Oh, Crims playing with fire though. There's a big chance, and yeah, they hang around in connector, and that allows for KNG to get a trade. Back into a 4-on-4, and the brilliance of JW's shot. Unfortunately, Flusha kind of gives it up, and now Crims survives somehow with 5 HP. MIBR are murderous right now. This is excellent from them, and this is their map pick as well. So I was hoping to see a much better level from them than what we saw in Inferno.
That's a good point. You would hope so, at least, just to make the best of 3 competitive. But Fnatic at this stage now can pull this one back. It's not impossible, even though Crims has 5 HP. It's just going to take someone to step up. It has to be JW, really, or Brolan. That would be ideal as well. He's kind of slowed off the pace a little bit since his earlier excursions towards that A ramp. Smoke now getting set up towards TT spawn, and now Fur and KNG will be looking to crack things open. JW falls back. It's all going to slow down. 40 seconds remaining. Fallen back towards middle. Bomb still down. That'll be recovered by Fur. No one's got it yet. That will be KNG in the end. Fallen helps himself towards middle. Time ticking away. They pretty much have to go B now. They have Taco waiting in that Palace position. They throw off a bit of a ruse with the smoke towards jungle and make their way up towards shore here, and Golden's in a prime position to at least shut down the plant. That's all he has to do here, Sembler. 1 kill to deny the plant and hope they don't check his position. He doesn't want to fire until they're planting. Wait. That's it. That's enough. That's more than enough. Is there enough time to plant? I don't think there is. He's done enough. That's it. He wins the round. The time's going to go off, and it will be Fnatic to pick it up. That godlike position from Golden. He just had to hit one of those kills. He goes 1 step further, nails 2 headshots, and wins a resounding round there for Fnatic. That's absolutely colossal.
Where does this come from?
I don't know. That was such a great play, though. Look, you can see him was waiting for the perfect time. He's like, right, here we go. There's my time to strike. Taco didn't stand a chance, and no time to plant. Frustrating one for MIBR to give away.
Oh, that's agony. Both of these teams now. You're losing to a B take or a B rush, and then you're coming right back into it, losing to a man hiding in the corner. And now, well, 15th round of the half, 9-5 for MIBR in the lead on T side, but Fnatic, at least they have a little bit of a bye now thanks to that win. Yeah. KNG.
Look at this. Flusher goes again. Oh, good smoke. Oh!
Okay.
He just absolutely wrecked him. Oh my god. He'll try and get that all, but they're going to try their best to deny it. I think they might have grabbed it already. Still, what the hell just happened there? Damn. So he does one little bait jump to get the attention, and the AWP is still there. Drops the smoke, and as soon as KNG thinks, he won't know I'm in front of this smoke. Watch this. He just pre-fires it, takes him down with 1 bullet. That's so ridiculous. And now, instead of a deagle, he has an AWP. Pushes him in towards A. 3 players on that side of the map, and Golden's deep in Palace as well. We know Taco likes to go in that position.
We're going to need to see a replay of Flush's perspective there, because I'm actually wondering with how far pushed that AWP was if KNG wasn't sticking the barrel out.
Look at Golden. He's got so much conviction in his position. He just knows Taco's coming eventually, and it won't work out for him. Taco's done a great job there. It's up to Crims with the MP9 who can do this. With the low HP players in front of him, he fires off wildly through the smoke. One bullet would have done it there. Taco's low towards the apartments as well. We'll see if this is where Flusher can jump up on the ticket booth and potentially deny everything. That shot had to connect. 20 seconds remaining now. Bomb to go down. Can he get the wall back? Not quite, but it can deny things. AWP, not the ideal weapon, and it will be Fnatic to actually steal the last couple of rounds away, and steal is the operative word. Desert Eagle boosted on the B bomb site. It manages to break the money to the final round. It was a rush first half of Fnatic, but they're right back into it now. We'll take a break and see if they can close this out 2-0.
There you have him, Flusha, and the rest of Fnatic on your screen. Coming up with a couple of rounds towards the end there that saved the half.
Yeah,
it was really spinning out of control.
Yep.
I mean, it is still MIBR starting the CT side with 9 rounds to their name, so excellent first half out of MIBR. But Fnatic, it really could have been a total disaster.
It really could have been. It didn't look good at all, especially the opening sequences. I believe they went down, what was it, 7-0 to get things off. So the fact they brought it right back was pretty fantastic, and it took everything they had as well, all their tricks up their sleeve. And we'll get into the pistol round. A very important one for Fnatic, pacing towards middle. They'll do a little bit of damage towards Fallen, who will be pushed back from the window. Does he want to challenge again? He knows he's up against Glocks here. He's got a chance to get the one tap up. 2 smokes available and 2 HEs, interesting enough. I would say they'll be used towards CT spawn potentially. Maybe the window. We'll see which way they're inclined. Gonna slow things right down now. They have a lot of presence towards that top and middle position, waiting for CT aggro here. Who's going to be the active player for them? We do have Broland separately, making his way towards B. Just going to be looking for any aggressive CTs, confirming they haven't pushed and got vital information. Looks to be clear. All very quiet and a bit of a stalemate for now.
I almost don't want to say anything. It's just tense. One of the teams waiting. Both teams just waiting right now to see who's going to peak first. It looks like now's the time to go here for Fnatic. 50 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be a quick up short. Taco, perfect positioning from him, able to collect the first kill. JW jumps on KNG though, and they know where Taco's playing from, and Broland's ready for him. Takes his head off immediately. Fallen now. He was the hero of the pistol round in the first half for MIBR. Fallen looking for another. Yep, he's going to get it. Oh, he's so good, but he finally gets traded by Broland. Man advantage for Fnatic. Fur out on the site, he's dead. And this is all on Lucas. He's going to find one, and it's just not enough. 7th round on the board for Fnatic.
Like that from Fnatic. Nice and patient there. Didn't have to rush things. Managed to push back the CTs with the fast play towards the middle at the very start, but that's when they put the brakes on. They waited for reactions. They started seeing if people are probing around the map. So Broland looking for that B information. Confirmed they weren't even peeking that position. Managed to get up together with a couple of smokes, and then all they have to do is get as close as possible, really get into 5th gear, and swarm that B side with the Glocks. You can see that coming into full effect here. Broland, he can do it all. He really is multifaceted when it comes to CSGO. Any weapon you put in his hands, any range, he'll be able to make it work. And we'll get into a force buy situation here for MIBR. Fallen will have the scout. KNG a little bit more conservative considering he needs the orb going forward, but his teammates have Deagle's around him with armor. Like we said, the master of the connector has fallen in him, working in tandem to get that first kill.
That's a wombo combo you don't want to run into. Either one hits, you're probably dead. Bit of pressure getting put on now. Golden really hunting for this, and he's going toe-to-toe with Fer. Fer trying to charge in, walks right into Crims. Crims in position to watch his in-game leaders back, who had 2 HP. KNG now up close with the Dig. Lucas is here as well. Full rotation coming out of MIBR through the smoke. There's one, but Crimson Broland finding 2, and it's Taco. Last man alive.
Yeah, and everyone knows he's going to be the B anchor for this team. So not much chance of him sneaking in a smoke, I'm afraid. Might be better off saving the Deagle on armor and taking it for the next round. If he can recover the scout, potentially, that would be something. But he's going to start the long mission now of just trying to save the weapon. Going to go through the underpass, make his way towards connector, wait till the bomb goes off and see if the scout is available for him to pick up. I'm not sure he'll be successful in this gambit, but we'll see. Might as well hold on to what he has. He has a Deagle, smoke, HE, and a helmet. So if they're going to be full eco next round, he'd rather have something than absolutely nothing.
Exactly. So the start that Fnatic needed is underway. And MIBR, now they have to be patient and just maybe come up with some clever stuff here in the second in this second round of eco for himself. HE's to top mid. Could be an option. Try and get somebody into underpass. There's ways, perhaps, because it feels like it should be a hard eco from them. KNG didn't waste any time, though. Straight into the Dig.
Interesting. He'll still have enough of the orb, but he wants to make sure he manages that money.
Yeah. No, it's about headshots now, Henry. It's about headshots.
He can deliver those, no problem.
And USP's on the rest. Let's see. USP is on the rest. Okay. So we're nearly there for MIBR. But a chance now for Fnatic to tie things up. And they know it. They've got 3 Mac 10s. They could farm up some money here. Very clever. Oh, this is going to be good. Roland. There's one. Looking for a second. Not going to get it. Not able to save the Krieg.
Well,
MIBR.
Nothing picked up, and Fer is very low indeed. All he can really do is sit towards Shadow. And now, 1 minute 20. Nice little push to get a frag at least on the eco. JW seems to be poised to take down Taco here, unless he's got... Oh, yeah, spotted the ankle. Showed a bit too much there, I'm afraid.
I heard the footsteps as well, so KNG, let's see it. He's got the Dig. It's a throwaway anyway for him. He's at the risk of running into Golden, which would give more money over. I mean, him dying at all isn't really ideal. And he goes down at the hands of Crims, actually. One of the 2 that he wanted to die to. So donates a Dig, and we move into the round 9-9. Fnatic, 3 rounds in a row now. And this is the big round for MIBR. They need to win it. They cannot let Fnatic run away with this first half the way that they did.
Very good point. Fnatic now with plenty of cash going forward. Can afford to be a bit faster paced here. Maybe some set pieces off the bat. We'll see them deploying smokes towards middle right away. It's going to be the double orb setup. Fallen and KNG at Broland. This is what I'm talking about, that fast pace. It's not going to work out for him. Fallen's expecting it, but though Lucas wasn't ready for that. They give away the advantage pretty quickly. Golden close towards that connector. He needs a bit of backup. They can't just run through the smoke. He knows. Players will be waiting on the side now. That's a bit sloppy from Fer. We talk about his over-aggression, Sam. Like, that's just a prime example of it. There's no flash over, just a push down the A ramp, and just doesn't work out for him. No trade potential either.
Unreal, he makes it out. And there's a Taco over here already from the B side. Not expecting that at all. Taco low, Fallen as well. Flush are going to overwhelm him. Now it's a question of whether Fallen is going to be able to get in here to take a shot. Nope, Golden ready for him, 1 step ahead.
I'd love to hear the communication there as to why Fer felt he had to push. They got...
This is Fallen's hell.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I was like, I get it. Like, I like pushing it around, but you normally need a flash or a teammate with you, right? Like, that makes... Because otherwise, it's less than a 50-50 gamble. You've got the disadvantage there. They've got all the angles holding, waiting for you to push like they were. It's been a trait of Fer's, and when he's on his A game and he's like playing like a superstar, it looks amazing, right? Like, he pushes those positions, the timing's dead on, but...
Well, it's the same thing with Lucas, though. I mean, Fallen gets that kill. Why are you peeking ramp at all at that point?
That's one thing at CS like I don't like about today's game. Like, we don't need, like, classically if you get advances like that. If I was in game, I'm like, okay, this is a difficult round for us. Let's fall back off this, maintain the advantage. We still got utility. We have time to get out of there. And they were just relentless in their approach. The flames are down there as well. No one's pushing you. Like those flames are down to help you get back.
Yeah.
And they just give it all up.
And we saw rounds like this on Inferno as well. So it is something that MIBR are working on their CT side, clearly. Or need to work on clearly here for their CT side. How to rein in the aggression so that they aren't throwing away the advantages and allowing Fnatic to have easier rounds. Yeah. 10-9 right now for Fnatic on the T side. And it is a forced buy coming out. Well, half buy coming in here from MIBR. They left a little bit of money in the bank.
Winnable one, right? They've got enough. KNG and an AWP, although he hasn't exactly been a showstopper today, I feel like he can get a couple of key picks here. But Fnatic, though, he has the weapons, so they should be executing fully with a wall of smokes on one part of the map as a 5-man unit instead of trying to probe and trying to sneak in with one and giving away weapons here. They know there's probably an AWP and pistols here at the top end. There's an MP9 and a Scout, but you want to see a full execution here. Ideally, that's the absolute kryptonite to the sniper rifle. And here we go. So smoking towards steps here, Crims. And they are going to do their execution. This is what you like to see, Semler. It's a good call. It's solid. And KNG's on the other side of the map. It couldn't be looking better for Fnatic right now. Could be a double pump. They might not fully commit off this. Might see if there's a reaction from it. But in they go. Falling with the Scout. That shouldn't be too scary for them. And now they got the first pick.
Yeah, Lucas gone. Slowly, methodically pushing into this site now, Fnatic. Haven't dropped a player yet. They're still at risk, though, because so many players are here for MIBR. 2 tagged up on the side of Fnatic, but there's Flusha, brilliant headshot onto Fallen. Taco goes down next. Fur's been given away. And, man, as good as it gets there for Fnatic. Flusha goes, but he took a kill with him. And they will get that 11th round on the board now for Fnatic.
9-6.5, 11-9.
What's worse is that KNG doesn't save the op there as well, so he's got to spend all of his bank to get a new one.
Yeah, they haven't made the best decisions in the last few rounds, I'll say that much. But always capable of bringing it back. This double up setup, I want to see it come online. I want to see some crazy shots from KNG. He's brought in for his prowess with the sniper and how skilled he can be mechanically with the weapon. See what he can do here. JW, this is such a big play for him. Flashbangs go over. Has he got through undetected? Don't tell me he has.
No, they know. What? Is there no communication?
Sure?
Is there no? What the heck? Yeah, there's Fur. What? Pretty sure Fur saw him jump down there.
I think he was flashed from a ramp and maybe he was falling back and didn't quite spot it.
That's wild.
That's a set piece. That's by design by Fnatic to get one player out and it's caused a bit of a ruckus. We've said it a million times this tournament as well. 4-on-4s favor the T's and it causes reactive play from the counter-terrorist now. You see Fur getting towards Palace.
I like this from Fur. This is a push that's interesting here from Fur.
It's one that makes sense. It's safe, right? Because you can hold A by yourself essentially here and just try and deny plants instead of pushing a ramp where you have no idea where they could be coming from. You actually have the advantage at choke point. That's a terrible smoke.
That is not good.
That's terrible.
That can really come back to bite you here. If Golden gets a kill off that, that's a little bit of a head shaker.
If it is like some sort of 300 IQ player that you've pretended it's... Well, he has no idea he dropped down, so it's not bad at all. Hi. Okay. Well,
Golden, but this is great here because Golden is drawing the attention over towards that B site. Bomb is over here on A. Still 2 players here for MIBR. So Fur, he could be the one to completely ruin it. Flusha, you don't pull the wool over Flusha's eyes.
Definitely don't. What the hell? That's so insane. That Flush is aware of that. KNG, I felt he was going to deny that. Oh, how did that not hit? 2 AWPs on the retake now, Semler. Really far from ideal here as the AWP and the other one will fall down. Damn, okay. It felt like, I'm not going to say that smoke was the reason that round was lost, but Golden wouldn't be able to push him towards B if it was a strong smoke. If it had gone in its intended position, it takes away his vision. He would have been grey screen when he came through that position. Instead, he could sneak through and Fallen didn't even see him. It allows Golden to get towards the site. As we say, in-game leaders always in there first, looking to get the intel, being scrappy, and then give the cue to go towards A. He gets one, they go in towards that position. Somehow, Flusha reads the fact that Fur's in towards the Palace position and just dismantles the defense with 1 bullet. And it's another eco here with an MP9. I guess it's a partial buy with the Deagles and armor, but still... Roland spots 1.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Still, they've got a little bit of mid control to work with now. Fnatic, it's going to be a bit harder here for MIBR. For once again going aggressive Palace. Not a soul to be found on this side of the map though for Fnatic. Bomb is over towards B, as well as a second player. Underpass is getting cleared here by Golden. So they could, Molly, they could just get the smoke down on short and go barreling straight up onto the site. We'll see. Oh, what a shot from KNG. Thought he was a dead man for sure. It turns out he was, but he still took one with him. And now this is going to be prompting exactly MIBR to start getting a little all over the place here. Golden and Connector gets shot in the face by Fallen. Taco going aggressive on short. May come back to haunt him because they know where Fallen is as well. So he's going to get traded. 2-on-3, MIBR. This is the big flank coming in from Fur, but he might be too late. Yeah, they might already be up on the sites.
It's a big flank, but he's got a little weapon. That's the problem. MP9 not exactly great for that range, and that's it. Oh, I thought JW
Lucas
had him
wins
there.
that. Oh, and he spun it out. This is big.
Yeah,
Bomb is still on the site, though, so if Crims goes down, there's still a chance here. And yeah, sure enough, Flusha knows. Didn't spot him, but he's going to be able to get the plant, and that's going to force MIBR's hand. Great round so far for MIBR. You got to give it to him. This time it worked out. Oh, man, Flusha's so clean, so crisp. Oh, and he knows where Lucas is coming from, too. This is big. Mind games, and this is not who you want to be playing against. If you're in a 1v1, Flusha's worst nightmare.
Oh. What was the timing on that?
He got spotted. Okay. Lucas actually in a decent spot now.
Yeah, but he hasn't got a kit. Flusha knows it. You can touch that bomb where you like.
Give him some tea. Maybe he was thirsty. Maybe he was thirsty. But, oh, man, Flusha is just the last guy you want to play against in a 1v1.
That was, like, that got me angry. I wasn't even on the server. Like, the fact he said, what is this shot? Hi.
So sick.
Bye. Like, you don't even have a chance to react to that. That's like one of the fastest one-on-one duels you'll ever see. Brolan's enjoying it. Damn, that was like the Deagles as well. That would like get them back in the game, the first round on the board. Right, we can do this now, boys. Money's going to be great. No, 2 versus 1. You've been absolutely ruined. And now Fallen's missed out on the chance to get the first. They're going faster now, trying to pick up the pace. KNG will strike back here. The wallbang coming through. Does decent damage towards Ferber. Fallen striking now. This is the double orb combo we wanted to see. They've got a 5-on-3 advantage, looking to post their first round on the CT side. There was 9-6 at half, and now struggling with a 13-9 deficit. MIBR, their map pick, looking down the barrel of 2-0. Damage inflicted to Fur and Fallen. But surely they can't give this one up. But Flusha is still alive, and he has been their absolute nemesis.
Flusha still has the potential. And the smoke goes down, so early smoke's coming in here. We still have 1 left on the side of MIBR, but a minute left on the clock for Fnatic. They can be very patient about this. Just count on MIBR to give in to the natural instinct to push. They're just like, at some point, Fur or Lucas is going to push into us.
Everyone's just like, guys, just hold the positions. No one has to do a thing.
Fallen just went and bound Fur's W key.
No one move.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, he was hitting.
Yeah, he was holding. He was holding. All right, give enough. All right, credit where credit's due. He was holding. Lucas now may be able to, yeah, spots it just on the edge. But Crims is here. Nicely done. Good job there from KNG watching his teammates back. Golden should fall, and there's the round that MIBR needed. First round of the half for MIBR. 13-10, Fnatic in the lead.
Fnatic still have the edge here. They've looked very good on their T side, but that's the first round. They've been humbled. It will be the double orbs to take those first 2 picks down. As a faster approach there from Fnatic, trying to punish. But it doesn't work out. They'll probably go back to a more traditional setup now. But now they know there's 2 orbs out. That's when you want to go back into set-piece gameplay. That's when you want to start removing the orb potential by having all the grenades and smokes all over the map as KNG will look towards middle again. It's all about us pulling the trigger at the right time when the smokes are deployed. Give it one shot. Very rarely lands, but it's always worth a go. T's will be waiting for the shots before he even cross over. That's why. Who's getting wrecked there? Fur. Scrambling away from the connector. He's limping and with 14 HP. Gets given the orb. Because of that situation he's found himself in. Roland's be boosted up here. Here's the start. They build around him. KNG, though, looks like he's ready for this, surely. Looking for anyone boosting up, but he's watching the wrong angle here.
He's watching for short. Anybody moving on short? You still got Flusha lurking over towards pit as well. Very patient stuff coming out here from Fnatic. Minute on the clock. He would have been close enough to hear. But that's a smoke going up to block off window, and now Fnatic can give MIBR a little bit of taste of their own medicine. Just go straight up connector here towards that A site. Patience, and KNG is rewarded. Golden is down. They know where he's playing from. Fur misses the shot.
Low as well. He can't challenge that again.
Got to be careful. Do they have... Yeah, there's the flash, and there's the shot. Do they expect the second in CT, though? And it looks like Brolan does. Brolan's ready for this full flash. KNG still gets a shot on JW, but Brolan's there. Now it's on Fallen. Flusha's there to trade. 30 seconds, enough time here for Fnatic to stabilize, and Brolan decides to take the fight to Lucas. That leaves Flusha in a 1v2.
Yeah, he likes these, though, doesn't he?
But it's Flusha.
He loves these. This is where he thrives. He is the absolute master of the 1vx situation. So smart, so cerebral in his approach. He hasn't got any utility, but that shouldn't hold him back. There are kits available and an incendiary for MIBR, but he needs to make this a 1 versus 1 first. He knows that Lucas is low. Holds a bit of an off angle here, but the AWP might pre-fire him. It doesn't matter. He knows Taco is coming in, and it's going to be a close finish, but Flusha's done it again. He bamboozles them once more as he holds strong. He's not hiding at all, Stemler. He wants the fights. He doesn't let them get anywhere near the bomb.
Is this the return of Flusha, Henry?
I think it might be. This is wild.
I mean, he is so good at reading these situations. He is absolutely lethal. Ah, man.
That's such a big round as well. Like, that was the moment MIBR get back into it. But he knows his player's low. Wrecks him. It couldn't have been a better angle he holds. Then he's even looking in the incorrect position, makes the adjustment, and then wins another 2 versus 1. Flusha is back, baby. And they'll have to force buy here. They can't let it go map point so early on. For aggressive, of course, towards the underpass this time. MP9 in hand. Dead. And he will get a dink off, but it's him going down with no teammates, and it's a 5-on-4. Happens
Makes
too
me
often.
wonder if MIBR is starting to... do you read too much into it where you run into Golden? I mean, it's still early in the round. It seems like Golden would be on the flank later in the round, so if you run into Golden, maybe that's a little bit of an indicator. But they are keeping 3 fixed solid on the A site, so they may be playing into that. Taco's the insurance on B, but they're keeping 3 solid on A. Spotting Golden over there, that the bomb may make its way back over here, and that is what's happening here with a minute on the clock. Bomb is rotating back through T-spawn. Crim's holding mid.
At this point, you just sit back and wait. Bleed out their utility. They don't have any kits. They don't really have all the firepower they need. In towards B we go, and there's only one player there. That's going to be Taco. He is an excellent B anchor, but does he have what it takes to hold this one off? Apparently not. Roland makes light work of him. They've already got smoke down towards Kitchen. Flusha. Oh, he's going to be such a nuisance here. This is unbelievably good from Fnatic. That has got to be one of the most textbook rounds you'll ever see in all of Counter-Strike. Get the opening pick, punish the B side, get the bomb in towards A, hit every single shot. They've got no idea where the hell you're going, where you're going next. And now KNG, I don't think he'll have a chance to save this weapon. He doesn't know where to go. He's surrounded.
He is surrounded. There's already JW in position to cut him off.
So sick from Fnatic.
It's getting clinical here, Henry. This is really some tough CS for MIBR to be running into.
Yeah, if he doesn't take the door, oh my god, Flushes is on another level
rounds?
Right now.
They've picked up 1 round on the CT side, MIBR.
He's left its realm. He's somewhere else right now.
That's unreal. We finished the half at 9-6, and it's just been the Fnatic show on T side. And this is MIBR's map.
Yeah, that's what the map pool from MIBR, I think that's their biggest issue in the entire game. Like, the maps they don't play, it just seems like every veto will end up on Inferno or Mirage, and everyone knows they play those maps. I feel like they need to start throwing in some maps. Like, they need to start playing some of the more obscure picks here and start practicing and being veterans on some of the other ones, because it seems to be the same old maps every single time we watch them play, and it's a very similar result. Dead at the start, so I don't want to keep banging on about it, but it is happening every single round.
Fer just dies at the beginning. It's MIBR. They're kind of playing. The thing is that they need the core. Fnatic know how this goes as well, because this used to be JW dying every round for Fnatic. But you need that core, and Lucas burns to death.
He got flashed.
Yeah, flashed by Flusha.
So that's a brutal combo. I just, like, I don't mind pushes, but you need to have some method behind the madness. Metal forward, and he'll get one.
There you go.
And they bring this one back. It is series points here, 4 versus 3.
He bleeds. Flusha, turns out they can't kill him.
Damn.
All right, so now we got a little bit of space here, but I mean, this is how Fnatic used to play.
Yeah.
JW would run in, make a play, either die or it would work, and then the core of Fnatic was so solid they could play off of that. MIBR need that core right now. If Fer dies, the 4 of them need to be able to play from that position consistently, and right now they just haven't got that figured out yet.
I just don't think that style works anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it was a different age, obviously.
Yeah,
back
exactly.
then at JW, when you had the op. The op was a different beast.
That's GG, I'm afraid. There it is. It's going to be Fallen. They know exactly where he is, unless he somehow one-taps everyone. It's going to be 16-10. Well then, that was looking to be a very promising game with the first half. It was 9-6. It was MIBR. It was 7-0 lead, if you remember, actually. A solid shift put in, but that T-side, Fnatic that is, was just remarkable. Flusha, to be fair, MIBR can't be blamed for everything there. They did have a lot of clutches they should have won, but Flusha just absolutely schooled them in some of them. Like some remarkable, ungodly plays towards the end of that second half. Sorry.
And adjustments made as well from Fnatic. They are showing that they've got a deep playbook. on that T side. They were everywhere, nowhere there was. It was difficult for MIBR to pick up on a trend on what was actually going on. I mean, when you're just getting clutched every round by Flush, it doesn't really leave you a whole lot to work with either.
That's a good point.
But that is just remarkable stuff from Fnatic, who seem to just be coming online. Flush is like, man, I beat them so hard, their hands are still sweating. See him rubbing his hand there a little bit. Oh, man, that was moist.
Yeah.
But there you have it. Let's hand it over. Well, I mean, we're going to hand it over in a minute for an interview with Paul. It looked like Flusha was there too. But I mean, it is exciting times to see Fnatic coming back into their own here. It's been so long. I feel like they've been in the wilderness, a legendary org, players that have been with that org pretty much since the beginning. Yep. Some real loyalty there. I mean, I like to see players getting rewarded for that perhaps now they can be contenders once again. And
we should reiterate one more time, that is the lower bracket, but MIBR are not removed from the tournament now.
Exactly,
this is all for seeding, right? So they're still now in the lower segment of the bracket at this point. And I'm sure the analysts will fill you in on that. As we get ready for the next game, we'll leave you with an interview here with Parla down on the show floor.
Thank you very much, Henry. I'm here with Flusha. Congratulations on the win. I wanted to talk to you because of your amazing clutches. In fact, as JW passed you, gave you a tap on the back and called you the Clutch King. Do you think you are the Clutch King?
Some days I am, sometimes I'm not. So I just had a good day today, so yeah, I felt like the Clutch King.
On Mirage, you had two very smartly played 1 versus 2s. One of them was on the B site and one of them was on the A site. Can you run me through a little breakdown of both of them?
So B site, I accidentally one-tapped Fer, and then I wasn't expecting it. So and then I kind of just played the round out like smartly, and on the A side it was more like I'll just take the duels, and I know I'm having a good game, so I'll probably hit the shots.
On the A site, I was watching it with Maniac outside, and he said that you purposefully knew you had to take the risk of planting in the open because that was the only way of giving you a chance of winning that situation. Was that going through your mind at the time?
Yeah, it's basically like I have to take a risk, hope they don't peek me right away, and I was pretty confident they weren't gonna do that. And then, yeah, after that, it's just take duels and win them.
Awesome. Do you think one of the advantages you had over MIBR here is that potentially your team's map pool is a bit deeper?
Yeah, I guess so, but I think we pretty much gave them their best maps as well. So we have a kind of a good map pool right now, but I feel like we don't really care what opponents play. We mainly care about how good we are on the maps.
Awesome. Well, Flusha, always great to chat. Congratulations to you and your team on the fantastic performance. Fnatic taking the W over MIBR. Let's head back to the desk.
It's just locked right in will be Fnatic. They find themselves in a very advantageous position right now here at the StarSeries Season 8. It was quite the showing of force right there. Tons of stuff to talk about on their T sides. And at least Maniac, for the time being, does that feel good?
It does for Fnatic, for sure. I think Flusha feels good. I feel pretty good. You know, when Paula asked the question, and I was scared Flusha would say, no, I didn't care about planting in the open.
No, Maniac,
that makes absolutely no sense.
Analyst, stop talk.
Stop talk. No, that was a crazy game. You know, once upon a time, MIBR were up 7-0 and they lose 16-10. Yeah.
A rough one all around the edges, is that right, Pim?
You know what, it was the same as the first map. I think MIBR started out well. You think to yourself, you're up 7-0, and you're thinking to yourself, all right, MIBR, they came to play. They have a pretty good idea of how to handle Fnatic. As we spoke about in the beginning as well, leading into this matchup, Fnatic tried to be aggressive in the beginning of the game. MIBR closed it down. MIBR was very set in their own ways of how they wanted to approach that game the first 5 or 6 rounds. Ever since Fnatic kind of figured them out, they found a solution to it, and when Fnatic picked over to their T side, we saw all that aggression we didn't see work out on the CT side being fully displayed by Fnatic. Flusha going up towards ramp as he wanted to every single round almost. JW, all of a sudden, he's on the A bomb side. Nobody knows where he is because he just ran out of the apps. There was so much aggression from Fnatic, and I'm sure if you ask MIBR why did we lose that CT side, they were being stressed out. They were being pretty much, you know, pushed down to a tunnel by every single Fnatic member.
That's the most confusing match.
No, that is the key, and I want to say that Fnatic's T side is maybe not the most polished or organized or optimized areas, but most certainly the most annoying to play against.
Exactly.
It is so asphyxiating to play against them because any step that you will let them have on the map, they will take. At the very beginning of the round, we saw Brolan being in connector by 1/28 second. And if you're on the CT side, you have two choices. You either decide to fight, but then you better have the good flashes and smokes with you, or you're going to lose straight up. Or you go back and you go defensive, but that means that you have to spend the entire round with no map control.
Yeah.
So I have a round in mind where Fnatic took middle very fast, and they realized that MIBR played safe, so they did a tower to look into the window. They stayed there for 30 seconds, and that is very well played because they know at some point MIBR, they're going to feel uncomfortable, they're going to want to see and know what's happening, and they punish them right here.
Yeah, which is such a strange thing, but I guess some of that revolves around the veterancy that we see within this Fnatic lineup and the direction that it's heading moreover, because right now, Fnatic, they're looking good. It seemed like they had all the answers there, especially we talk about their T sides. You're talking about a multi-layered defense to a bomb site that extends well beyond the bomb site.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they force you to play as you would if 30 seconds were left, but there is a minute and 15 that you have to survive being camped on your bomb site, and you have one smoke, maybe a flash or a Molotov. It's just not enough.
Well, here are your highlights brought to you by NVIDIA. Again, GeForce always powering here at the StarSeries, powering all the FPS. Now, one guy that was getting all the FPS in addition to all the shooting would be that of Brolan. This guy, or kid, whatever you want to call him, I don't care. He solidified it. Here at this series, he goes 52 and 29. Now, 52, out of 52 of those, 27 were headshots. This kid was nuts.
Brolan is a big star in the making. I think he's solidified himself as a star player, not only within the Fnatic ranks, but in the entire world, right? He's a very young player. He's still, in some scenarios, you can say he's still unexperienced, but he's getting there, right? He's been on the big stages. He's been in finals now, and now he's finally finding some consistency as well with Fnatic. I'm very impressed by Brolan. I'm very impressed by Fnatic. And just to follow up on the point we were talking about, Matthew, I don't think that there's anything more annoying than playing against a team like Fnatic right now. The way they're just constantly forcing you to take duels or constantly forcing you to react, it's just super, super stressful. And if your communication is not on point, if your team play is not spot on, then you're going to look silly, and that's exactly what happened to MIBR here. I don't even think MIBR played bad. I don't think it was a case of MIBR not showing up individually-wise. This was just a case of Fnatic out-maneuvering and outplaying MIBR completely.
It felt like, just specifically, I keep reverting to that T side, but because only...
That's a key.
I mean, it felt like they had the freedom of movement. They could run around, pretty much do whatever they want and dictate where their fights were. And of course, when you think about that, you're always going to have that in your pocket if you get to pick where the battles are.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the qualities that we are depicting in Fnatic's game, I think they apply to all the maps. And that's why it's so dangerous to play against them right now, because it's not the case of them bringing up a newly thought tactic that we have never seen and you were like, oh my god, these 3 smokes are amazing. No, it's pretty quiet, normal Counter-Strike. It's just they play with the rhythm and they know when to stress you, they know when to chill, and they know how to bait you into a mistake. And these qualities you can apply to all the maps.
Yeah, and that's something that's got to be a little bit scary. But now, let's talk a little about what were the implications of this matchup. You heard it right there from the commentators that MIBR are not eliminated by any stretches. They're still well within the grasp of hoisting a trophy here in Turkey, but this does complicate things for them.
You might correct me, but I believe this result means that MIBR will be in the lower bracket section of the playoff no matter what. They will be in the lower bracket, which means that from this point on, even if they are still in the competition, there's no more Joker, you lose their next game, you're out. For Fnatic though, they still have a shot at making that their way through the winner bracket.
And to add on to that, I think they finished 4th in this group, which means they're going to face number 3 from the other group in that lower bracket. So we can already now start to look ahead and see who potentially MIBR is going to face when we move on today, on with today's game. So I think MIBR is a team that a lot of the other guys right now are looking towards and thinking, all right, MIBR, we know that you haven't been playing good as of late, but at this tournament, they're scary, and if we don't play up to our A game, MIBR is going to win against teams.
Yeah, MIBR are still here to fight, and they are not looking bad. I mean, I want to go ahead and let's paint a good picture here. They're not looking bad at all, but when you run into a guy like this, that doesn't help things. Flusha, hot to trot. He was there with the answers, especially in those 1vx situations.
Isn't it nice to have him back, though, right? We missed Flusha. He was out for, 6 months. He was wasting half a year in Cloud9 without being disrespectful. It wasn't really fun.
Pretty disrespectful. I can't believe
Cloud9 is a
like
bad team, Trace. You know it, I know it. Everybody out there knows.
I didn't say it. Just want to make that clear.
I said it, and I'm going to stand by it. Flusha, he's been, I wouldn't necessarily say wasting a lot of time as of lately, but isn't it nice to have Flusha back at the very top, to see him play for a top team, to see him play the big games, and to see him do what he does the best, which is clutching, which is being just this prodigy of the game, right?
He has an understanding of the game that is both impressive and beautiful and fascinating. I could see him clutch all day, every day. I'd be happy.
Yeah, there's something very satisfying in it, but unsatisfyingly enough, as the Brazilians find themselves now having taken a 2-0, it will be Fnatic moving on to play Vitality
And that game has a lot riding on, right? Because the winner of Vitality versus Fnatic is going to secure himself a position in the winner bracket playoff, where you have that safety, whereas the loser of that will be the third of the group. So Fnatic still a long way of themselves. I think this game is today at 7 p.m. local time, if I'm not mistaken.
That could be true.
So there's going to be some fireworks in Counter-Strike.
You like fireworks, do we?
I do like fireworks, but we don't really have many in Switzerland, a small country, you know.
No, and I mean, I do understand that each household has a rifle. Is that true?
The thing happens
Surely
that
you're talking about America, right?
you
No,
are supposed
that-
to,
well, that
not
too,
an
but-
actual rifle, you're supposed to take care of that rifle when you do the military.
Yeah, craziness. But I love it. Anyway, nonetheless, the neutrality, all of that, it has to stop right now. What we do have to
What do you
do
mean?
is look forward to a break. We do need to cut things off right here where we stand, or sit rather, and look forward towards our next matchup. It's going to be that of the Ninjas of Pyjamas taking on G2, and that means that things are going to get a little bit of a facelift around here. So I'll stop talk, we'll go to break, and we'll get this match started sooner rather than later.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
What is that? A karambit? A big shout out to CS Money for partnering with us for this event. If you like skins like this, do not forget to head on over to our giveaway, which you can find below.
Big update and new features in the case battles. Updated and convenient interface with new options. Up to 4 users can participate in one battle now. Create and customize your battles, any number and any type of cases. Choose the number of participants and invite your friends with a unique link. Watch the best drop and win everything. Don't miss epic battles on Hellcase.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be taking over for Stunner for the rest of the day. More Counter-Strike, of course, on its way. It's so much fun being had over here in Belek, and I haven't yet to experience the fun with these two combined. And then with their powers combined, we hope to provide some quality analysis. I've got myself, Mathieu, Maniac Kikre, and Sean Gares. Great to
Three, right?
And Spun just joining us on the
very
sofa
happy
as
when
well.
he gets one.
I love it when he gets happy. Like, I've seen him a bit frowny at times, but he seems like he's in a...
He looks angry even when he's happy. Like,
Yeah.
Is that like an effect that you wanted to make? Or
That's kind of just the sponge aura.
So,
Yeah.
this is the first time I've ever done a desk with Maniac.
It is.
Is this
the
it?
first?
Yeah, and it's
I'm a bit like starstruck, and I've been
I'm
impressed.
really
I have to find my
uncomfortable.
groove.
Like his eyes are way more blue in
Like a
person.
bit shy, but it's gonna be okay.
They are very
The
blue
love
today.
seat is like kind of making me like, I don't know, romantically.
Like, it's not like you normally, normally you're standing and there's distance between you.
Yeah, we're kind of close, and
Sponge is
I get
kind of
closer as
third wheeling right
Sponge
now.
is like the protection,
Yeah.
make sure everything is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, this is your first ever desk segment. Let's see what you guys have got. Maniac, why don't you start by setting the scene in terms of the fact that this is a G2 and an NIP, both teams who not many would have anticipated to be making a run like they have.
Yes, this is a pleasant surprise, I guess, to have these two teams in the winner bracket final of the group.
Winners.
Considering you had EG in that group, a team that is at the moment top 3, at least per the rankings, and now you find two that is, I want to say, equally surprising teams to be there. First of all, you have G2 that for the first time goes international. Kenya, Jax, Amanek, Amanek done it, but the two other have never done it. And then you have NIP just changing, just bringing in Twist, Plopsky in it. And these two teams are actually at the top of their group right now.
Yeah, at the top of their group, and both with relatively recent changes. I want to start with the G2 project as we head over towards them, Sean, because it seems that there is a lot of aura of excitement surrounding G2 in terms of what they can achieve, but given how much they've shown already.
Yeah, there is. I mean, rightfully so. Nexa, as an in-game leader, has proven his worth time and time again, especially at the major with Crazy.
Right.
He was a hot commodity coming out of that major. G2 quickly swooped him up with Hunter. And the individual skill on this lineup is something that we haven't seen in a G2 lineup in quite some time. I mean, maybe since, the Shock Scream days. It's been a minute since G2 has had this skilled of a roster, and it's showing when you watch them play. They're confident when they take aim duels, but they do run into problems with communication, and we did see that yesterday when we saw them on T-side train. It wasn't until they had a couple moments to recoup. They had no more timeouts, but when it hit OT and they got those seconds to talk about it, that's when they pieced together a plan.
Yeah, just to bounce back on this communication point, I had the pleasure of talking with my old friend Nyak, so Jerome, G2's manager, and he was acknowledging to me like, yeah, we have an issue with communication right now, so we try to compensate with a very strict structure in what we're doing, but what it means is we need time. We need time to create these protocols, these routines. He feels like they are doing a great job, they're being productive, but they are nowhere near where they want to be because they don't have this ability to communicate fastly and spontaneously and find solutions. They need to have plans in position.
No, certainly, and I mean the G2 results, of course, have been telling of that. Some very close games, of course, not forgetting an overtime game versus Vanguard, but they still managed to prevail over. On the other side of things, though, the Ninjas in Pyjamas. We talked a little bit about bringing Plopsky in alongside, of course, the change of the guard there. Seeing more from Twist, no longer wearing the Fnatic jersey, and now the dedicated sniper. And the conclusion we came to last time we were talking about the Ninjas in Pyjamas, and I want to hear your thoughts, Mathieu, was that the pursuit of finding a dedicated AWPer for the Ninjas in Pyjamas was actually a comically long adventure.
Yeah, yes, it was. And I started this first ever segment in this event saying that Twist should have joined 4 years ago.
Right.
That was my first line. Well, it appears I'm wrong. It appears success has found their way now as we go into the veto. So far, no surprises. Vertigo and Inferno has been the first removed from these both teams. Now, Dust to pick from G2.
NIP's been picking Nuke. I'm curious to see if they go into that. Yeah, so G2 has had a lot of success on Nuke. They took out Na'Vi, I think it was 2 days ago on Nuke. So obviously NIP wants to go to Overpass. G2's been banning that and trying to get as like a third map, so not too comfortable with Overpass.
Yeah, and I just feel uneasy when I see this Dust 2 pick from G2. I feel very uneasy picking Dust 2. Yeah. To me, Dust 2 is a map that is comfortable to have as a good third one. You just leave it in the sack, if you want to play it, it's fine, you know how to play it, but picking it, I've seen so many teams just regretting their choice afterwards. So I want to say my dear French friends, but actually now it's more like a melting pot, so my friends from G2 may be in trouble.
Yeah, Dust 2 picking does always get the question marks raised as to how confident can you really be in that map as well. I mean,
I think both of these teams are really scrappy, but I think G2 has more structure on Dust 2 than NIP does. I mean, NIP just destroyed EG with pure aim.
when we saw them play. Like, it wasn't even close. Force had so many insane 4-kill rounds in that game. Plopsky coming up big. I don't know if they can duplicate that. Maybe they can.
I guess you gotta think so, but I just wanted to ask you guys, because I didn't have the pleasure of covering it or looking at it. Did you see that crazy 2-1 versus EG from NIP? I just realized they won 2 maps 16-4.
Yeah.
What happened? How is that even a thing?
So when we were providing the analysis on that, it was more of a question of we have to praise NIP, and the criticisms towards EG were more of a case of just being entirely absent.
Yeah, and coming into that best of 3, EG's map record on those 16-4 maps, Dust 2 and Inferno, was 100%.
Is it 100% Inferno, right?
Yeah, 100% Dust 2 and Inferno, and they just got demolished. Those are maps they started with the opening pistol round wins, and they got 16-4.
Okay, Roger.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, so NIP just was firing on all cylinders that day. Force Plopsky especially, which is crazy. You don't even really mention Rez right now, because he's just lurking in the background. You just know he's going to have a monster performance at some point in this tournament. So that's something to look out for.
Over the years, I think that the Rez dependency was a bad sign for NIP. There used to be events where I could hear myself saying, hey, when Rez is having a good event, then NIP is having a good event as well. But that was just not enough. It was not enough. Now, as you can see, I guess we have to take the 5 usual seconds of praying Forrest the God, because he's back apparently. 141 rating is up there. It's absolutely insane. And Plopsky, I do feel like Plopsky is slowly but surely finding his groove. Would that be because of the leadership? Would that be because of the changes they've made in roles? I am not sure, but he's bringing something. At the beginning, the first days he had in the lineup was disappointing to me, because everyone was painting him as, no, he's a very interesting youngster from Sweden, it's going to be amazing. I didn't get that feeling in the first days or weeks, but now, this event at least, he's been contributing for sure.
I think all of them have. Not only that, but with Forrest online, Plopsky does seem to be more comfortable when he has that partner in crime, as they are placed on sites together at times. Still, as we have a look at some of the recent results, it's worth mentioning that is their most played map. Dust 2 picked by G2, but they have played it significantly more than the majority of the others in the pool, and picking it against a lot of the big dogs. I'm seeing the ESL 1 games, they were picking it against EG, Liquid, ENCE. And the same that could be said for them picking it against Na'Vi again and again, even here at StarSeries. It seems like they believe it's their giant killer.
Yeah, what is funny is that they decided to pick it against Na'Vi, whereas they lost in Pro League. And that was a choice, that was a conscious decision from their side to say, you know what, we're going to play those 2 again and it's going to be fine. And just to touch on that game against Na'Vi, their T side was well organized, as you said, well structured, cat take or long take in the mid round, that was really well done. The CT side is where they struggled. You could see they didn't really have these rotations, swapping left and right, they were a little bit out of position. So I want to see here if the defense can be better for G2.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot to do with Kenny. Sometimes you watch him on Dust 2 and he can find a rhythm and get in groups and have impact on CT side. And other times, the economy spirals out of control and you find him playing passively on the rounds he does have an op, and that's never what you want to see when you watch G2.
You can see the odds as well. This is very, very hard to separate them from GG.bet, giving them a whole lot of respect between the two of them. And I will remind you, of course, if you're a fan of either of these teams, don't panic if they do start to lose. This is simply just a question of whether or not they'll get themselves another step forward and staying in the upper bracket instead of that lower bracket final. And there's even another chance. There's redemption available for you down there as well. Strafe Esports app on your screens as well. That's how you guys have been casting your votes at 60-40 split, giving G2 just the edge already.
Yeah, important to say about this game, as you mentioned, if you lose it, you're not out of the tournament at all. It's a matter of seeding. But for the winning side, you are for sure in the winner bracket playoff. That is a feel-good moment. You then still have that Joker card. You can still afford to lose a series and be in the tournament, whereas if you drop down, it's going to be harder. So there is a lot riding on this game, and whoever wins, I'm sure is going to have a good time.
Well, whoever loses this game actually isn't in the lower bracket, right? They have one more chance today, I believe.
Exactly. If you lose this game, today, then you will play against another team that will decide if you are 2 or 3, which is
EG Furia winner, right?
Exactly, the EG Furia winner.
Okay.
Which is still happening right now. They were shouting very loudly.
I mean, you don't want to play against either of those teams to decide if you're starting in the lower bracket.
Okay, so with that, as you frame it like that, suddenly I feel like this game holds a whole lot more weight, especially if EG are waiting in those wings. Does look like we're into the game, though. Let's get back into your casters and back in.
And we are off. Thank you so much, Alex. It'll be a quick one here towards Long. Jax will defend against the first headshot there. It's going to be towards Rez as we go into a quick 4-on-4. NIP battling for long control here. Plopsky will have to try and take down Nexa here. NIP, I've got them as the favourites in this one. And for now, it slows down. 4-on-4 for us with the P250. They're about to go with it, but they have got the flashbang here as they try and flush out the player towards that pit position.
No reason to speed things up too crazily here for NIP. Flopsky's alone. It's not like he has the bomb. They aren't stuck in any sort of awkward spot here for NIP. He's just hoping to keep them focused on long right now. G2, they can't rotate off so long as their threat remains. And that may open up a great opportunity here for NIP to put some serious pressure on the B site. There's a window open right now for NIP to pounce. So whether they realize it or not, smoke goes down to block off CT. This has got to be the go time here for NIP. They have to go charging in.
You think so? Looks to be the B split. Amanek in the perfect position. We've seen it so many times before. Great for headshots. This time he'll only find the one so far, but still there. Battling, but it's not going to be enough. 3 versus 2 now. We're pushing through the smoke. Nexa might be able to deny the window, but his timing's a little bit off there. He'll be with his teammate. It's going to be Kenny S down to 12 HP. Great smoke from NIP. Forces G2 to go through the window here. They have got a kit. One more flashbang. Kenny S will have to be launched in on just 10 points of health. Surely got no chance of doing much with this.
No, he gets flashed as well. That's unfortunate. Timing is off. They know exactly where he's coming from. He will have communicated to his teammate Nexa that Forrest is holding plateau. There's a shot. I mean, there's damage, but it's not likely that Nexa will be able to pull it off. He's got no Kevlar, and he's going to walk right into Lekro. So hard to retake on B from CT once that bomb is down. And so Nip get the perfect start. Yeah. Good read. Yeah, good read on the situation. Obviously, the players don't have the eye in the sky like we do, so they can't know just how big of an advantage they have. But that was still a good call there from Lekro, taking advantage of the situation that Plopsky had offered, drawing the G2 defense over towards A long. And so, NIP get the start that they were hoping for here. Excited to see more of this roster in action. We've been talking about them for a couple of days now, Henry. They're looking better and better.
It absolutely is. Really enjoying what they're putting down. We'll see whether this force buy will lead to any sort of success here. Kenny S, bit of a demon with the scout, we all know it. This time not landing any damage just yet, but it was very, very close. And Rez, he has been so good the last couple of days. He's been my favorite player to watch on the NIP squad, along with Flopsky. Great shot from Amanek, though, but there's the HG grenade. No real damage inflicted. Jax waits for the MP9 with the boost on the side. Things get awkward here. CTs can boost. They can be a little bit tedious to play against, and you can see all 3 of them ready and waiting towards A, but rotating back towards CT spawn, trying to get control of middle. Rez has the A ramp, and then somehow through the smoke, Amanek hits that. Lekko down to 3.
Are they going to get the bomb plant anytime soon is what I'm wondering. Bomb has to cross over here before the smoke clears. Hesitation on the side of NIP, and it doesn't cost them. Luckily for them, some good hold here from Plopsky, keeping the pressure up on short, not allowing G2 to get that positioning, and the bomb will finally get planted. Amanek alone, no Kevlar, and sprayed down by Twist at range. So they do get the job done in the end, NIP. A little bit of hesitation on their part, both of these rounds. So curious to see if this is going to tighten up, if they're going to ramp up here versus G2. G2, no reason for them to get demoralized yet. It's only the beginning of the map here, and they are on the CT side of Dust 2 after all.
Yeah, that's true. It is strange one Dust 2 these days. This is the pick of G2, however. We said yesterday that they're a great team overall, but they're in their infancy. They don't necessarily have the tactical depth for some of the other teams here. Overpass coming up next could be a little bit problematic. Need to make sure they close this one out. Not the best start. There'll be Felico. Here's a 3-0 written all over the walls. Oh, that HG's going to do so much damage. Oh, I'll take it back.
Fell barely short, barely. Sometimes that's the way it goes, but facing a whole bunch of pistols, yeah, Forrest is going to go down. Lekro here to protect, though. Oh, they line up for Lekro. Triple for Lekro with the UMP. Massive money injected into the system here for NIP now. 3-0 on the board, and that is as good as it gets.
Oh, yes.
I'm happy, Henry. I'm happy. The UMP actually got the kills instead of the rifles.
All the money farmed up there. Lekro manages to get $1,800 into his account, and they've got a lovely situation here because this is like, the CTs are buying. They force spawn the second. It's likely they don't have helmets, and that's exactly true here. 3 of them do not. Kenny, Nexa, and Jax unprotected against the UMP and Mag 10. You want to do something faster. You want to stay together. Love this from Twist. Going to be smoking towards that long corner quickly, sending his teammates up here. They want to get out and be ruthless. Rez lead the way. We know he can be powerful from these spots. In Forest, he'll be finding the first one there. CTs, do they give in? Will they fall back? They might have to reclaim somewhere else on the map here. I think that's going to have to be the case at this stage. Beautiful call from Lekro, managing to get them in position. Great smoke down at the start, and now CTs, they are floundering. They barely have any utility, no kits. 5 on 4, and remember those helmets will come back to haunt them because the Mac 10 and UMP can be pretty disruptive, but Twist will upgrade to a rifle. It's getting better and better for NIP. And now what's the reactive play from G2? They've lost long. They've lost short. They've lost the entirety of the A site. They need to push middle. Zembla, there's no 2 ways about it. They have to get mid control. They know it. And now they start to their push. And in terms of B control, Lekro will be outside the B tunnels, watching for anyone pushing the tunnels here, and that's key. But he has no idea they've got up towards shore. But smoke's down towards CT spawn now from long. Will the final play finish up at A?
It's looking like it. 45 seconds. Nip are so patient. Lekro has been clearing out upper halls, so no flank here, but he completely misses the flank up catwalk towards A, and so G2 able to reestablish the defense. This isn't going to catch Nip off guard, though, because Nip had no information to begin with.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, okay, well, yeah, the 2 CTs up on A site, kind of expected. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's such a tough break for G2, though, because they had 4 at long, so for it to go so hard against them, at least at the beginning, that's brutal. Oh, Nip have missed their smoke. They put 2 smokes to cross, and they miss it. That's painful. Rez, though, and Plopsky finding value regardless. Jax, however, man of the hour. He can be the one who saves it here. Rez is going to check the angle, walks into it. 9 seconds left. Denies the plant. This is the win. Jax the hero. 6 seconds. They don't have time to plant. And Amanek, all he has to do is run.
He's done it.
So much to be said for patience on the side of Nip, but at some point you do have to just play up on the, keep the momentum in the round.
Yeah, that's going to be a disappointing one for them. The double stack behind the bomb side there. They didn't anticipate that second player. No bomb planted, and the round slips away. Luckily for them, however, they came into that round with a UMP and a MAC-10, so their money's absolutely fine, but this was brilliant from Jax. Really well played there. See him rubbing his hands, happy with that performance, but the problem is they really do have their work cut out for them in the round forward now. 2 for Masters and MP9. A Kenny's AWP. Twist. He's been great recently. Looking for this first pick along. Lots of damage and quickly towards Jax. Surely not going to repeat this. Or flash over. Maybe give it a preemptive shot. Either way, though, falling back. That's great stuff from Jax. Even with the low HP, makes it work.
Yeah, it takes that fight straight up versus Lekro. A little bit of a frustrating turn of events here for Plopsky.
I want to throw that weapon.
Yeah,
away.
pick up. They know you're there, buddy. Just take the gun and run. Or at least throw it back over the wall somewhere. Well, they leave Jax solo. And it's Kenny's with an op over here to support on long as well. So G2 on the board, 3-1. But they've actually got a chance now to get a second round going for themselves here. Man advantage is big. Good nade count here for Ninjas, though. They've been doing a good job of holding on to their smokes and mollies. So looking towards a fixed strategy here. From the Ninjas, 2 smokes going into CT. Wow, really? And Nexa still boosted, or Hunter rather, boosted in the perfect spot, still able to look over him. But it's up catwalk, and Kenny's waiting for him. He should hit these shots every day of the week.
Yeah, no pressure applied to him really there. No flash is coming over. He's going to hit a few of these. That's way too easy for him. They should send the AWP in first at least, or at least try and make that challenge work. But at this point, looking a bit desperate. Plopsky will bring one back, but Kenny's still going to be there, and he'll hit his 3rd of the round. Beautiful stuff here. G2 coming online. Money starting to be drained from NIP, as it will be the G2's map pick, remember. They're going to get 2 rounds in a row. Hunter yet to frag, but that's absolutely fine. Shouldn't be too much to worry about in the round going forward. Twist only has $1,900, Forrest at 2K. But he will be dropped to weapons. They've got 3 rifles so far. Rez can purchase himself as they take a tactical timeout. A little bit disappointing their final approach there. That's one of the most common spots you'll find Kenny S on Dust 2 is by the car. And you want to at least be flashing him off, or at the very least, challenging him multiple numbers so you can get a quick trade. They went in one by one, crawled into his crosshair instead of letting the AWP challenge first. So
that's the last thing you want to do. You do not want to be feeding Kenny any kind of confidence. I mean, he hasn't been taking over rounds in the way that he used to.
Yeah.
But the last time we saw him play on Dust 2, Hank, he was hitting all of his shots. He rarely missed.
So look at this. So, he's not flashed, and then it's 1 by 1. No pressure from long, nothing to worry about.
No, that's a tough one. And I think this is coming down a lot to Nip waiting so late in the round. They're feeling like the clock is forcing them into these situations. They're not having that room to maneuver. Like you said, if you can change it up and put some pressure along, etc. But when you've got 20 seconds on the clock, you're kind of just deciding, okay, we need to go.
Yeah.
And so tough break here for Nip. 3-2, still Nip in the lead. Saw the coaches doing quite a bit of talking there during the downtime. Perhaps Nip now just going to have to get geared up and be a bit more decisive. I like the setup here from G2, though, trying to bait a peek in from Plopsky. 2 rifles waiting for him. That would have been sick. But this is default stuff from Nip, and I kind of like this, actually. Let's suss it out. Let's see. G2, have they made any adjustments? Have they made any changes on the CT side? 5-point defense here for NIP, just holding everything. And now, with a minute left, they decided time to clear out short, get a little bit more map control. Oh, that was a little off on the timing for the flash, but Forrest still clearing out short. bomb moving up catwalk. And it's looking like a bit of a rinse and repeat here. How many flashes do they have? They have 2 flashes. 2 in mid as well. Plopsky and Forrest in mid here for NIP. And really, Lekro trying to sell this fake over towards B. So they're trying to pull him out of position. But Kenny, once again, is holding that short catwalk part of the map. He is going to ruin them if they... Oh, he holds it! He gives up on the hold, rather, and falls in, and now he is vulnerable. Amanek finds Plopsky. 2-man advantage now for G2. Lekro can't catch Nexa off guard either.
Yeah, this is getting awkward for both sides. 5-on-3 still for G2, but the bomb's planted towards A, and Rez, we know he can be absolutely deadly in these positions. Lekro's gone for the long flank, though. He'll be in towards that B bomb side. Needs to start nailing some shots now. That gives up his position. Has he suggested it's going to be a B plan, though? No, they haven't taken that bait, and it will be Twist, who will be with the Desert Eagle. Look for multiple frags, can't get anything done. Really up to Rez at this point. Needs at least 2 kills here towards short. Up against York Kenny, can't do it. And Lekro, they know exactly where he is. It was a decent effort, but G2 are looking solid here on Dust 2.
Yeah, they are looking very good, very dialed in. Just a little lack of discipline there from Kenny pulling off that angle.
Yeah.
When all of his teammates are still alive, they've still got control of the situation. He needs to be holding that spot and not trying to rotate through CT. But they recover and they get the job done. And those are the kinds of things that perhaps you can iron out as it goes on here.
I think he just assumed it was the B split coming in. His teammates are pushed out long. There was a mid smoke down towards CT spawn, and he was just right, I'm going to go back at the boys and B. You're absolutely right. There wasn't much need to. They had a decent control of that situation, but they still win the round in pretty clean manner as well, and it will lead to a partial bye here for NIP as they lose 3 rounds in a row. 3-3 overall. Xbox smoke down. Very common approach to try and get up towards short. Trade out at least 1 kill, get that bomb planted. See if this is going to be a successful one for them. I've seen them win rounds with less here this tournament so far. These could be on the cards as well. Xbox smoke you'll see pretty much every single round to take vision away from the CTs. Don't have to use it though.
Once again into the default approach here for NIP. All right, with Deegs though, they can still hit headshots. They're still a threat. So G2 can't really be peeking aggressively here. They run the risk of dropping guns, and so they are holding passive. Kenny once again, his usual spot. I still just think of this as the Stark spot for whatever reason. That's old, but...
That's a throwback and a half.
It's a real throwback, but Starks have had like a dominant map from this position way back, way back, and so unconsciously I'm always thinking of it that. But Kenny right now holding the spot, looking for the shot, gonna hit it. Picture perfect, looking for the follow-up, not quite, but he's done his job. He's picked up that one.
Will they get the plan down, though? That's all they want here. And with damn. Okay, well, Flops gets his head taken off. Luckily for Nip, that wasn't the planter. Reds gets the plant in, and at this point, no need to panic here. To get together, flash in, trade out the kills. Shouldn't be anything really going against him. Maybe a couple. Rez, oh my goodness, that's going to be a 3-on-3 very quickly.
There's Hunter moving in. Down to 2 here for Nip. Trying to push in. Nice flank here from Rez, but he's alone. 1v2. Rifle superiority playing out here for G2, but Rez capable of clutching it. Not going to do it. Quad kill for Rez in the round. Oh, no. How did I see 4? 3, but still. Solid round there for Rez.
Could have been the 4, but a little bit too difficult on the last player that Amanek will be stepping up.
Won't make it. Expensive.
Yeah, that is a very expensive round considering he didn't recover the AWP, you're right. That was looking like a clinical one. It was 5-on-3. Kenny gets the first 2 picks. All of a sudden, the Deagles find 2 headshots. Low HP comes in, and it comes down to a 1 versus 1. That's a nightmare for G2. They still win it, but at what cost? Look at the reinvestments required now. Amanek, Hunter down to 0. Kenny, 1,400. Next to 500. So a must-win round now, really. And IP have a chance to get right back in this after losing 4 in a row.
Oh, change of pace? No. 5 point for NIP. But when I'm saying 5 points, I mean essentially that they're just holding everywhere on the T side. Yeah. They're just holding all across the map, waiting for somebody on G2 to get greedy, and Kenny catches Twist. That's what you're waiting for. Tough break there for Twist. He even had an off angle, or at least wasn't in the usual spot. Boys trying to trade it back, but they're too quick to back off. G2 not throwing this away. No repeaks on their side. I'm liking the discipline from G2. So once they have that opening pick, nobody else is really peeking. Nobody else is really trying to make a play. Kind of refreshing after MIBR.
Yeah, there were some interesting moments that one.
But still. G2 now with a huge edge in this round. Although You got to give it to NIP. They are very good at managing their grenades. They have them late in the round, but now they really need to get maximum value here. 40 seconds on the clock. You're going to have to go. It's looking like it's going to be another A-site play here. Kenny falling back to his usual spot. He is going to be in position. This is on Rez. If Rez can remove Jax.
It's all about maintaining this pressure towards long. You can't allow Kenny to feel comfortable when they make their commitment towards A. At least got to flash it off.
There it is. Now Kenny's in a tight spot. Pushing up, and there it is. Rez, Lekra working together, forcing Kenny back, and this should be a flawless round for NIP now at this point. Hunter coming in. Hunter with the headshot on Forrest, though, turns it into a 2-on-2.
Time.
8 seconds, and the plant is happening. They will get the bomb planted. Amanek still in the mix, rotating over from B. And a flash over. Plofsky turns in time, wins the duel. No, Amanek takes it. 1v2 now. Rez all on him. He knows that one is in CT, but they've dropped down. They're going to double up, and maybe this is going to catch Rez off guard. Have to move together. One of them's got a kit. Amanek's got the kit. Now let's see it. Face together. Hunter running out in front, and that tough break there for G2.
Yeah, there's not really much they could do there. They did try to swing out together. They were fixated towards long, assuming the plan was there for Rez with the Krieg, but he was so aware, seemed to be given the information, they were sticking together, and at this point, just ready and waiting for the second player, Amanek. Not much you can do about that one, I'm afraid, and it will be a big round for NIP to pick up, mainly due to the finances. We talked about it. That was G2 after losing. They won the round. They lost 4 players against the Pistols, brought them to breaking point in the next gun round. If they lost that, they'd find themselves in this position right here. 4-4, and they have about $2,000 per player. It'll be a tactical timeout for the first time from G2. Don't really have much to say about this round. They don't have enough to really partial buy, or too little to take a full eco. So maybe some P250s at the most. There's a Deagle.
Yeah, Deagle from Jax.
Anything else?
I would like, yeah, because Kenny's going to try and save for the op. So this is, I guess this is all right here from Jax. Deag into the fight. Maybe he gets a headshot somewhere. He's holding it long, or no, he's at catwalk right now. Oh, there's the golden opportunity. 2 shots. He hits one, but that's not the one he was looking for. And that ends it here. A defense has been overwhelmed on the side of G2, and NIP putting themselves in a position to take the lead in the series once again, 4-4.
Best plan he can get. Might as well. Round's guaranteed anyway. Hunter and Amanek on the other side of the map. Nice clinical stuff here from NIP.
Yeah, super solid for NIP. Keeping all 5 alive here in an anti-eco, that's exactly what you need to be doing.
Yeah, G2 couldn't do that before, and that's what led them to this problematic position. No reason to hunt. You've already confirmed they've got USPs. Stick together. Everyone go save your guns in the pit, please. You can see the bomb, that plant they've got on top of the box. If you can get that down, it means you can sit in the pit, and to defuse the bomb, you actually have to be looking up at the C4 itself, and then you can just watch it from the pit. It's like, there you go. So can you imagine you have to look, have your back turned to the pit to even touch the defuse. It's so OP if you can get it down in a gun round, but obviously the chance of getting that plant down in a normal gun round is very difficult.
Excuse me. What do we got? Not enough. Oh, we could get a glass cannon?
It's not worth it.
I think you're right. Go for the half buy.
Yeah, like it's early days here. It's your pick. If you're that confident in your ability to win this, you shouldn't be forcing this one. So Scouts and Deagles, that's about fine. You can win these rounds. So Pistols, armor, Scouts. It's frustrating considering you just took a pretty much full eco. But now you get a partial buy. Flashes over towards long. They won't have much in return here on the... Oh, they've got the grenades in. That's actually not bad at all. That will push them back. And that's going to damage up Boris and Plopsky for the Scouts, but B is pretty much open. They detected 3 nades towards long somewhere, so that's why they can just say, right, we know they're on low buy. There's 3 nades towards long. Chances are B is going to be relatively open, which it is. Plopsky probably goes down here. The Krieg, very difficult to control that sort of range, especially when you've committed to the spray. They're going to try and save that Krieg, I'd imagine. Unlikely they can win this, but might as well give it a go, see what's available to them. This should be getting the hell out of there already, but we'll see what he can do with this.
It's really, well, they're going to get rid of the Scouts anyways next round, so I suppose why not see if you can get some value with them.
Yeah, there you go. They can upgrade that now to a rifle.
So solid work here from G2 actually, all things considered. Now you've got an AK, you've got a Krieg for the next round. Nexa just don't even peek. Takes the shot.
That's a good one. And they both survived the blast as well. I'm not sure that was quite calculated. Forrest down to 2 as he took a bit of damage there from the bullets, but he'll take it all day long. 6-4. Nothing taken into the next round, but they were going to be full buy regardless, but it'll be M4s for G2. There is a Hunter AK-47, save for the previous round. Kenny has his glass cannon. Suggests he spent a bit too much cash, Semler, in the previous round with that scout. Long spawn, though. Who gets it? That will be Forrest. He does not have the AWP, but he's got the Krieg, as good as. Flashes over. Does he want to fully commit? Looks like he absolutely does. He's getting out there. Fully blind now, however. He'll be going down. Somehow survives. He can't believe his luck.
Okay, now he takes damage, but he got through there. Oh, unreal. Flopsky's here. Flopsky not going to get the double, but Twist finds a kill on Nexa to trade, but the bomb!
Oh, no.
Disaster!
Oh, Hunter knows what to do with this one. Reposition's got a kill here. Really well played. Super strong stuff. Round should be over at this point. Twist locked out. Leklo shot in the back. Excellent work from G2. As soon as they get that bomb, they pounce on top of it. Hunter digs his claws in, and at that point gets himself 2 kills, and he wants to keep pushing here. Might even go towards T-spawn to get a bird's eye view of middle. I think that's the case. Twist left. They'll know he has the AWP. Needs to be very careful still. Every kill he gets will get him 1 step closer towards that bomb. Has a minute on the clock. Hunter's decent position there all the way in T-spawn. Bomb's still down. I don't see a world where he gets close to it. He's just hoping for reactive play from the CTs. And they're pushing B, but they've set up a real nice positional control situation there. You can see they've actually got player in towards A, pit with the bomb, and then top of middle just to protect that long player. Nothing can really go wrong here. So you have Amanek watching towards a short position. You have his teammate watching CT spawn. And then making sure no one can get the long doors is Hunter.
Good discipline on both sides, actually, here. If Twist survives this, his team needs it. They don't have a loss bonus, so he needs to be able to drop a couple rifles here to get a full buy for his team. And then same to be said for G2. Everybody's broke right now on the side of G2. You need these 3 guns just to live. So I'm glad that they're not even out hunting. Just wait out the round. Gentleman's handshake on this one. Gentleman's agreement. We're not hunting you. You don't hunt us. Everybody saves. And this is how it should go. Instead of hunting for frags, you play for the money. And so we will have fairly decent buys here for both teams, and it's looking like we will get a tactical timeout here called by NIP.
Yeah, well, Long does lend itself to spawn-based gameplay. Forrest tried it, somehow got towards that blue bin undetected, but then all hell broke loose as the bomb went down, and at that point, smokes deployed and everything just fell apart in the blink of an eye.
Well, it really does feel like that's the linchpin right now of the map.
Yeah.
Long control, that early nade game, that first pick that's coming through. G2 are hammering it every round.
It's something that's wrong with the map. Like, Chad's been talking about this recently. If you could just move the spawns back and remove that long spawn in the T side, just to not make that an element so more, I think it'd make it a much more tactical map in general. Because like right now, if you get the long spawn, like I cast this map all the time. Like 90% of the time, they'll take it. Like it doesn't matter who it is, what weapon you have, you'll throw them an AWP.
So Twist is going 9 times out of 10 right now?
If he has the best spawn, then yeah. So like he does, yeah, right. So he does. He's definitely gonna go for this long pick because it's a bit broken. It's like you jump over this wall. That's the old French way of doing it. They found out it's like you get like a 0.1 second advantage, and you just take it every single time. And it's like, sure, that's definitely the right way to do it, but like it makes the map a bit boring. Like it doesn't give it much tactical excitement, you know. But Jax is ready for it. And we are going to see Twist going down 5-on-4, and that's the AWP removed. So NIP, that's the thing, is your whole round's based on that one pick at that stage. If it goes well, sure, you might win the round, but if you lose it because of the utility thrown back in response, you just lost a player and the AWP, and it makes the round quite stale. Difficult to recover now. They're going to transition over towards B. There's 3 players on that side of the map. Go down the tunnel deep. Buys G2 some time. They've got Hunter inside the right. These bombs are being baited. You can see Amanek's happy to fire off shots here, suggesting he's at the back. Might do a bit of damage as well. He's done like 100 there. Brutal. AK-47 bullet through the smoke. That's going to push him right back. You know what? Let's not go there, boys. Not working out for us. Didn't like the B-bomb site anyway. A's where it's at.
And Jax has just been patiently waiting this entire time.
Yeah.
He hasn't even moved. He's just been sitting right here. That AWP is out in the open as well.
The most commonly overlooked position in all of CSGO is this blue box along. And it might happen again because Yorp, as you mentioned, baiting him in. It'll cause chaos with 30 seconds remaining. Oh, the timing, though.
That's so unfortunate for Kenny. Oh, and that's so unfortunate for Jax.
Yeah, but now they just need to run the clock down. 25 seconds. Kenny just needs to get at least one of these, and it should be enough. He needs rotations, though, quickly. Oh, they're taking their time. He's got enough to do something with this now.
Surprise.
Well done. Very well done from G2. Well read, calm, controlled. NIP there, unable to break through. And that's all down to what we talked about at the start of the round, that long spawn. If you commit to it and it doesn't work out, it just puts you in a position where we've lost the man advantage straight away. Not really much can be done here, and they didn't overlook the long position. The timing was a bit off for G2. Kenny fell back, but still, he gets one from the blue bin before he went down. That bought so much time for rotations there. Kenny S tucks himself in the corner, got the all-important frag, denied the plant, and now it's 6-6 of NIP. The Eagles, PT-50s, no armor. 3 smokes, probably a B split here of some variety, but Kenny S, he's going to get one here. It's a difficult shot if they approach it correctly, which they do not. Forrest will just walk into the cross-tap.
HE goes off as well. I'm wondering, actually, what I noticed is at Malmo is that Fnatic now have Nip's mental coach. So he's changed sides. Nip no longer have the performance coach that they had before. He's gone over to Fnatic. Can we attribute the sudden return of Fnatic form?
Maybe you could. You could write an article about it.
Be an interesting conversation. He's an interesting guy to talk to as well. Hit a spray and pray. G2 getting a bit greedy. They should tighten up again here. Bomb dropped in the middle of the nowhere, and guess who's up top? Jax. Oh, nightmare fuel here. Nightmare for Lekro.
I thought he was going to hit that one. Rez trying to take care of business in T-Spawn. He'll go back with a CZ. He has got 89 HP. Jax those repositioned towards the top and middle. Will he be able to find the penultimate frags here? Lekro's so low. 35 seconds now. NIP starting to drop off somewhat. Did get 3 rounds in a row, but they're going to receive equal treatment here as G2 take the lead. This will be their third. Lekro just waiting to die at this point. Might get one. Not going to happen. G2, this is a very good CT side from them. If current trends are anything to go by, T sides always seem to be winning almost in double digits. Pretty much every time it's a evenly contested matchup. Long swarm this time for Twist again, Semler. So keep your eye on that. Jump over the wall, make your way towards long, hopefully beat the utility and get at least one shot in. But it hasn't really worked out for them so far. But like I said, they'll always take it if there's a chance.
And Twist again.
Yes, it's fortunate it's him. Your sniper with the AWP in hand gets that spawn. This time a bit more comfortable. CTs will smoke the doors, and it's a boost behind the blue bin on the T side. So they've given in.
G2 aren't sleeping on this. They've got the 3 that held long, but they've already pushed upper halls.
That's such a good point. We talk about Dust too, and it's reactive play. They've given up long control, and the amount of grenades that NIP had to expend, getting that long control, you can get a calculated guess as to whether they're going to have 3 or 4 players there. And they've taken that risk and pushed up a B. That's so vital. You haven't got any kills in this. The fact you've got players in T-spawn, and you're almost locking the door behind those long areas because there's no way they can go back towards middle now. You're getting players in towards T-spawn. You know they're going towards A.
Can we look at Amanek real quick? What
I was about to say,
holding?
he's holding in T-spawn for anyone
Thank
rotating back.
observers.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay. This is, well, they're locked in. He's going to have a very quick flank through long now, and if they were to try to wrap back, this is brutal now for Nip. They're running into a blender.
Which it might be the wrap back. This could be a massive play from Amanek here. We'll see. The bomb's going to be committing, so it looks like to be an A finish. 35 seconds. They don't want to run the clock down any further than they have to. Lekro, he'll be going forward next to though. Dirty angle here of the M4. Looking to get one, drop down, just hide away. Oh, it's good work, but it's going to be NIP with the man advantage.
Jack's on the edge now. Hunter. Rez has just been hitting everything. Sheer raw firepower, and now it's kind of fallen apart here for G2. They had the read on the situation. They're not hitting their shots. And Amanek, there's a 4v5 there for his teammates. And unfortunately, his flank is just not going to pay off. Pretty sure you heard the steps mid as well, so he knows that somebody's hot on his heels, and he is going to go into it. Nice clean shot there, at least.
Damn, NIP.
Yeah, you got to give it to Rez, though. 2 big kills to lead on their way onto the site. That was key.
Yeah, absolutely. So an interesting round there. NIP, once again, using that long spawn we've talked about so much before. And this time works out very nicely for them. They get the long control. GT did everything correct, though. They pushed them towards B. They had everything under their remit that wasn't long. Maybe Amanek's positioning, it was intelligent, but might have wanted to apply a bit more pressure towards long while they were committing there. Wasn't really part of the duels. His teammates unable to fend off Rez, who's such a brilliant Dust 2 player. Especially gets that Krieg in his hand and he gets some space towards the A-bomb side. You'll see a lot of that. Round 15, though, been a relatively quick one. Twisted the spawn again. Are you kidding? This is going to be another attempt to get out, and they're taking a lot of damage through the flames here. Rez might just burn to a crisp 1 HP.
Kidding me?
Twist will get the first kill. They'll boost Rez up. He does manage to survive for a little bit there. Pretty more than what he was worth. 3 versus 3. Hunter only with the SMG now. Surely can't find another frag. He cannot, but he gets the headshot towards Twist. That's his third of the round.
Yeah.
I know where Kenny is. Always towards that A side for us. This is brave and intelligent. He knows what a ruckus they've caused on that side of the map. Of course, there's going to be a rotation here. He's confirmed. Boys, you know what to do. Get that bomb over here. It's outside the long doors for now, and Twist is waiting for a retake in this position. Nails it. He's going for the ace at this point. Falls back. The last one's there as well. What a brilliant ace that is. Twist has had one hell of a tournament, Sam. You've got to be impressed with that.
Yeah, he has really stepped it up. And, well, in order for all of us to step it up, Henry, we need to run a commercial break. Guys, we'll be right back. And we're ready with the second half of Dust 2. 8-7 was the score of the first half. Nip in the lead. Now we're going to flip. But Twist, he ended it in fine style. An ace on his side, even going back to the op just because it feels right.
It does, doesn't it? It looks good too. Wasn't the best half for him. That was actually his 12th kill after getting an ace in the final round, but it was a beautiful way to end things, and it will build his confidence going into the CT side where he really has to perform. That's where the AWPers have to show their worth. Kenny S had some good moments, didn't exactly set the scoreboard on fire. He got 11. It was a solid showing. After they lost the pistol as well, they'll be happy with that. That's a decent CT showing. They'll be very confident. Considering it's their map pick, they can bring this one around, but so will NIP. Rez is looking on red hot form once again. 16 kills for him. So good at those rifles. Always so efficient. As we move into a very important pistol round here. What will the play be from G2? We'll have a look at their buys, see if we can work it out. Looks likely to be some sort of B play with the 2 smokes and flashbangs. Could be a little split on the agenda, but who knows? It could be Long as well. Long is very favored by a lot of the French teams. Maybe not so much in this G2 iteration. I haven't casted much of them on Dust 2, but they used to double smoke the crossover more often than not, flash over and try and get control. But it's going to be a different approach this time. Smoke down towards Xbox, and then Kenny has to patrol Long, but that's where Rez will be probing with his USP, trying to open things up.
Does he hit the shot? The duel. Thrust and riposte, and they managed to stay even, and now it's going to be on Lekro to hit some headshots here as they push out onto A. Quick plays coming in here from G2. Straight up short onto the site. Nobody seems to be able to hit a shot here. It's G2 getting whittled down, and finally Jax able to find a headshot on Lekro. Man advantage now for G2. Bomb planted. Time's going to be a ticking here. Rez doing the best he can to fight back for us. He gets clobbered. It's Plopsky and Rez, last 2 alive here for NIP in a 2v4 retake scenario. Bit of a tall ask here, even for Rez, who's just been crushing throughout the first half.
Damn, it looks like it's all lost for NIP, sorry. Tilly getting some consolation kills. Kenny S getting fired up now. 3 kills. And there it is, 8-8. At this stage, we will have the choice for NIP to force into this one. There's a Deagle purchase for Twist. Considering he's the AWPer, that's quite the purchase. He's got an HE as well. They're going to fully go for it, but looks of things. Forrest, Plopsky, and Lekro confirm. They are very handy with the Desert Eagles here. Rez will join them. Twist will say $1,000, considering he's the sniper. He's getting the extra cash going forward. Scout for Kenny. 3 MAC-10s against Deagle and Armor.
It's an interesting decision.
I'm not a fan of it. Against Deagles and Helmets, you can struggle. MAC-10s aren't as effective, especially if they position correctly at range of those pistols.
You're going to need, yeah, you need Hunter and Kenny to really do well here with the AK. Hunter's had a very rough first half. Everybody in double digits for G2, but Hunter sitting on 6 right now. Did manage to get a couple in that pistol, looks like. So maybe he's warming up here on the T side. We'll need some plays from him with that AK to balance out his Deagles on the side of NIP. Flash up to top cat just to get things cleared up. So we've got map control now pretty much set for G2. Does look like Longhouse has been left alone though, so they will have to worry about that at some point. Twist is currently hanging out here just waiting, but it may just be rinse and repeat from the pistol round. Straight up catwalk, run and gun, blaze away with the MAC-10s. Frustrating incendiary, but they can get around it if they so choose, G2. I think there's a gap in the smoke as well. Rez is holding close with the Deag. Yeah, there is. It's not a perfect one. Really hard to do that. And here it is. First shot attempt. Not going to get it. Oh, Kenny. Not going to let him take a second shot either. Hunter's there point blank with the AK. And this is shaping up nicely here. One shot in from Twist on Jax, but it is Forrest and Plopsky. Last 2 alive once again here for NIP. This A defense is getting clobbered right now, Henry.
Yeah, that was the force buy as well. They don't really make much of a dent further than a kill towards Jax. That's about it. They came in with the MAC-10s, and they certainly made it work. Kenny S with the Scouts as well gets a lovely headshot, and that's job done. NIP with no choice but to save the 2 Deagles here. Forrest and Plopsky will have a flashbang. Helmets and Deagles as they hold outside the B tunnels, but G2 don't really have to hunt, as we all know. They'll just be holding up and making sure there's no one holding the extremities of the map. Next up, we'll be having a look around. If anyone's going to get the kills, it should be him. Losing the MAC-10 is not a huge deal, but they'll be up against the pistols next round with no armor. So definitely wants to hold on to them. Doesn't want to be throwing it away.
You don't want to be giving it away. Opportunity to make some Skrilla.
Yeah, absolutely true. Well then.
Very calm and composed on the G2 side, though.
Indeed, a new international look here. Taking a couple of players from the crazy lineup who did so well at the Berlin Major next, and now the in-game leader, bringing a bit of extra firepower in the form of Hunter, a fresh approach, international flair, and actually looking pretty convincing. Considering the little amount of time they've been together, we have been impressed with what they've been showing us so far, although it's been a bit chaotic at times, and the more tactical maps like Train, for example, against Avangard, though they won, it was certainly not convincing, I'll say that much.
That was a slog. That was just, and they got it by the skin of their teeth, man.
Yeah.
Very low adaptation, very low in terms of, yeah, there are quite a few things on the more tactical maps to work out.
That's what we had next, Overpass. So
Overpass,
need
yeah.
this.
It's going to be fun. Very curious to see what they've got in store for us there. But we have to get there first, and so far it's still early days in the second half. 9 rounds on the board for G2, 8 for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and we've got a minute 15 in the round with G2 getting control of Catwalk. So G2 seem to have a system so far, at least in these first few rounds, which is get that cat control, maintain control outside of long to stop any pushes, and clear upper dark. So now we've got that map control that's going to allow them to set up and go wherever they want, really. We could just rinse and repeat again. Why not? Go straight up catwalk. It's worked so far.
Yeah, absolutely true. This time just the pistols against no scouts. No safe Eagles. Sure, they'll be difficult to take down. Twist has got one of them, but no Kevlar for himself. Smoke at the crossover. He saw where it came from. That was short. As they set up their final play here. Just want to stick together, have one person watching the flanks. That will be Amanek with the MAC-10. Perfect. We don't want to mow them down. They've bought themselves decent space. Twist had to get a quick headshot there. He's got one more chance. Not going to realize it. And then at this point, bomb down, round over. And at this point, it's managing the situation. GT want to make sure they keep everyone alive here. If anyone does go down, you want to go swinging with that MAC-10 and take a couple with them.
And as we wait for Nip to get in position, update on the second stream. Evil Geniuses, they've taken the first map of Mirage versus Furia, 16-12.
Pretty respectable scoreline there.
And they've moved into trade now. Furia on T side in the lead, but Evil Genius is fighting back. So,
yeah, Furia are no joke on train. So that could be an interesting matchup.
Nice to have these simultaneous games, though.
We've got a bit of a quieter game over here. A bit more subdued, Semler.
What?
You good? Did you just shut down the game?
We're no longer in the game. How did that happen?
Well, you were buggering around a bit, and it seemed to have disappeared, so that's all I can see. I'll fix it.
How's that happen? That's an old bug.
I think that's just a crash.
Yeah. For shame. I only alt-tabbed, I swear. I didn't alt-tab 4.
We've lost the IP now. I'm not going to be happy. That's what I'm going to say. Let's see what we've got up.
We've probably lost it now.
No, I always copy and paste it. I know what I'm doing.
You're not a nub.
There you go.
There we go. Ah, man, look at that veteran commentator here.
Yeah, not my first rodeo. Well then, here we go. Speaking of which, this is a Dust 2 veteran. And a more iconic duo, Kenny S and the AWP on Dust 2. We'll see what can be done. He'll be in towards the drop-down area of T-Spawn. MAC-10 there still for Amanek. That's perfectly fine, though. 3 players without helmets. That's a dream scenario, especially on a brawly map like Dust 2. Throw him in through some smokes. If he can catch someone off guard and get a quick bullet to the head from that MAC-10, it's an instant kill. Double digits for G2 at this stage. Just feeling out the map right now. They know they have a huge advantage. If you force bind that second on the CT side, you are sacrificing valuable bits of kit going into this first gun round. 1 defuse kit, an AWP with no helmet, and now just 1 smoke remaining with a few flashbangs. It's going to be difficult to hold this one off.
Twist, this is it. Time to shine. One goes by. Didn't see the second. And this is going to shape up into a long take for G2.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to drop players down with those MAC-10s potentially towards CT if possible. Once they've got long control, that is, it'll be Rez, who's been looking so strong with that rifle. Holding the pip. Twist does have the AWP, but he's going to be overwhelmed here. Has to go back towards the car. Here come the MAC-10s. Good shot. Opens things up.
Must win there. Rez trading 1 for 1. Maintains the advantage for his team. Twist point blank whips around. Takes down Jax. Oh, this is huge. Twist is having an excellent performance today.
And he's got out as well. He's just going to hold that bomb, which is down. He's got a massive advantage. Even if Kenny recovers the bomb, what's he do with it? He's got 10 seconds remaining. He needs to survive now. Ideally get out of the long position if he can and head towards T-Spawn. And that's where Plopsky's going as well. So really not looking good. We'll just have to hold the long doors and hope for the best. It looks like he's okay. Correct decision. 15 kills now, holds onto the AWP. Their money's absolutely fine. Remember, they had MAC-10s there. So this was one of those rounds where, sure, if you can win it, it's a massive asset going forward, but not a huge deal. Hopefully make a bit more of a dent than 1 kill, maybe get a bomb plant down. Hits Twister. This was remarkable. He barely even saw that first one. Then they're spinning around with the AWP. They can't believe it. And calm down. Yeah, Alex is like, come on, son. You're all right. We're still winning. We've got this. It's through the door. No damage inflicted. Kenny S versus Twist. What a battle that's going to be. Twist is looking great.
Let's see it. Some of the vintage opping on the legendary opping map. The ops really do seem to be settled in at long car. That is the spot. Surprised that we don't see more double op on CT defense.
Ideally, you should. Depends on the team, I suppose, but it does cost a lot of money, and it would be Forrest to pick up that secondary AWP for an IP. So if he gets in a position where they've got like a few rounds in a row, there's an AWP to pick up, he'll certainly get it, but it's not a requirement for them.
I see.
It just means you can have that secondary AWP towards the B bomb side, a bit more like a turret, either at the back platform or the window. It's a really nice setup, but certainly has its vulnerabilities as well. Team like NIP might even just be more comfortable without. We'll see as the game progresses. We're getting to the bookend of it now, though. Getting up to double digits on either side. NIP would like to post theirs. And he's running quite thin on either side here. This will be a big round. 40 seconds remaining. Looks likely tends to be a B split here. We have got Amanek, who just missed the smoke, I believe, without the flashy through. Might have been the flashbang. He's okay. He'll throw the dribble smoke now outside of the B tunnels there, and the B split looking very likely.
Let's see.
It's going to be through.
They've got 3 on this side, though, Nip. They've read it. Got to get some value. Lekro holding close doors. Do we have a fresh smoke going down in CT? We do. A follow-up. He's going to be at Forest. He's spotting. Sees him. There's the shot. 1 tap on Jax. He was already lit. Now it's on Lekro. Lekro gets his head taken off immediately, but Forest swings wide, drops the bomb, and 10 seconds left, and he wins it. Forest! There we go.
That is pretty brilliant from him. I love that from Forest. As soon as his teammate was in trouble, he knows he has to pounce. He has to swing outside those doors and stop them entering the bomb site. The timing wasn't there for G2. The clock was running thin. He gets 2. The second shot was magnificent as well. And he knows exactly where the last player is going to be. That B split was very well telegraphed. He comes flying back in there, even while he's jumping, calmly taps him down. And when Forest gets going like that, you're in a lot of trouble. He has been stellar this tournament. He has been influential in their success. As we mentioned earlier, the tournament like Berlin Major was his worst tournament ever in his CSGO career. I kind of thought, is this it? Is this the last we see of him? Has he finally dropped off? But no, he's been putting in the man hours in, and the proof is in the pudding.
Proof is in him getting a quad kill that round. Only denied because Kenny jealously held on to his AWP.
Yeah,
Did not want to donate it to the Forest Fund. Come on. Charity, it's important.
Well then, double digits have been found.
Buddy, what is going on? What? I'm assuming that's EG winning. I just heard Tarek hoot.
No, that's
no, that was
Pyjamas
Nip.
as well.
That was Nip shouting coming in there. That means like, come on, boys. But
how do you know that? Well, I guess you live in Sweden.
Well, I do live in Sweden.
You picked up a couple of things.
And Nip have.
This does not look good at all. Next is that I think they'll save already. NIP were just like, oh, actually, that might change things up. They were actually just falling back straight up. Whoa. There's a chance now. Yeah, might as well go over. The fact it's gone to a 4-on-4, they were repositioning to fall back. Money's not great, and this is such a difficult retake. But now, the Orba Kenny S, damn, that's quite the statement. That might be like, boys, you ain't coming in here. Yeah, that was like, you know what, fair play. Respect. You can have that one.
Twist with 1 HP, Jax with 2 HP.
Classic B-Rush Summer. Sometimes that's all it takes.
And I was just thinking too, but whatever. Back to EG, they're currently pummeling Furia on T side, so we're getting some Tarek action over there. Yeah, I'm wondering because G2 that's a couple times now where they've run out of time on the clock. So I'm kind of glad to see them just change up the pace and get in there fast and put some pressure on because Nipple have maybe gotten complacent. Right, everything's so slow. Start taking a nap, thinking some rest is a good idea. It's hot over here, you know. Eyes start drooping.
It's quite hot over here.
But that's G2, 11-10. Big round for them to win. Means they're going to be fully bought up for this round. Emanek is going to hold on to the MAC-10, so we might see him as the sacrificial lamb here.
Yeah, that's that snowball effect coming right in. And that's another change Chad was calling for. If he can change the way the B doors are looking in toward the bomb site, at least retaking that site wouldn't be such a nightmare. If the doors could actually have vision towards the tunnels instead of the other way around,
right.
Tees couldn't just have such a clean run at it, and the retake might actually be possible. That's a call we've all been changing. That's a change we've all been calling for like the last 4 years or something, and for some reason just not coming through. That's the way it was in 1.6 in Source. They just changed it for CSGO for whatever reason. Thought it'd be fun.
It's just Rorschach. You know, that's the CSGO devs. You're reaching
yeah,
up, calling out for help. The CSGO devs look down and say, no.
Well, fast up towards shore. The bomb will be planted here. No problem. NIP touching at straws here, but that grenade is decent. Is that denying the plant? Not quite, but it does take Emanek out of the situation. And it will be now a chance to fall back. Can they fend off the ensuing CTs from long? There's so many of them. Twist looking to land shots to the AWP, but it's him going down to the hand of the AK-47. There are kits available to smoke as well, but they need control of the bomb site first. Kenny S knows it. Waiting for players jumping up towards the site, and now his chance to strike. The flick does not connect, and I think he's in trouble. Pops is coming behind him. That's a guaranteed frag. And next up, could do nothing about it. It's going to be NIP reclaiming the site. Forest once again, Semler. 3 kills to his name. He is coming to life here.
Yeah, he's jumping up. He's up to 12 kills now, and they get the double up and play. Pretty sure G2 are going to be aware of that, though, so we'll see how they decide to react to this. As Forrest will be dropping a rifle for a teammate, getting some nades going as well. Nip should be fully bought up and ready to kick some ass.
Oh, he said it. Are you okay?
I had to hesitate for a second there. But I got it out there, Henry.
The Thor police are on their way, dude. Be careful.
It's scary. It's scary. 11-11.
Well then. AWPs and another B rush. Let's get stuck in, boys. The MAC-10s, they're coming for you. And it will be the opening frag. Forrest with the AWP. He needs at least one. He can't let them have full control. Kenny S holds the flanks here. This has got to be a round done. Forrest trying to pull one back, but he's still stuck in an absolute nightmare. Bomb planted. It's the B rush again with a couple of flashes off the back of it. That works out so nicely. Kenny S from middle just to get the rotating kills as well. Big, big round from G2.
Yeah, fighting right back. But if they can save both ops here, NIP, do you reckon it's because he saves both ops? They're like, well, Forrest, you usually
honestly,
take the second op.
It's not. I wish it was that nuanced. It's just because.
It's just YOLO.
It's just because, like, the analysts were talking about this, I think, 2 days ago. The B bomb side, like, it's such a 50-50. It just comes down to if you hit that first shot as a CT, if you miss one shot and they've sent a B rush in at this level, like, if they just get one kill, it's just round over. You can't retake it. So sometimes you got a couple of good flashes. There's one you can bounce off the cubby, and you bounce one off the tunnel, one of the cubby. If he just flashes them, or they've got a nade in their hand, you get one kill. It's just enough to win a round, and that's just the tragedy of Dust 2 in a way. It needs a few changes. That's all it needs, because it has lost some of its great characteristics, because those sort of rounds happen way too often and they're very successful. Even the best teams in the world, you see Liquid really struggling against CZ's rushing B as well. There's just not really much you can do. You can throw the incendiaries, they get extinguished, they flash, and they've extinguished them, you can't see the flashes coming. It's just a bit of a nightmare sometimes. That's why Dust 2 is not as beloved as it used to be.
I mean, yeah. Brain is on the fritz here, Henry, for a second. Got to reboot. Let's see. This will be the quicker take here from G2. Finally starting to pick up the tempo, G2. A couple of rounds in a row now where there's going to be all-out aggression. Very early on, under pressure here, NIP. Nobody taking any damage yet, though, and Twist still here with the op. Rez is going to win the duel, and Twist finds the follow-up on Jax. Getting bogged down is the last thing you want on Catwalk. You are so exposed up here, so many angles. Nexa finds one. This is a must-win here for Plopsky. Going to force him back. Kenny under pressure, but it's Animanek and Kenny. And they've done so much damage to the CT side in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it might all be in vain at this point. Oh, nice positioning from Amanek. You just see the toes of a low HP Rez. Now he's got a real chance of winning this, though. Twist needs to be very careful. Try and run the clock down if possible. They have got him isolated. It always controlled by Plopsky, but only has the FAMAS and low HP. He'll go down here. Oh, it's a great shot. He shouldn't have been winning that.
Whiffed completely.
Yeah, just one bullet required in this general direction, and it doesn't happen. It looked like Plopsky was in a lot of trouble there. And there's the double orb setup, picked up finally by NIP. So Forrest, he'll probably want to position himself now like in the window instead of in the bomb site. If they're vulnerable to those rushes, you need someone in there kind of scrapping close range for you, and then Forrest duck and weave from the flashes from the window position. It seems like they're too vulnerable. They have low money again. Do you think G2 have the audacity just to rush B again? Could they do it?
I would love to see it.
Just one more time. Another victory of MAC-10s
well.
and pistols.
And if Forrest is going to have that op over there,
yeah.
you only have one rifle that you have to deal with, or one thing that can spit a bunch of bullets at you have to deal with. So if you're going on a weird half-buy, just do it. Just do it. I mean, you don't even have that terrible a spawn for it either.
Surely. We'll see, though. Oh, they're buying
It's
into
looking
it.
like long to me right now.
Oh, this is quite the commitment. Have they gone all in?
They have.
It hasn't. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Let's go, boys.
This could be a turning point in the game. They are going to send Hunter towards B. I think he's going to suggest they're doing the B thing again. Not at all. Wow, just into a bit more of a default with pistols here. Firing off Glocks to suggest we've got nothing else but Glocks, boys. Don't worry about us. Just a few Glocks here, nothing to see.
They've only shown Deagle and Glock sounds.
Yeah. That's all part of the plan.
So this is definitely, this could bait Nip into being a bit more aggressive than they would need to be here. Curious, because look at how close Lekro is holding. Well, he's got the MP9. They have CZ? Yeah, they do. Run boost. Clever! Hunter with the headshot on Rez. That's the heavy hitter gone for NIP. And even managing to pick up the follow-up. Lekro under pressure at long. This is where the bomb is, though. It has to be going down, and G2 will manage to crack the defense. Hunter even stopping the rotation before it can even get underway.
What a round that was from G2. Very good mid-round calling. Working out where they could exploit the defense. Oh, the bomb's gone in the worst spot.
That's unfortunate.
They've actually maybe caught themselves mischief here. It's recoverable. They can, like, okay, they've got a flash. They're fine. They can grab it. No problem. It was about, like, if they didn't have that flash, it could have been a lot of trouble there. Forrest could have sprayed him down one by one, but he'll go down eventually. So, need a bit of a stronger arm on that throw, but overall, it's absolutely fine. Didn't pick up the double off on the T side, but you don't really want that when you know you've broken the money of the CTs. 13-12, and G2 and Cruise Control right now looking good to take this first map. As we'll just see Deagle. Oh, I'd say just. They are going to fully invest here. They're swinging for the fences. This could be GG in itself. It'll be 14-12 if they give this one up, and they'll have the full eco. So, really under pressure right now. NIP have taken a huge gamble.
No loss bonus to fall back on either, yeah.
That's a good point. Wow. CZs. And 2 flashes, no kits. This is bottom of the barrel in terms of force buys.
Forrest. The sixth sense. He just knows the guy's pulling a grenade out.
Yeah. Gut feeling.
That's so frustrating. Still a trade. 4-on-4 still favors G2 in the situation. Not only the firepower, but the man advantage or the manpower. No leg there for Kenny. There we go. That's crisp. A little bit of the flusher there. One shot, headshot, get it done. Channeling. I guess Scream would be more fitting. Low on taps.
Been a while.
Been a while, yeah. Where is he these days?
Couldn't tell ya.
Yeah. Probably just living the stream life.
I think so. Oh, here we go then. This we're talking about this quite nonchalantly, but it's actually pretty much the game for an IP. G2 have taken this round in their stride. Didn't really receive much more than that initial kill from Forrest in lower B. And now they have to set the Deagle armor because they will have absolutely nothing at that extra round. They're going to have second stage loss bonus. That's going to be like 1,900 bucks per player on top of 0. And it's going to be 14-12. So pick your poison, boys. Do you force buy and try and deny map point, or you take the full eco and play for overtime? Time will tell. I'm not sure which one is the greatest. Considering you've already got 2 Deagles in armor, maybe just go for it. You could get the scouts on those 2 players with armor. They could drop their Deagles. That's about as exciting as it gets, I think.
Cross your fingers and hope.
Because otherwise, you take a full eco. They need, well, to be fair, they need 3 rounds in a row on the CD side. Isn't impossible, but it's certainly not ideal. I see a scout purchased, and Twist has gone for the full investment here. It's the rest of them might as well.
This has really just been back and forth. I'm actually surprised it is this close, considering it's just been tit for tats for so long. Usually this would completely wreck a CT opponent.
How can he hit 3 shots through the door, by the way? He hit Twist twice, and he hit Forrest. That was so stupid.
I was distracted by the scoreboard.
I couldn't believe that. That was insane. It's quite rare to see, like, 1 hit through the door, and then he gets all 3. They were challenging a little bit, to be fair, but still, he hit everything.
You don't mess with Kenny, man.
No. They should know by now.
Seriously, how many years has it been?
At least 2.
Oh. Still, the trap has been set here. NIP holding close with the Deags. Looking for the shots. We're walking right into the trap. They will clear it. Hunter even going for more. Triple. And so it's on Forrest. He's outside of B. Definitely hearing this, though. Amanek is close enough to warn his teammates, and they are going to be ready. Next up, trying to find that kill, and they are going to shut it down. Map point for G2.
Yes, convincing stuff, and they didn't force buy that round, but Twist, he got the scout, which is all his gold, I'm afraid, so he'll be down to just $2,800 or something. So he's get the MP9. The rest of them 4-4s. They now need 3 rounds in a row. It's not a terrible scenario, but it's certainly not great. They do have 4 rifles, but no kits. And Kenny S knows he has free reign in the map. There's no chance they have an AWP here. No one can challenge him with that mid position. He knows it. He'll be going in quickly. So will Hunter. Not a massive fan of these massive commitments when you're at map points, but let's see how it works out for them. Got the trade, and actually that's not too bad. 4-on-4 they'll take at this stage. Rez behind the blue box. Will it be overlooked? Not this time. Jax well too aware.
Sick work there from Jax. That's it.
Oh, nice play towards T-Spawn from Forest, but it might be too late. He actually might be in the worst position in the map right now. Yep, that's going to be it. Well, GG in the first map. That will be G2 taking their pick. But remember, they have been struggling on their tactical aspects overall. We saw it in their victory against Avangard. They didn't look like they had everything battened down in that department, so overpass could be tricky. But NIP... We'll wait for this one to close out. Jack's going to do it. And it's a pretty convincing finish there towards the end. NIP played a pretty solid game as well. It wasn't like they were falling all over the place. A few B rushes against the Pistols will cost them that second half, Semler, I would say. Like overall, if B rushes with CZs work out twice for you, you're pretty much onto a successful half there. And GT managed to recover their economy twice with that approach.
Yeah, it might... I don't think that this is one of those frustrating losses for NIP.
No,
but they did put up a fight. It's not their map. Maybe a little bit of frustration because there was a window for them to take it, but still, it is G2 winning it. We are going to go into Overpass. That is a map where NIP should be able to get the lockdown going, especially after what we saw from G2. But I'm looking forward to having a 5-minute break because for whatever reason, I'm finding it very difficult to concentrate right now. Need some more coffee, Henry. Let's get into it, guys. We're taking a break and we'll be right back.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
What is that? A karambit? A big shout out to CS Money for partnering with us for this event. If you like skins like this, do not forget to head on over to our giveaway, which you can find below.
Update and new features in the case battles. Updated and convenient interface with new options. Up to 4 users can participate in one battle now. Create and customize your battles, any number and any type of cases. Choose the number of participants and invite your friends with a unique link. Watch the best drop and win everything. Don't miss epic battles on Hellcase.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
This is definitely an event for me filled with nostalgia. Seeing Guardian in a Na'Vi jersey is one thing, but I think the icing on the cake for me is being reunited with this guy. Orgu, how are you, brother?
Good, man.
You've been missed. I've missed having you around. It's nice to see you again, firstly.
Yeah, it's good to be back with everybody, man. I swear, it's a very different, it's a different crew.
I think it's quite commonly known at this point that being freelance talent can be quite exhausting, stressful.
Sure.
Lots of different factors go into it. So getting into Overwatch, has it given you sort of a level of stability in your life the last couple of years that you didn't have whilst you were growing everything in CS?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that I'm set for the year. In a sense, right? The whole contract runs for Overwatch League. Once the season's done, that's it. That's the end of the year, right? So I know what I'm doing pretty much for the year, but at the same time, it's just different because then you start to think in terms of years. It's not in terms of months anymore once you're on that sort of thing. And so you're thinking, okay, what's going on next year now, right? And so you're starting to think that. Whereas in the CS world, you really are sometimes going month to month. What am I doing next month? What am I doing next month? There's the constant element of risk there with the freelance aspect that you stand to gain more, obviously, because you're willing to take more risk, and that's how it should be. But you also have to deal with, like you said, that pressure. And so that is the one thing that is very glaringly different between the two is, yeah, when you're working Overwatch League, that's it. You're paid for those months, and you know you're getting paid for those months. You're getting a paycheck, and that's it's a real game changer. I can see why people take 9-to-5 jobs.
Let's go back in time, right, to like do a quick recap of the earlier portion of your career, and then getting to those years before you joined Overwatch.
Oh man, that was a good studio, man, and it's so fun. It's so
shout
fun
out James,
to
shout out Trance.
Shout out to James, Too Good Harding. Go and look him up if you don't know him. You probably don't know him. That's the thing. He is the shadow man of esports, but he's created a lot. He's responsible for a lot of people's careers in this industry, and few people know him apart from like the Dota community and the Quake community, right? And then anybody who's here, 5 years ago when the Good Studio was booming. But yeah, no, we came into it. We started the Good Studio. We all moved into a house together in Sweden and just started cranking out content. But what I love to do these days, because esports has changed so much from on broadcast, right, from what we are today to what we were then, I'll just go ahead and pull up highlight reels of what we were casting back then, how we were casting back then, the level of profanity, the jokes, everything, and I'm just blowing people's minds. Because people are coming into the industry now, they've worked in the industry for a year maybe, and they can't even understand what it was that we were about before, which was essentially no holds barred, nothing is off limits, just get in there and have fun. And now there's still that fun element, but it does feel like with all the movers and shakers that are in the scene, esports has changed a bit, and so that's taken a bit of an advantage, or adjusting to.
I hope you've enjoyed telling a bit of your story. It's really good to see you again, and have fun at the event, man.
Thank you, man.
And of course, you'll be hearing more from Auguste Semler-Massouna as well as, of course, Parler as this event continues. For now, though, myself, Machine, joined by Maniac and Sean Gares to continue to break down the series at hand. It was NIPG2, it was Dust 2, and it seems like our analysts were very pleasantly surprised. I wouldn't actually surprised is probably the wrong word, given the fact this is an upper bracket, playoff game. So actually, we'll start with you, Matthew. That T-side from G2 really locking things down at the end there.
Yeah, that was beautiful T-side from G2. We did say in the pre-show that their T-side is going to be their strength, right? So I do feel that when they were on the defense, they just did enough to give themselves a chance. I was a little bit surprised negatively by NIP's T-side. I think that was very one-dimensional. It was basically, do we win long? Yes, then we win the round. No, then we lose it. And I don't think it should be like that in a game of this importance.
No, I think NIP's T-side lacked a little bit, like you said. G2 won in a way that I wasn't expecting, though. They won with those 2 B rushes, the very scrappy B rushes, and then the most important round of the match was that 3-2 dry A split where they just ran off of Catwalk. But I mean, it's just such a weird, scrappy game, and G2, the aimers just prevailed. Kenny had a phenomenal game here.
Again, seems like Dust2 and Kenny S have been having quite a potent mix recently, especially on that long. He seems to be catching you on that cross from cat to plant so consistently, even going for some aggressive early peaks. You saw that one this one towards lower tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, when you face or when you cross Kenny S's path, you might as well have a flash. Otherwise, there's going to be an issue. But just to bounce back on that NIP's T side, there was a round where G2 pushed, I think it was Amanek, pushed entirely through B tunnels to the T base. NIP had long control, absolutely locked down, and they still managed to win the round. What I mean by that is, okay, maybe they're one-dimensional, but when they have long, they really know how to make it around. The problem is what happens when they lose the trades. And this is exactly when G2 started to fight back on their defense. It's when Jack started to completely close long. It's when Kenny started to have these peaks early on. And at that point, you could feel like NIP were out of solution.
Yeah, I do feel like G2 won several rounds that I guess were fortunate, right? The first round that Jax won in that A site where it's playing behind the bomb box, 4-on-2 situation. Yeah. He kills the planner in the side, I believe it was Twist, and the time runs out, right? Monica was a free 1-on-2 at that point. And then the next round, Lekro gives up a free pick long on a weird force buy, and then, like I said, the 2 B rushes and the dry it. But you make your own luck, right? NIP has to win those rounds if they want to win the game, and they did.
And that's just the reality, the cold, hard reality of it. The series not over, though. We do head to Overpass next. A different kettle of fish, would you say, Maniac?
I think so. I was talking with Jerome Niak again in the break, and I said, hey, did you see that Overpass pick come in? And he did admit that it was a bit of a surprise.
Okay.
A bit of a surprise, a bit of a curveball thrown by NIP. And to be fair, I think it is hard if you're preparing right now to face them to know their map pool. They've had 2 changes of lineup quite recently, obviously Twist and Plopsky coming in. So when you prepare, how do you know where the aces are in the sleeve? You don't really know what maps they want to play. And G2 definitely surprised. Now, if I push that point even a little bit further, we have seen G2 run really out of solution against Na'Vi. 2 rounds on their T side, they went down 2-12. That cannot happen again, or we're going to see a third map.
But perhaps this is more of a case of a targeted pick as opposed to picking towards their strengths after seeing G2's lackluster overpass.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a targeted pick coming out of NIP. But this is also a game where, you know, if they start on CT side, who knows? This knife round's really important in my opinion, because if they start CT side and Kenny continues his form, I feel like uppers on overpass can just absolutely take over the game, right? And it looks like since Threat has somehow, I don't even know how it's possible, but the second Threat enters this organization every time, they just look 100 times more structured. And he's not even their coach right now, so I don't know, it's just like happenstance when they change their lineup, it's just all clicking now, but it looks so much more structured.
No, but you say it. I think structure is going to be the key on overpass, specifically in regards to AWPs. The reason why we always say, hey, you know what, snipers are important in overpass, is because there are so many of these, what I call gray areas of the map, where an AWP can wait for you. If you're not careful, if the flash isn't here, the smoke is a little bit missed, you're going to get punished. And Kenyas will do it, and Twist can do it as well for NIP. And I think both of these teams are not at the point of perfection when it comes to structure and tactics. They've both undergone changes. It's going to be a bit sloppy. It's going to be a bit messy. And I think the snipers are going to have a good day.
Okay, so keep your eyes on the snipers. Keep your eyes on G2, because they are still, as Maniac has put, a little more thrown off by the second map of this series. It's also your second game of the day, so much more Counter-Strike to be coming. 2 more best of 3s after this one, as they're going to be knifing for sides. If that confuses you, you don't see this all too often. We are changing up the format a little bit here at the StarSeries I-League Season 8 Finals, and it's been certainly well received, albeit a little hard to get your head around at first glance. Oof, both of them
feeling when you feel the back against your wall when you're going down, like, no, no, no.
I reckon he was still holding ass hard.
Yeah, of course you are, of course you are. Wait a minute.
Please, please. I can't move. Oh, well, you could move over to check the odds. You can see there, GG.bet have provided the odds and given NIP the edge, even though G2 are 1 map up in this series, interestingly enough. Keep that one in mind. And outside of GG.bet, we also have the Strafe Esports app. It's available on your phones. If you're interested, you can cast your votes. Of course, 40 to 60% seems that G2 are a fan favorite. And we'll see how that one shapes up as we jump into our second map rather shortly. Players to watch, gentlemen. I want one from each of you. You've already kind of given me Kenny, Sean. It was a little bit of a semi-Kenny, but I'll start with you.
I'll throw a curveball in then, and I will say Amanek, because I think he's been one of the players that suffered the most from this national to international transfer.
Interesting.
I think he was at the end of the French G2 iteration. He was extremely impactful. He was the player to look for, certainly, and he has disappeared a little bit. Would it be the language? Would it be his roles? So I'm going to keep an eye on Amanek.
Someone we haven't actually been paying too much attention to.
That's also consequence and cause. We haven't talked about him too much.
Interesting. And outside of the Kenny S, would you just look for the polar opposite? You know, are you looking at Twist as well as someone that can make a lot of impact here on Overpass?
I don't know. I don't know if Twist can take over a game in the same way Kenny can. Okay. I think it's more reliant on, you know, the rifle players on NIP. You know, Forrest having a big game, Plopsky coming up like we've seen him do time and time again, and Rez had a great Dust 2 games. So can he continue that form into this map?
Certainly a question that we'll get an answer to very shortly. You can see behind them as well the coaches Malik and Peter. With the addition of Threat, it's not going to be in a coaching capacity, and I think that's an interesting. Does anyone have his official job title? It was like strategic.
Yeah, I think it's strategic coach.
Strategic
so
coach.
What
okay,
does
so
that make
there is
Peter?
Still a coach word there.
Enthusiasm coach, or what is Peter's job now?
Like that's a very like dolled up way to say
coach.
Analyst.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, analyst, stop talk. Let's head over to the commentators. It's Henry G and Semler.
Oh, but this kind of ties into the point that I was making earlier with Jens being on Fnatic now, the mind coach or the strategic coach or whatever you want to call him. Maybe that's what Threat is coming in to do for NIP. I mean, if anybody knows the players, it's Threat. Sure.
Well then, we are into our second map, ladies and gentlemen. G2 win the knife. Dust is out on the CT side here. Already got a map under their belt, but it was Dust 2. A map you'd expect them to win given the way it's played out. This is a much more tactical affair. The pick of the ninjas, and they'll make their way through connector right now. Kenny S can be baited in towards that connector by Hunter. It's a lovely little crossfire. You can't check Kenny's position before taking bullets, and Hunter can swing right in. Not before he finds a headshot first. That's going to be the cue for Kenny to come through as well. That's the bomb as well. They can take him down cleanly. That's pretty much the round, Semler, because now the bomb is down in a horrible situation.
This is nightmare fuel, Henry. And a strong start for G2 on Nip's map is definitely not what the Ninjas are looking for, but this is also a good way to throw it away if you're G2.
Yeah, a bit sloppy.
So we're into a man advantage for G2 still, 3 versus 2. You've got Twist and Rez who are alive here for the Ninjas. And they've elected to give up the bomb. Or no, they're holding on to it. 2 in connectors still, trying to set up a crossfire perhaps.
Still give this up for sure.
Certainly, if they allow themselves to get picked off one after the other, this could still go south here. For G2, Kenny rotated all the way around. He's just a second too late.
Well, he's seen the doors shut, but he has no idea as to where they went. Amanek will hold towards A, but this was such a massive advantage. 5 on 3 with the bomb down. Now they think it's B by the looks of things. Amanek will change his mind. Flashing over. He was just rotating towards Bank. Kenny will be there with him. Flashbang will buy them some time, but the bomb's planted. Advantage NRP now. This is a bit of a nightmare. I can't believe G2 even got close to losing this one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's terrible.
Maybe that is coming from the communication issues. Where it comes to the English language, now they're trying to make that happen. Rez under fire here. Amanek, really awkward. Hoping for some mind games. He's going to have to hit it clean. And it's Rez to clutch. Triple kill for Rez, double for Twist, and the Ninjas saved their bacon from the fire.
I just don't get it. You've got the bomb down and connector. Close the door and get everyone there. Why are you rotating out one by one? I just don't understand. I don't get it at all. And then you're offering yourself up for rotating players. So you've got this brilliant setup. Bomb goes down here. Why are you not just battening down the hatches and watching middle and having players inside there and having the door closed? I couldn't tell you. But they gave it up, and to be honest, it's what they deserve. We'll have to get into the next round. They'll force buy back. They'll have decent money considering they got 4 kills, but overall they'll be gutted with that one. NIP will pick the round up and a boost towards the squeaky door here. Hunter looking for the first kill for anyone from shore. And you're right, communication is still going to be an issue for this squad. And for G2, most of these players have only ever communicated in French in terms of Counter-Strike ability. I know a few of them are going to struggle with that. Like Jax is obviously not a native speaker. I've only ever interacted with him at like after parties and stuff like that, and he's always told me like, "Oh, my English is no good, sorry." So him trying to communicate in a world-class Counter-Strike team in that language now is always going to be a difficult transition. It's going to take some time to get used to, and can be chaotic at times, I suppose.
I believe it. But one guy who's impressed me is Kenny. His English has gotten clearly better.
Yeah, absolutely.
With time, so you got to give it to him.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely fine. That's not a concern at all. He is more than capable, that's for sure.
So, slow approach here from the Ninjas. Obviously getting control of mid. Also pushed up on long, that's Lekro. Rez going to make a little bit of noise to B, just to see if he can draw attention over to himself from the G2 defense. Still a force buy coming in here from G2, and as the smoke clears, Jax is in a world of trouble. Lekro's going to be right behind him. Runs in, pre-fires, gives it away, still manages to spot him out, and Lekro applying the pressure to the site defense. It's Rez and Lekro coming up with the kills yet again, and the Ninjas looking great. Plopsky, he was tired of it all. Henry, he was tired. But it is going to be a 2v4.
Yeah, might as well save these. That's the weapons they have now. Nexo won't even get the chance as Lekro jumps down his throat. Amanek last player remaining. He's in a 4 versus 1, looking to get anything done here he can. I still can't believe they gave that pistol round up. It couldn't have been a better scenario for them. 5 on 3, the bomb down like that. And now they've lost the force buy. This could spiral out of control for them. Gonna have to take the full eco now. Calm themselves down as we'll get into round 3. About $2,400 per player, of course. G2 can't really justify much more than a PT50 or 2. CZ for Hunter, that's about as exciting as it gets. He's got 4 kills compared to his teammates. That's why he can afford to invest just slightly.
Yeah, Malek looks pissed. There you go, a little bit of a zoom in on the coach.
I
He
can't
is
believe you've
not
done
happy.
this.
He is not pleased one bit. So the absolute struggle still here for G2. And we're waiting for them to just embrace it. Embrace the fact that it is a struggle. We'll see. Coming to that realization, will they strive? Will they succeed? Or will the Ninjas murder them in the night? Slow approach once again from NIP. Just controlling everywhere. Expecting shenanigans from G2. G2 are up to some shenanigans. They've stacked the B site.
Yeah,
Nip have no
it's
way of
something.
knowing this for now, but at some point Nip are going to have to slowly start moving out. I hope that we don't start with the same sort of scenario that was going on with NIP on Dust 2, and it looks like they are going to be a little bit quicker here. A minute on the clock. They're not waiting until it's 45 seconds or 30 seconds before they start approaching a site.
Yeah. Well then.
Oh, but wait, hold on. I just noticed that Twist has the bomb. And they're going to walk right in here unless Twist gets down quick. But now they've lost control of sewers, and so this is going to open it up. G2 going to start pushing through, and if they catch the bomb, that is a disaster for NIP.
Oh, they've done it. They've got a rifle as well. Oh, Rez. He'll get a couple here. There it is. Should be crisis averted. Which it will be. Okay.
Okay.
Oof, it was the bomb they found first and a rifle, but they didn't anticipate a second player there. So they only lose one in the process there, so not really close at all. But certainly had potential to go horribly, horribly wrong there. 3-0. G2 will have the orb in the hands of Kenny S. Problem is they've got helmets. Only one player so far. I think that's Amanek who needs to purchase, making up his mind whether he wants one or not. He doesn't go for it. Off to the utility instead because a UMP, a Galil, and a MAC-10 all become very, very powerful into this round. This is going to be a difficult one for G2 to pull off. Will Kenny S be going aggressive at the very start? Time will tell. For now, though, going to be holding up. He's still way back at the A site. An attempt here from Hunter, successful. Actually gets decent damage towards Rez, taking down to 50. MAC-10 makes his way quickly through. Popsky, secure and connector.
Once again, the slow, measured approach here from the Ninjas. Actually, a little frustrating to see the Ninjas take. This is just throwing it out there. But after the slow start on Dust 2, I do kind of appreciate it when teams decide to get really aggressive at the start and force the other team to react and force the other team to force them into this default sort of scenario before just by default going into this slow style. But for now, it seems to be working, but now we're into the real first big buy round here for G2, so now we have to see. This is the true test for the Ninjas. Is this slow approach going to work versus the the other Ninjas, I guess, G2, the logo.
Samurais. Well then, Kenny S. He's been rumbled. They know exactly where he is, but good smokes down. And IP have struggled with the clock in this series so far. We've got the 30-second mark coming in. Alarm bell starting to go off. The bomb. That's towards middle. Twist wants to throw a smoke towards A before he falls back. They'll finish up at the B bomb site here. They're trying to keep those three players towards A. This could be successful, but there's deep positions from Nexa and Hunter. Could pay dividends here. 15 seconds. Just need to find a couple of kills to deny the plant. The flash is very good, however, and they'll find both the kills, and it's going to be a great round from NIP.
Fantastic. Very clean work here from the Ninjas.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And that is where this is the ideal scenario for these kinds of late round executes.
Yeah.
Clear out the map.
You can hit your shots like that and coordinate yourselves in those sort of positions. You've already bled out the utility. It's going to go very well for you. But had that flashbang not been as effective, Hunter gets a couple of kills towards short. Could have been a very different story, but the flashbang was spot on. They knew exactly what they were doing there. And we'll find ourselves at a 4-0 scoreline. G2, we said they could struggle on these more tactical maps, and living up to expectations so far. It's early days. Got to try and hold on to what they can. Jax is almost certainly going to go down here. That's Plopsky finding him. Every kill very valuable to NIP. They can afford to take a couple of deficits here. Kenny S needs to survive, which he will. He might have to take matters into his own hands here. 4-0 down. Still very early days, but ever since that pistol, which they should have won, it was locked in.
Yeah, that can really rattle you at times.
Yeah, especially when you know it's a map you're not necessarily 100% comfortable on. You had the opportunity, and now you're finding yourself in recovery mode with 5-7s, Deagle, CZ, and a saved orb. Kenny maybe picks towards connector this time. Looks like he's where he's heading. Pretty standard pick, but there is a player there to receive. Ooh, there's a chance.
Definitely play with this gap.
Some fancy.
Oh, decides to play it safe though, Kenny. No presence in mid, so he's able to squeak out through. Back over to the A site. Still leaving two teammates behind here in connector. Plopsky, this is lethal range. Deagle up close could really ruin his day. Yep. One shot, headshot, boom. Oh, and a second one from Jax.
That would do. That would do quite nicely, actually. And brings him right back online. He's got an AK, another rifle down there. No bomb. Oh, Chris, what are you up to?
Oh, hey, there's
you
a
dropped
bomb.
down with the bomb and
There's a bomb.
taken 10 HP off yourself. Now, that's not advisable, Sam. I'll say that much. Maybe wait for your teammates or leave the bomb behind. Don't do that.
Unfortunate turn of events here for the Ninjas.
Yeah, that's a bit of an experience.
They wanted to give it another go. They said, hey, you know, you lost the pistol, guys. You know, we'll give you another bite at the cherry.
Yeah, like, let's recreate that scenario, shall we? We'll give you another massive advantage with the bomb down in a irreparable position, and we'll go down one by one. Okay, that was a bit of a horror show from NIP, I'm afraid. Maybe he didn't realize he had the bomb or what he was getting himself into, but that threw away the round in itself. Not too happy with that. Either way, this could be the first round. It was a 5-on-3. Like, this round is always going to be difficult to recover. They certainly didn't make it easy for themselves. It was Twist, if I'm not Plopsky. Sorry, I called out the wrong player. Twist, who should know better. Oh, Pitt's not happy with that. He's not happy at all. That is, yeah,
There's
like,
a lot of emotion on the Nip side as well. There's a lot of emotion. Twist shows a lot of emotion. Lekro shows a lot of emotion. I almost want to have PETA doing what Malek is doing for G2. You know, come over, pat them on the shoulder, try and calm them down a little bit.
He's not as active as other coaches, is he? He seems to remain in that chair most of the time. But Malek's always there, rubbing the backs, making sure everyone's okay, stroking their hair, kissing the cheek.
Okay, it gets very personal.
He's very hands-on.
Kenny always looking concerned.
Well, I'm out. Everyone needs to calm down here. Now, G2 made the initial blunder, and IP answer back with one of their own. See if they can get back on track here. Money stable for both sides. More power for Kenny. Deciding where to go. Looks like he'll just position himself at A. Focus on long. Secondary towards shorts. Fast approach. Rez extinguishes that. I'm going to bait our reaction here. You can see the grenade comes through as well.
I like this boost for Hunter as well. Watching over. If anybody were to push through, it would go south very quickly here for NIP. But the setup will be correct for G2. They're ready for all of this. Nades going down. Rez may have an opening here. Spots one out. Yep, there's the headshot on Nexa. Nexa can't seem to catch a break right now. He's really struggling. Not quite finding the kills. But NIP now with a man advantage. And all the time in the world. Still a minute on this clock. Ooh. Decent nade count for him as well. They can go either site.
Okay then, a minute remaining. Lekro, oh, this is so good. This is so good.
Dude, that's rare.
Yeah, the fact he gets 2 out of that as well is very satisfying to watch. Really good call that. You could see G2 had to make a play, they had to push, had to get some control, and Lekro is all too happy to take them down one by one. Kenny S could answer back. He's the last line of defense here. The axe will be towards water, but he's isolated him. Kenny had to protect him. Not going to happen. It's going to take some vintage Kenny S here to get them out of this situation. Not going to happen, I'm afraid. Forrest waiting for the rotation. There's no way Kenny keeps his orb now. Had to hit that shot at least, and he'll flash off and just make his way back into the loving embrace of Forrest, who will take him down. Does not need that secondary sniper. Just wants to make sure he takes it out of the hands of Mr. S himself. Beefy computer.
Well okay. Like, where have they found that? I don't know. Anders and I would have found that back in the day. Come on now. We've all had our talks about the offices on train.
Okay, well, out of the chair now. Pits up.
So this is PETA level 2?
Yeah, not talking, but just observing.
Making a pose.
Yeah. There we go.
He's getting ripped, PETA. Damn. Built. G2 tack pause, though. It is a trend, though, that's going on with the CSGO. I think more than any other esports, CSGO, maybe League of Legends a little bit, but CSGO, the players really have focused on that gym life.
Yeah, I think so. Not so much the casters,
great to see.
But, you know.
Well, you know, Henry, I ask you every day.
Look.
Oh, yeah, mate, I'll be there. Don't worry. First thing.
Luckily for me, I've been blessed in other areas. I don't need to go to the gym.
I don't need
Some
to
people
know.
don't have to work as hard.
I don't need to know.
We'll keep going. Anyway, before this derails completely, Rez will make as well. This is a classic player bid, and he makes Good work of it. That's going to be Nexa, who will be going down. Didn't see it coming at all. Rez loves that play of a good spawn. Gets himself up there. You saw him extinguishing the same smoke. He didn't push off it last time, but this time goes through it, goes to the shop, and he nails it. Nexa absolutely removed. And now it's their chance to continue their success here on the T side. 5-1, looking like to be converted to 6, and this calls for reactive play. But remember, NIP had this advantage before. That's why we saw the boost from Lecro connected towards Shore. They're waiting for a mistake now. They're waiting for someone to try and step up and make a swing out of an unknown position. That could be Jackson towards the bathrooms right now, sat in the smoke. Kenny S trying to wiggle for information here. Not going to spot anything as NIP coordinate. Transitioning over towards the B side of the map. And at this point, less than $1,000 on each of the players of G2. Good smoke, solid actually. Considering there's 40 seconds left, that might push them back yet. If not, they'll be going in at an awkward time. But they've done that before, and it wasn't a problem whatsoever, to be fair.
It can work. It can work. Hunter's in position. Still too solid here on the B site for G2. Many nades going in. That's everything from NIP. They have to get the job done now. Hunter just randomly spraying through the smoke, picks up one, gets them to line up as well. 2 kills for Hunter. Man advantage still for Nip, but Kenny is here. Wallbang. Wallbang. We'll just get the shot.
That's nice. Okay, G2 got a chance now. Up against Twist, who has been hitting a lot of shots this tournament. He has looked fantastic. 3 kills to his name so far. Has to find 2 more if this round's going to be a reality for the Ninjas as the bomb ticks away. He has no utility. He's got the incendiary now. If he can get that on the bomb in the next few seconds, that'd be great. Does he realize he has it? Get that kill. Get the incendiary down if he can. That's it, Semler. That's the play he had to make. That could be enough now. They can't extinguish that. They'll have to get on it. Oh, they're going to burn. They're going to burn.
Oh, he just barely finds the angle, Kenny.
All right. I thought that would have been enough there. If he got it a little bit closer towards the bomb, it would have been absolutely everything. Not to be the case. G2 will pick another one up, but it's a scrappy round. I did not feel comfortable at all.
Oh, this is so close. Did somebody just talk? Hold on.
What do you mean?
I thought somebody was typing in the chat there.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant to us, or?
No, no.
Okay.
Yeah, you hear the little tick, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But that is 5-2, Nip in the lead. Key round, but the money was there for G2. Loss bonus hasn't really kicked into full effect for G2, but they do still have enough. And so let's see it. Aggression from G2 across the map here. They are tired of Rez's shenanigans. They want to get out here. They want to try and find that first pick and stop Nip from constantly setting the tempo here on overpass. NIP though, 3 towards long. And this is about to get dicey for Amanek because they're going to be ready and waiting for him. If he swings wide, he's got Kenny to back him, and this could be the play here. Kenny's your initial point. He takes the shot, maybe tries to bait him in, and there it is. Amanek trades 1 for 1.
Yeah, sometimes not good enough though.
Yeah, it would have been better with Kenny landing a shot, but still a 4-on-4, and they haven't completely given up the upper site yet.
Not quite. Jack's interesting angle for him. I like it. A bit free fire for Plopsky, but he's certainly got enough time to reposition and take him down. That's advantage NIP. Kenny needs to fight tooth and nail here. Pretty easy by his standards for that one. Plopsky was low anyway. Back to a 3-on-3. Plenty of time. 40 seconds. Transitioning with the bomb. There's going to be Rez. His teammates will have to go for the connector. Twist looking for any sort of openings here before they make their way over to the B side of the map. They want to try and keep Kenny towards A, ideally. I think he's already rotating. Not sure. Let's have a look. No, he went towards Bank. So if they go towards B now, at least they'll avoid the French sniper. That would be something here. And in terms of utility, they still have Molotov smokes. They can actually have a pretty good run of this one. The only player waiting for them is Hunter, and he's pretty passive right now. He's all the way back Graffiti. He's with Nexa, to be fair, with Silence M4s just to note as well. Really focusing on that one. 5 seconds remaining. Nexa might as well go for the denial. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, no. Didn't quite find it, but there it is. A nice shot, gives him the advantage, but can he hold on to it? No, he absolutely cannot. Forrest doing God's work here, but Kenny S hits a great shot. Not quite enough there. I would have liked to see the denial of the bomb. I think that was worth the swing, to be honest. Now, considering the situation we're in, you just didn't have any control of that. 5 seconds on the clock. Could have been enough.
Would have won the round, hands down. You're right. That could have been it. Instead, hesitation there ends up costing G2, and that's really going to put them in the pits in terms of money.
It was still like you got the kill on the follow-up, but that would have just been a lock-in. I felt like there was enough there to justify it, but either way, there's
just loving it right now. So glad to see him, man. Yeah, pure hype on that side.
Just happy to be here, isn't he?
Yeah.
So young. Now playing in one of the most iconic Counter-Strike organizations of all time, and they're making a good run of it as well. It's like probably the best looking NIP we've seen in about 3 years. So it's good to see. Always fantastic to see the younger talents thrive with the older players. And now full eco pretty much. G2 not doing too well here on Overpass. Their CT side is falling apart. 5-man stack towards 8, nothing at B whatsoever. Except very top end with some armor and a P250. They'll boost in the slide here. Just about a bit slippery. But up we go.
Didn't spot though. Good hiding coming in here from G2, but they are holding close, and there it is. Peekaboo picks up one, and everybody's there to cover. Quick round here, all things considered. G2 still have Kenny at long. He's been spot. Ooh, what a shot!
Okay.
What is going on? He's just hitting headshots everywhere.
Ridiculous. Doesn't have a massive knock-on effect, but it's a bit of a statement. Orb drop by Amanek. 7-2 now. All right then. G2 need to come online. It's that B bomb side that seems to be a real issue for them. The defaults will normally go down to a 3-on-3. That's fine, but they can't hold off the B final commitment from NIP most of the time. They won't have the resources or the positioning. A little bit apprehensive in their approach sometimes, and we haven't seen any brutal aggression yet from the sniper. Like, Kenny just hasn't got the resources to really justify risking an opening pick at the start. Twist never looking for any aggro towards Monster. It's a common position for the snipers to rotate, and that's exactly what Kenny's going to do now. Oh, the run boost was not ideal. I think he might have been spotted there. Yeah.
Resom now.
Normally he can get over that, but they didn't nail it.
He hits the shot, though. They're going to pounce. They line up. Damage dealt, but they survive it. Man advantage still for NIP. Pushing onto the B site now. There's the opening. Hunter, once again, hitting headshots. Hunter has come alive on Overpass. Getting the job done. Amanek just stepping in, imposing his will.
That's more like it, Amanek. That round looked to be another clumsy one. That run boost, normally you can get the other side of Monster without being detected, then swing out and get a nice advantage towards C-Step. They actually did nail it. Kenny got a shot off, but still went down. And then the spray down almost came through from next to there, but it's up to Amanek to do the double kill. Plopsky can win this with the time, but it's unlikely considering the crossfire. As soon as he takes down Amanek, potentially he'll get a swing on him and he'll be dropped. So G2, a much needed clean round there, and they'll pick up some Kriegs and manage to recover the AWP as well. Starting to look better now. That's a more convincing round. Amanek has to save the day. That was a crazy second kill.
Yeah. Scoped up and ready. Not going to work. Frustration showing here from NIP. But they really shouldn't be that frustrated. They've got 7 rounds on T side.
Yeah, they're doing great.
You're doing great, lads. Keep the focus. If anything, just, next time you win, blow it off. Blow it. Take a page out of KD and Tarek's book. Get the shouting out there. Yeah. Kenny holding close short again. Now he's really hoping for Rez to try and make that play. Come here, Rez. Rez is nowhere to be found, though, sadly. It's Plopsky clearing out connector. And Kenny continuing to go even more aggressive.
Well, this is him now feeling himself. He knows there's much of a chance they have a sniper, considering they've won the last couple of rounds. Well, this is audacious. He'll need to be flashed over, at least from his teammate. This is one of the most common holds in the defaults. Oh, he hits it, though. Rez.
Again, he hits.
Gets his wing clipped, and at that point, down to 24. I can't believe Kenny's even got the balls to push that corner, let alone hit the shot. Brilliant stuff. That's more like it from him.
Mm-hmm. He's always got it down. And there it is, Jax. Finds the opening duel here with Forrest, wins it, going for the bit of the jump, spots more in mid. Going to be the molly to try and clear this out, but he can fall straight back, doesn't need to expose himself to harm. Amanek is holding. This is the bait and switch. Jax could try and bait some kind of reaction in here, some quick reaction coming in from NIP. Amanek will be there to pounce.
He's just trying to jump up and just say, I'm over here. Look at me. Do not
attention.
worry about the corner. Please do not look there whatsoever. And it's another position in CSGO that, in the right circumstances, players won't even check it because they're just so focused on the bomb side itself.
So focused on this.
Yeah, see what I mean?
They lose Jax, but now Amanek is still here, and this is going to prompt the rotation out of G2 as they push onto the site. Ninjas and Pyjamas, 3 alive. Rez gets the plant. Blackrout walking in. Shadow gives him away. And Amanek on a tear!
Ooh, that's not bad at all. They've won the round off that. Bobsky might be able to get consolation frags, but not meant to be. Really nice stuff there. That's more like it from G2. A solid setup there. They get the first pick due to the M4 play on the bomb side, and Amanek is set up lovely toward that long position. Tuck's in the corner. They don't check it. There's two difficult spots there. You've got the one by Optimus on the right-hand side if you're a T coming in, and the close position by Long. They're both very awkward to check, and ideally you need a player coming from Long to really focus on that. Otherwise, you're all fixated towards the right, and it can all fall apart very quickly, and he gets himself a couple of free frags. But the bomb did get planted, but it doesn't seem to be a huge deal here because it doesn't really equate to any sort of buy for an IP. At the most, he can get a couple of deagles, some with Kevlar, some without. It's their first tactical timeout as the pace starts to drop off now. And remember, this all started with a 5-on-3 in the pistol for G2 with a bomb down in connector. And I hate to say it, they threw that one away. Led them to this huge deficit. But now they're starting to get some resources. We're starting to see some confidence, some assertive plays from Kenny S at the start.
Yeah.
Assertive is one word for it. Like, insane is another, pushing short and going all the way to T-spawn with an AWP alone. I love it, but it was certainly a risky move, but that's what the moves you have to make. This sort of snipe. You have to make statements on the serve. You have to show you're going to be everywhere. And rounds going forward, it's going to put the fear of God in them.
He has that power. He has it in him to be that kind of threat. So what do we got now for NIP? It's just going to be deagles pretty much. It's a round of eco, pretty much half buy coming in from NIP. Stabilizing the money and hoping to just do a little bit of economic damage to G2. Kenny top mid this time with the AWP. Really no fear anymore. He wants to take the fight to him. He's done hanging around. 4 rounds left in this half. And Kenny wants to make his mark. Absolutely possible for G2 to turn this around and win this series 2-0. They are currently up 1-0. They won NIP's map, Dust 2, to kick off this series. Next up, element of surprise is lost. Rez is really just posted up here. This is his role. Putting shots in and dominating this side of the map.
Absolutely true. Bomb down there for now. Looking for their 5th, G2. Let's just string some rounds together now, building up a financial base. Need a clean one here to really secure that fact and give them enough cash roll to go forward. Looks like a B finish here. Smoke towards heaven, smoke the site, flash over. Try and overwhelm the defense. Got a Molotov for the barrels as well. That'll be going in courtesy of Twist. Nade comes in, no damage done.
Yeah, they don't see anything. Right now, G2 are probing towards A site. Long and mid, and they're not seeing anything. So there will be 3 players here on the B site for G2. They're ready and waiting for this. Molly forces Nexa back, but that should be fine. Start keeping your cool now. Hunter and Nexa working together. Nexa converting. Hunter finding all of the kills, and they are working great on this defense. Hunter and Nexa collect all of the kills. Beautiful work. Aminet got swamped, but what can you do?
Not much, apparently. It will be 7-5, no bomb down. NIP, though, with the loss bonus racking up, they've got themselves 4th stage. So after this round, they'll be getting $3,400 per player. That's if they lose it, of course. Solid work from Nexa. A fantastic individual. Hasn't had the best showing so far. I'm sure he's just getting warmed up. Hunter, another strong fragger in the squad. Really revitalized his lineup. Put a breath of fresh air into it. Rez with no grenades ready to speak up. 1 flashbang remaining at the 1-minute 40 mark. Shows how much they are potentially struggling here. Twist will not have the sniper, but to be a world-class sniper, you have to be capable with the rifles as well. It's going to be Kenny S, though. What a brilliant shot that is on the flower bed. He's really coming online now.
Yeah, he's just taking over. He top fragged on Dust 2 for G2.
Yeah.
And he's starting to just make up ground. He's had such a quiet start to the half. He's only at 6 kills.
He just hit him as well. Plopsky, did he just get straight up wall banged? That's kind of insane. All right, Kenny.
Oh, he's got to come online. He's only got 6 kills right now. There it is. Aminek trading 1-for-1 with Jax. Plopsky still low, at risk. Aminek hanging around. Aminek, that's a fight that he'll take any day of the week. Plopsky. Forrest and Rez, last 2 alive here for NIP in a 2v4. Flash on Forrest. He's going to hit the 1. Not going to find the 2nd. Kenny really is truly turning into the monster now.
Yeah, he's going to hit this as well. You know he is. He's so fast. So yeah, it's slow start for him, but he just needed a bit of control, some resources, some money in the bag. His teammates start feeling a bit more confident, and he could start pulling it back. 7-6 now. They could actually come back and win the half still. I think without that plant coming through, this could be another eco situation. And indeed it is. A partial buy at the very least. As we'll see Deagles once more. And they tried their luck at B before with Smoke and Molotov. They've got the same setup here. And they're sending most of their resources towards middle, so it might not be the B finish we're looking for, but Kenny S now, he's starting to take some of those picks. Starting to nail them as well, wasn't even intending to look towards the left, had his position focused towards the T-steps, flicks over to the left, and now a 5-on-4, confirms are on pistols as well.
Trying to get confident. Oh, starting to get a bit confident here. That was so close. Hunter spotted him, pretty sure. No, Emanek, no warning.
Whoa.
Double headshot for Lekro.
How's he done that?
That's some big damage. Well, Plopsky, you're all on your own, bud. He's got a deke. He's been spotted out by Jax. He's still going to make this a very expensive round.
Oh, he hit Hunter there, down to 29. First shot was pretty nuts, but that would have been remarkable. So a chance to win this. If he can take down Hunter, HP is not a factor anymore because Kenny S will have the AWP. Fortunately for Plopsky, doesn't have any sort of utility, but he has pushed back Hunter enough to make things uncomfortable. Gets the AK. He can win this, even with the low HP. There is a chance. He just needs to pre-fire the position of Hunter, which could be likely here. Not going to happen. He looked like he was aware of it, but fortunately for him, it's going to be G2 tying things up. 3 kills for Hunter, 7-7 overall. Final round of the first half, ladies and gentlemen. It's our second map of the best of 3. G2, if they'd won the pistol, they would have actually run away with this one, I reckon. They've looked very convincing since they managed to get their resources together. Orgs are coming out for Jax and Amanek. Don't see those too much anymore. Krieg, you see plenty of those.
This is it. All or nothing. 7-7. Tied up. Nip hoping to come out ahead, try and recover a little bit from the start. Oh, no. What was
Smoke
that?
missed.
Smoke missed, yeah, that was...
Oh, dear. That's cost him a lot in terms of resource at the start of the round.
And they're so aggressive, G2. I'm really appreciating it. There's Jax, 1 for 1, but then Kenny's there to trade.
That's gone so wrong for them. Like,
Now,
that's
look at this.
frustrating.
Some discipline here from G2. They've got the man advantage. Back off, lock down the sights, put the pressure on Nip. Very nice.
Yeah, NIP, this is not the time you want a clumsy round to come in just before the halftime break. They can pull it back, fair play, no harm done. But they'll be arguing, bickering a little bit. Oh, that nade does a lot of damage to Plopsky. Quite as much as I thought. Down to 68. Enough to make him vulnerable now to the one taps. Doesn't even need that. And now we've got the B finish here. 3. Ooh, maybe 2-on-2. How is Rez pulling this one off? They've got the advantage out of nowhere. It took some individual brilliance, but they'll take that all day long. Looking to win out the half here. 8-7. Kenny S left up. Whoa, what's Twist up to?
Well, that's unfortunate.
And with an knife, I think he thought he was safe with the flashbang going off here. Kenny S known to hit these quick shots, but Rez, will he be able to outposition him here?
Sees the shadow.
Oh, he hits him! Get that pistol out, Kenny! That's so sick! Oh my God! Now that is a bit of Kenny you love to see. Rolling back the years, showing us what he's made of. We're going to take a break. Do not go anywhere.
We're back live with G2 topping the first half in the end, 8-7. The real run-back recovery for G2 with a huge clutch at the end by Kenny, who basically picked up all the frags at the end of that half. Yeah. Started out, I think he started his run with like 4 frags. He ends it with 12. One of them, a 1v2 clutch. So G2 really turning it around there at the end of the first half on Nip's map, Overpass.
And now we get to go into them on the T side, and we'll see what we've got in store.
Look,
this is sick.
That is just unreal. Like, that is a bit of Kenny.
Yeah.
That just kind of
I'll take
personifies
that
his
vintage
playstyle.
Kenny.
Anyway, shall we get into the second half? Somehow G2 have the lead. Didn't know that they stood a chance. They got 6 rounds in a row towards the end there, Sembla.
Yeah.
6. When it looked like they were out of it. Now they have the lead. Can they get the pistol in the second half? It was theirs in the first. They threw it away. Sending 5 players towards B. Presumably Smoke in heaven, flashing over. Have no control of the map, waiting for aggression at the start. Smoke for Twist, just in case the Molotov does land in his position. Here we go then. Smoke to be delivered. And at this point, the flash will come through. And we're smoking the bomb site itself. Flash is decent. They've got 2 players towards the barrel. It's a bit of a bait and switch here. Will they detect it?
The other one is here, though. Twist, they need to whip around, and they get him 3-on-3. Quick rotation, and Jax gets the 1 key kill. He's got a bit of follow-up as well. Forrest is down. It's all on res. 1v3, tapping away, but it's not meant to be. And the G2 Thunder train keeps on rolling.
That's wild from Jax. I really like that. He didn't look like he had a chance in that one. He had a few bullets left in the Glock. He had 3 CTs gunning down on him. He manages to come through. They did overlook that CT player, but he couldn't find the shots of the USP, and they punish him for it, taking everyone down. They don't throw that pistol away, that's for sure. Clean as you like. 9-7, and there's going to be a forced buy and response. This is a chance for NFP to get back into it. They do pretty well in these rounds, to be fair. Deagles across the board, Smokes as well. They have a defuse kit, so they're playing to win. Try and draw the round out.
Let's see it.
Rez is so good with this Deagle, but doesn't nail the first shot.
He did in the background as well. Just wondering what they could be doing differently here. Twist clicking on Amanek's head might be a good start, but it doesn't look like he's going to take the peek. Molotov going to force him back, at least for a little bit here. Amanek just going to be clearing out the connector. And so Nip taking their time with it. Oh, he's going to get caught. Jax assassinates Twist. Lekro close, though, but no targets for him. They're wrapping back down into connector here for G2.
That skill comes in, and that'd be a bit of a rough one now. They have 1 player towards B. Plopsky. He's good. He's very good. I think he's this good. Gonna handle 4 players with just the pistol. He has got rotations, so that smoke buys time at least. They'll all come over. This is a good call.
Yeah, I like to see this.
But the problem is they've got nothing now. The smokes will be useless, and they have to have brutal headshots, and they spot the shadow. No kill found. That should be enough to win the round unless something absolutely ridiculous happens here.
No, working well together here. Always presenting multiple targets,
Yes.
always trading. That's the key here to an effective offense, especially when
Yes.
you're dealing with these situations. When you're running onto a site together like that, you have to maintain the tempo.
Absolutely.
Kenny has totally turned it around as well. 16 kills now for him.
Yeah, never doubt Kenny.
Goes from bottom fragging to top fragging in the span of, what, 7 rounds?
Yeah, well, those last 6 rounds they got towards the end is when he started to look confident, right? That's when he's like, you know what? Sitting on A bomb site's doing nothing for me. I'm going to start pushing short. I'm going to start putting the pressure on in every part of the map until they just give in. And at that point, he hit every single shot. Won that 2 versus 1. Now he's in 5th gear, and NIP have got a full eco in front of them. 10-7. No armor, no nades, just a few deagles. And if G2 give this one up, I will be flabbergasted.
They are really looking like they're running away with this. There's another great headshot from Jax.
Yeah, he's feeling up.
Yeah, he's really starting to get online. Rest of them are there as well. Twist tried to press aggro. Nex is going to collect that one. Feel good frags. Another one for Nex.
They do feel good, don't they?
Yeah, you get those anti-ecos.
You have a quiet game. Nothing feels better. Balance the scoreboard out.
Confidence building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can still do it. I got it. Whoop.
Yeah, he says as he drops all his possessions. Right then. First gun round here, an important one, especially when you force buy in the second round. West will have no helmet. Same story for Rez and Plopsky. No defuse kits. This is such a difficult round, and this could open the floodgates as well. With the Mac 10s win out on this one, they'll have so much money. There'll be no buy and response from NIP. And even if they lose it, if they make it a close round, G2, they'll be fine with that. They only got 3 rifles into this round. It's a bit of a bonus situation, if you will.
Yeah, really interesting to see just how well G2 have adapted on Overpass. It's nothing to do with what we saw on Train. Train definitely seems like a weaker map for this team right now.
Because on overpass, they're looking very good. CT, T side. Individual play did get some work done towards the end of the CT side. And it is still early days, obviously, on T, but Jack's so comfortable. And he heard it. I think he heard Kenny close. Or Twist, rather. Still, Twist able to trade 1-for-1. Shutting down Jax is big, dude. That guy's on fire right now along with Kenny. It's a lot of firepower gone. Big flash, though. Opens the gates. Twist trying to preemptively get the Molotov. He will block it off. Now Amanek still hanging out close. Kenny really trying to put the pressure on Twist, though. They've got him boxed in, and Twist, yep, going to get hunted down by Amanek. Follow-up here, surviving. Amanek just needs to hang in there, and Kenny capitalizes on his teammate putting his body on the line. 2v4 for Nip, and plenty of time left for G2. Ooh.
Nice work from Nexa. Perfectly timed. There was a chance that Forest could have got multiple frags there, but that should be in now. Remember, no kits into this one. The money was sparse, and Bobski coming from Bank. That's his chances. Got an HE. Now nobody. That's a huge round. I can't stress that enough for them to pick up. There's no buy available going forward now, and you're knocking on the door of 13-7 on your T side of your opponent's pick. G2 had a horrible start to this game. They were down, what? It was something like 7-2, I think. And at that point, it didn't look like they had a chance. That was their CT side. They were down 7-2. They brought this right back to 12-7.
To 12-7. We've seen quite a bit of this, though. I mean, it feels like over the past several days, long streaks getting established like this, where you just kind of run away.
It's not the last few. It's the majority of this year, unfortunately. But for reasons we won't even get into it for now. You know what? Let's try and enjoy ourselves somewhere.
You know, I'm just fine with that, Hank.
I want to leave this one on a good note. Positive vibes for everyone. Just a game.
Yeah, exactly. And Nip currently trying to play it. They are stuck right now with pistols once again. So it's looking like 13 rounds on the board for G2 unless they bungle this, but they've got everything they need here to keep it clean. 3 down on the lower side for NIP, so they really are just banking on G2 heading down here after spotting those moving into connector. And you still have Rez pushed up top mid, so Rez could go for the flank. They could ruin things here for G2. Are G2 aware of the possibility of getting shot in the back? Amanek turns around in the nick of time. That could not have been any closer. I don't think he spotted Rez, but he's well aware now.
He was common, so he at least is aware that something's going on down there. Some tomfoolery.
Shenanigans.
See if he can deal with the nonsense as we'll get into the 30-second mark. Rez poised with the Desert Eagle. They know exactly where a player is behind the barrels. That nade will do significant damage towards Forest. 30 seconds is trying to run that clock down. They've got another flash to deal with here.
Too slow. This is a full stack from NIP now. NIP every chance to win it. As they run this down, Nexa close on short.
Crumbling a little bit here, G2.
Yeah, there's too much hesitation. 15 seconds left. You got to go, boys. What a shot from Nexa.
That will do it quite nicely. Still a chance, though. Forest, if he finds one more like that, there'll be no time to plant. Here we go. 7 seconds remaining. Is there a chance here? Need to get that bomb planted, which they will. Rez, can he save the day? Absolutely not. He's still in the connector, unfortunately.
Unbelievable.
So all that excitement, as soon as the bomb goes down, it goes right back to 0 once again. He might be able to get one more kill here, but Kenny will nail the shot. Still big for them to pick up. It's always going to be a difficult round in this patch of the game. Like Deagle armor with some smokes against world-class players, especially like Selekra and Rez with those Deagles, they're going to hit shots. It's just going to happen. It's not like you did anything wrong. Sometimes they're just very intelligent the way they place their smokes, and G2 had to overcome that, which they did. Nexa clotheslines 2 of them upon entry. As soon as that smoke goes down, that's just what they needed. They were just about to lose that round.
I think so. That was unbelievable. The second one in particular just transfers it straight over. Great work, but this is going to be the big buy round now for NIP, at least what they can get out of it. Only a single kit picked up on Rez. Rez with the HE deep. A little bit of damage to Nexa.
That's enough to make him a little softer, I suppose. I thought it would be a bit more than that. It's just 87.
Yeah. So what do we get into now if you're NIP? I mean,
still a pretty desperate spot. You can look at the utility at the 1 minute 20 mark. They are really struggling with the buys now. They get the rifles out, sure, but AWP hasn't done much in this half. Currently down 5-0 in the second. Early days, though, that can happen. But they force one in the second round, so that first gun round's always going to be limited. It's always going to be labored because you won't have everything you need. It's exactly what happened to G2. Once they got all their resources, once they had everything they needed, that's when they actually started to look decent, if you remember. That's when they could actually start being confident. When you've been hamstrung like this and you have smokes and flashes, you don't have everything you need, no one's got defuse kits, you're a little bit more tentative in your approach, quite cagey on the CT side. No one wants to go down first because your CT's teammates won't be able to recover it. But this is great work from G2 instead of slowing things right down. They've dissected the map. They've got deep towards long. Good smoke from NIP. They've been very good at that. Dropping the smokes just when it matters most. 30 seconds again.
Yeah, just like that. We're down to 30 seconds again here for G2.
What's the gap in that smoke, though?
Pressure mounting.
Amanek. He could be the linchpin here. Counter timing twist. He's got one of these at least. The trade should come through. Where's the trade? Where's the trade? There it is.
Forced on the site, though. 15 seconds. Taking up behind truck. He's going to step out into the open, swinging wide. All he needs to do is stay alive. This is everything right now. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It's counting down, and this is going to look like a nip round. Fantastic recovery here from NIP, but I feel it's more of a gift from G2 than anything.
Yeah, they really need to keep their eye on that clock. They managed to get away with the previous round, but it will cost them this time. They still make it a pretty dangerous round overall for NIP with 3 players going down. But once they got that kill and twist, I feel like that's the moment. You need to really commit at that point, especially with 15 seconds left on the clock. You needed to get stuck in. No apprehension is allowed at that point, regardless whether you think you're going to be traded out or be taken down. With your blind, I don't care. You need to get in there. Otherwise, you're just going to lose the round one by one and be whittled away at. They still have a decent buy here, and NIP are fully invested, of course. You can see Forest even with no grenades here. Same sort of Plopsy, so still a massive advantage for G2. Win this round, 14-8 up. Dare say that's GG, so they know it as well. Good grenade this time. Oh, it's disastrous, a couple of them. Taking down Kenny as well, and he's been playing out of his mind.
Yes, taking Kenny out of the picture is big. If they can keep Jax alive, though, they still have some heavy hitting power here on the side of G2. Need to catch somebody getting greedy on NIP, but NIP have been very good about that. As soon as they have that advantage, the man advantage, they don't really take unnecessary risks. Twist peeking towards mid for info. That's it. For now, at least. And so NIP now, this could be their chance to really start getting some rounds on the board. G2's economy has taken a serious hit. They will have money next round to buy G2, but after that, there's Rez, drops the bomb, manages to sneak out. Unbelievable. He gets out of there scot-free. G2, oh, through the smoke, Nexa finds Rez. And just like that, Hunter takes down Lekr on short. Blink of an eye, we've got a game on our hands. Amanek needs to win this duel, and he's not going to do it. Forrest survives with 16 HP. But that's still 2 players here for G2 together. Quick rotation coming down from NIP now towards the B site. Plofsky's going to need some help. Hunter's charging forward, needs to win the duel, and he's not going to do it.
Definitely not. It was looking good for a second there. There were signs of life for Plopsky's head next at this point, and he'll finish things off. 13-9. One more full buy available for G2 here. NIP with 3 players surviving. Getting on their feet now. We said that would be the difference maker once they started getting all the resources they needed.
Oh, I thought you meant PETA there.
Oh, he's excited now. He's feeling it. Tactical pause for G2. Malek's not happy, and we'll see what happens here. Round 23. Like I said, there is a buy available. Hunter still with $8,000. Plopsky, great work. Solid, as you'd like. He hasn't, by his standards, a quiet game, but as long as he's pulling off those rounds on the CT side and they're still in it, they'll take it. That's for sure.
We just start to see. That's twice now where they've taken heavy damage top mid. Smoke goes down before they can really answer it either, like take any shots back at these guys. So what is the strategy here for G2? Do they just slow the pace down completely, let the nades come in, and then slowly work up? But the slow approach, I mean, that's twice now. They got lucky on one round, but the last round, clock ran out. So it's going to be interesting to see what Nexa decides to go with here. What is the call to get G2 their momentum back? It's going to be nades top mid again? At least a flash. Going to keep G2 honest up here, but no HE, no aggression this time from NIP. So just the forward smoke to keep G2 guessing. And spread out around the map here for G2. Minute 30 on the clock, beginning of the round. And very quick clear coming in from Amanek actually on connector. So they've cleared that portion of the map out. That's nice to work with. Now you take over mid, can start looking towards long. Rez has no nades left. He's going to be in a dicey spot.
Cheeky spot here for Lekr. He's backed up from Plopsky, watching that door for him. You can see him vigilantly watching it. The shots come through. Oh, Amanek has done such a good job, and he's hurt. Lekr on the other side as well. He'll happily let him fall back here. He doesn't want to risk the advantage. That's the main thing. Sure, there's a chance he can get that kill, but no way he wants to bring it to a 4-on-4. Wise stuff. Excellent from Nexa. Oh, wow. Okay. A landslide just lands on NIP there. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, this is where it falls apart now.
They had everything set up nicely. They had decent crossfires. They had the map under control. Blink and you miss it. It will be 3 kills going in favor of G2 there. That's kind of a big deal. Twist and Rez have no cash. In terms of their loss bonus now, I think there'll be a 3rd stage after this one, considering the losses they had before. And the way the quote-unquote new system works. Ready to survive. That was down to this brutal firepower there. Next up, looks so clinical sometimes. Such excellent aim.
Yeah. Predicting Rez's aggressive push. That's what you expect from a mindful player like him. I mean, the leader, he should be sharp on those kinds of things. One goes down, that's Hunter. Will they survive the 2 of them? It looks like it. So key save there for NIP. The fact that they keep 2 rifles alive means that the buy here is going to be somewhat solid coming from them. It's been a bit hit and miss for NIP these last few rounds, but back to the wall on the edge of match point for G2. Do NIP just go back to being aggressive? I mean, that's what worked for them so far this half.
When they had the orb, that's when they could justify. They might have to be cagey, but Rez, he's got other intentions. He'll be pushing right up to the fountain. The aggression will come through, but this is precarious. Good shot. Oh, that's more like it.
There we go. That's the key. Just get in there and take the fight to G2. Had it not even worked, that would have still been, I think, the play to go for. Just get in there, take the fight to G2.
Well,
It's now G2. Ooh, G2, they're playing off of this. They realize that there were 2 mid. They're going to try and put some pressure here on the lower site. There's a single man alive. Electro going to try to do the best he can to stop things here. He's got a 2nd man out as well. Plopsky's got his back. Penny, hesitation, but he wins the duel.
What a shot.
We need to get the bomb plant down here for G2. They need to get this clock ticking to put the pressure up on Nip. Nip are so low on nades. Get the bomb planted, Hunter.
Well, there it is. NIP holds strong. You wanted aggression, Samley. You certainly got it. No bomb planted means things are quite weak now on the G2 side of things. Double digits for the Ninjas, keeping their head above water. That's pretty massive, actually. We'll see whether they can replicate that form. No all picked up, and it's going to be a bit of a partial buy here. There certainly was a buy there for G2. We're going to try and take some MAC-10s for now, some CZs. Not going to fully invest, don't need to. Maybe a little set piece towards B. That's going to make the most sense. It's a very close-range bomb site, and those MAC-10s might be able to do some work. See, smoking off towards middle, going through the connector. Still going to end up through B, through this position, of course. Finding some initial smokes, take vision away. Next, they're looking for aggression.
G2 out into mid now with this half buy. And they're sticking to groups together. This is going to be just an explosive play here from G2. Power straight up onto the A site, get that bomb planted and see what you can do afterwards. Rez completely whiffing his spray. Next dynamic, 2 big kills, and just like that, G2, they've turned it on its head. They're going to get the bomb planted with a minute left in the round. Jax finds Plotsky. Hunter, it's falling apart here for Nip.
What the hell has happened here?
G2 countered aggression with aggression, right? You want to go play? You want to get in there in our
Want to get dirty?
Let's go, boys. Straight onto the site, nothing to lose. They walked right in between the Nip defense. Match point for G2 pretty soon here. Although it's a 1v3 and Twist could clutch.
He has no kid, though, but I'm sure there's one on the side. But it'd be a pretty disastrous situation to give this one up. They are low, but the bomb picking some. Don't peek again, Hunter. Oh, we can actually do this now, but he hasn't got the kit, has he? No, he can't win. Okay, I was about to say, there's a chance they threw that then. If he had the kit, maybe there was a chance, but he didn't. Regardless how many men they lost at that point, doesn't matter. They've got match point on the board now. Money is in the bin for the Ninjas, and here are the AWP leaders so far. Twist, unfortunately for him, just hasn't shown his best self in terms of the AWP. He's still got 17 kills, but in terms of the AWP battle, it's 12 for Kenny, who's had some ridiculous rounds overall.
Clutches, everything. Kenny has done his job. He's at 20 kills. He doesn't need to go crazy anymore. 20 is an excellent scoreline for him. And once he gets that AWP in play, things get nasty. 5 match points now for G2 to take Nip out. Nip are going home, but this is still a big match in terms of staying in the upper bracket right now here at Star Ladder. So G2 now, they have done an excellent job. And Ninjas and Pyjamas wondering what needs to happen. Twist nearly pulls off the clutch.
But nobody died on the site, I think, with any kits for him, so that was it. He gets the quad kill, fantastic, but no round win. So let's see it. Match point, full nades for G2. And just cobbling together a buy here for NIP. 3 rifles, a Deeg, an MP9. Aggression top mid, but it's going to be limited. Lekro's there with the Deeg, just hoping somebody's going to peek, but instead it's going to be Kenny towards Monster.
Well, if NIP can somehow win this round, it will be enough. The money will be shattered for G2, but they've got to get through this one first. 3 rifles, barely any utility, but they have got the potential to do that. Forrest had a sensational day yesterday. We'll see if he can really come online at this point. 19 kills to his name right now. Is next up. He has been leading the charge in the second half. He knows about this position all too well. He does significant damage towards Twist, but he'll be the one to go down. If Jax everything's up, the MP9 is not going to do well here. Looks like we might be done similar, unfortunately. Nowhere Twist is. Lekro's nowhere to be seen as either. I beg your pardon. His words start to fall apart. 15 to 10. Looks very soon to be 60.
Kenny goes for the repeat. That's how you throw this away.
Yeah,
so let's keep our cool here, G2. Because now it's Lekro. He's got eyes on the bomb. He could put a smoke on it too. Still has some grenades to use here. Hunter winning the duel versus Twist. Puts it all on Lekro, and it's not meant to be. Jax, once again, Jax. A fantastic performance from Jax as well. 3 players at 21 frags and Kenny at 20. Nexa at 13. That's a team that's functioning efficiently on the side of G2.
Yeah, we weren't sure whether they were going to be able to do it on Overparts. It wasn't looking good. Remember, they went down, 7-2? On their CT side, it looked like it was all going to fall apart. We weren't impressed with their train performance the other day. They looked like they were out of their depth tactically. Always going to be good at the fragging department, but they've been doing their homework for sure. Their coordination was a thing of beauty. NIP weren't playing a bad game there at all either. That was just a great game of CS with some fantastic moments there, and it's always great to see Kenny S and that AWP Samba. It's got to warm your heart seeing those clutches come through, just like the old days.
Yep,
feels like
throwing it back.
Just back at home.
Throwing it back, that's exactly what I want to see from Kenny. He's always had it in him, and for the longest time, that was just the painful thing. When the op nerf happened, he just lost all of his confidence.
Yeah, right.
And it just feels like it's always been years of struggle for him to get that confidence back, that willingness to put the work in, because it did feel like he got robbed. So, of his prime, of the glory days, he was such a dominant beast of a player. And so, just glad to see him find this team that it seems like they can finally gel with. I mean, NIP are a threat. They're not a team to be taken lightly, and
Definitely
G2 just beat them 2-0. So, what does that mean for the rest of this tournament? It's going to be exciting to see.
Well, I guess we should say one more time, seeing as you and I are getting off the mic now, no one leaves the tournament at this stage. It is the lower bracket, but this is all about seedings now. So, so I believe that's G2 now going to the upper bracket in the final. And then we will see the seeding continue in the lower bracket for NIP. So they'll continue to play, I think, later on today or even tomorrow. Who knows? Either way, we'll have an interview right now as we'll get off the microphones and leave you here.
Thank you, Henry, for that. Nexa, you are now in the upper bracket semi-finals of the playoffs. You've beaten a Vanguard, Na'Vi, and NIP to get there. Those are all tough teams. What are your overall thoughts?
I don't know. I think we are playing super good now. I don't really know the reason why. I think everyone is just clicking with each other, and somehow it feels natural when we play. So I think that's the main reason why we won. But I don't know. They're all super good teams, of course, that we played. There were close games as well, like all of them very close games, could have gone either way, but just sometimes when there was like tough, you know, we held out, we did our own thing, and we managed to close out all the games.
So even though you guys are performing very well as a team and you're clicking, you don't exactly know why that is?
No idea. I mean, we've been together for 20 days, and somehow when we play, it feels like we have been a team for like a year.
Well, that's surely very promising then.
Yeah, definitely. As I said before, we are showing a lot of potential right now, playing the way we are now. Of course, we still have a lot of problems, like communication-wise and stuff like this. And I think we will be like really, really good once we get this sorted.
I talked, when I interviewed Malek after one of your last wins, where you guys had to grind to get that victory. On the CT side of one of the maps there, you were 7-2 down, and then you still managed to claw your way back in. Like, why are your team able to get these victories when it's seemingly all going against you?
I think it's because we have a really good attitude, and like we are always positive no matter what the score is. We know that all we need is just a couple of rounds on our CT side, because our T sides are pretty damn good, you know. So we are just trying to grind it out on CT as much as we can, you know, and once we get like the up on Kenny and we have Amanek, you know, in a good rotation, proper positions and everything, and we are just calm and we communicate like properly with the calls and the info, and no one is panicking, that's when we like take rounds. That's it.
Awesome. Well, Nexa, great words from you as always. Would you like to say anything to the legions of G2 fans out there, and maybe a man by the name of Carlos as well?
I told you, boss.
I like it. Nexa, congratulations, and I will see you later. That'll be it from us on the floor. G2 take the victory over NIP.
And the 2-0 fashion as well. We don't get to see the third map. A lot of us hoping to see more Counter-Strike from G2, and of course you will, as they continue to stay in that upper bracket, all covered, of course, by Parla, Andy Castus, Henry, and Semler. Joining me, though, at the analyst desk, we've got Mathieu, Maniac Kikre, and Sean Gares. Gares, good to have you here.
Don't forget the Gares.
Yeah, don't call me Sean Gares. Yeah, Sean Gares. Anyway, memes aside, guys, what do you reckon? What was your take on Dust 2?
What a phenomenal game from G2 again. If you had told me on day one that, you know what, in a group with EG, a group with Fnatic, it would actually be G2 topping it and having that berth to the semi-final upper bracket in the playoffs, such a comfortable position, they can relax. But very much deserved, extremely deserved. I think their T side was impressive. That was my one question, that was my one fear. What I had seen against Na'Vi was really not good signs, but here, oh my god, they were above and beyond NIP.
Yeah, if I could choose like 2 words to describe G2 right now, it's resilient and scrappy. Like, they're so scrappy with their buys in the late parts of games, and they're winning these, you know, pistol forces or weird rounds where like a Monic will have a MAC-10 and he'll get an entry frag. The rounds will grind down to the last second, and all of the frags go in their direction. I mean, their players are so skilled. Look at the board right there. 4 players over 20 frags, next to the only one missing their in-game leader, and we know he can take over games. So it's not like he doesn't have impact on the game. Kenny had massive clutches in the first half. That 1v2 to close out the first half. I mean, this team is just so exciting to watch right now.
And I'm just looking at this picture, right? We have 4 of the 5 best fraggers are from G2, and I just caught myself thinking, who is the weakling in this lineup right now? Who is the one player you would say, oh, maybe he cannot put that kind of frags, you know, he's going to play these positions, maybe be a good support. Everyone in G2 can take game over if they want to. Nexa has done it. Obviously, Hunter was brought in as a superstar. We know who Kenny is. Jax has been doing well. Everyone can take over games, and we can see it from the fragging here. It's a very deep roster, actually. Sure, tactically speaking, there are still some missteps. The communication can be better. That's very sure. But in terms of mechanical skill, damn, there is a lot on that team.
Right, and I love the juxtaposition between, you know, let's compare Kenny and Jax. You know, and every time you talk to Kenny in interviews, given the changes that G2 have undergone, he's always said, I knew I'd end up on an international team eventually. He saw that as an inevitability as Counter-Strike continued to grow, as did his career. Jax is, you know, a little earlier on in that process, and seeing him maintain, if not improve, his ratings and his performances on an individual basis, continuing to be the highest performing player this time during that series and during that map, I should say, on Overpass. Stunning work, really.
Yeah, they really are an extremely exciting team to watch, especially Jax, the man on the screen right now. 22 frags, 98 ADR. And I agree, Kenny knew he was eventually going to come on an international team speaking English, but this team is just so much fun, right? Like, Jax is... He doesn't speak much English yet, but I promise when this guy speaks English, he's going to be hilarious. He's going to be a fan favorite.
He's amazing. He's such a lovely person.
He's actually like hilarious. And Nexa has probably given the best interviews that I've seen so far of the tournament. Like, you're just such a likable team.
Yeah, it is a lovely combination.
When you think about this lineup, the fact they go international, sure, you can name many challenges they will face, but it feels like they have the weapons to tackle them on. As you said, Nexa looks very down to earth, very well thought. They have Malek, they have the structure behind them to organize that. So the signs have been very promising, and all I want to see from G2 now is them being able to keep that cool head, that resilient, even when, you know, the games goes really wrong.
But I want to draw attention to the 2 things you've just seen there. Now, if you piece together the information you were just given, that was 7-2, the score. 7, that was T rounds already for the Ninjas in Pyjamas, and Rez had 12 frags. He was 12-3. They were 7-2 up. This is his final score at the end of Overpass. It's telling, in a way, of what happened.
I looked over at Maniac I don't even have, but 5 rounds into the first half, and I was like, he's 10-1 right now.
Yeah,
like, this is insane. He was just dominating the game in the early parts. NIP just lost so many weird scenarios, right? We saw the one where Twist took the bomb into the connector, dropped down the ladder, and then there was the 1-on-2 against Kenny. There was the round where I think it was Twist dropped the molly on the bomb, but it was just literally like 1 centimeter off.
Yeah,
and
Kenny was just blowing on the fire.
Trying to
defuse.
I mean, there's just so many like just razor thin scenarios that went all in G2's favor throughout this map.
And of course, you'll see more from NIP. What an opponent. What a game this could prove to be. NIP meeting Evil Geniuses in that lower bracket final. If you're wondering how EG, of course, got there, we saw them fall in a rather convincing fashion to the NIP boys. I mean, need I remind you, they have played already and 2-0, it wasn't 2-0, excuse me, 2-1, but 2 victories for the Ninjas in Pyjamas with 16-4 scorelines. That is a rematch that I cannot wait to see, and it's coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. We will see more from the Ninjas. They're going to be taking their break, getting fed and watered and energized as they will be meeting Evil Geniuses when we come back from our break. So go grab yourself a snack, tell your friends, EG versus NIP, and the loser is going home here in Belek. Don't you move a muscle.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
What is that? A karambit? A big shout out to CS Money for partnering with us for this event. If you like skins like this, do not forget to head on over to our giveaway, which you can find below.
Update and new features in the case battles. Updated and convenient interface with new options. Up to 4 users can participate in one battle now. Create and customize your battles, any number and any type of cases. Choose the number of participants and invite your friends with a unique link. Watch the best drop and win everything. Don't miss epic battles on Hellcase.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
A grudge match now as our final best of 3 live from StarSeries I-League Season 8 finals. I'm your host, Machine. I'm joined by Sponge, and of course, Sean Gayers as well there on the end. He's frantically writing notes about what's coming up on today's show.
That's how I have the best notes in the business. No one else can read them. No one can steal my opinions that way. So
we're still there.
We're never leaving that place, Alex. We're never going to leave.
Yeah, if you can't see the difference, I can't. But either way, jokes and memes and sponges aside, guys, this is a rematch. And the reason, of course, that this holds so much weight is that EG was sent to this very lower bracket, this do or die, sink or swim part of the bracket by the very team they meet now for survival, NIP. We've just seen them play versus G2. It was a 2-0 defeat for the Ninjas, despite seeing some signs of life throughout this entire event. What's happening again, guys, when they meet again? NIP champions the first time. Are we expecting to see a similar result here?
Here's the mental shift that we have right now. EG have gotten better as the tournament's gone, and NIP just coming off a loss, they're going to be a little bit emo, right? You got to think about that. They've just lost a game, but they still have an opportunity right now to go into that upper bracket. But they have that on the back of their minds, knowing that you beat EG before. Yeah, you've done it once, but doing it again, that's a different story.
Right, repeating that success, Sean.
I will say this, G2 plays a very different brand of Counter-Strike than EG does, right? What G2 was doing was bleeding the clock down to the last second and playing really scrappy. So yeah, Stanislaw doesn't really allow them to play that scrappy as what we saw G2. And it looked like NIP struggled with that. I mean, they weren't playing those late round scenarios in the same way as when we saw them play, EG earlier in the event. They just blew them out. Okay,
interesting. So there is a clash of styles going on in the server.
Maybe so, yeah.
Interesting stuff. And we'll compare and contrast that, of course. This is the head-to-head as NIP meets EG.
Just to set the stakes here for everybody playing at home, the winner of this one will go into the upper bracket and play against Renegades. The loser of this game will go to the lower bracket and play against MIBR. So, look, either way, you're still in the tournament, you're still in the playoffs, you're just playing for an opportunity to get all the way through that grand final and get that awesome veto system in your favor, really.
Veto system, which, by the way, we should reiterate, is very different to what you might expect. By staying in that upper bracket, you legit skip the vetoes before you pick.
Yeah, so those who aren't aware, because of normal upper bracket situation or a double elimination bracket, normally you reward the team who made it to the upper bracket with something, right?
Yeah.
And the way that StarLadder have done it this time around is by giving that team the first map choice before the other team can make a ban at all. So if you're a team who doesn't play Vertigo or you have a permaban of any variety and you go up against a team whose map that maybe they played a little bit, or even if they're a specialist on it, you're essentially starting the series 1-0 down, which is how we used to do it back in the day. You would start the series 1-0 down. So this, I like it because you have an opportunity to at least fight for it.
Yeah, no, certainly.
And the team on your screen right now, Evo Geniuses, they're one of the few teams in this event that wouldn't really suffer coming from the lower bracket because they don't have a weakness in their map pool. And someone, even if they ran into any opponent, they wouldn't really be able to exploit their map pool by picking a Vertigo or picking, anything.
Sure. So I guess it's also quite matchup dependent as to how much of an advantage that's giving you. And that's a conversation for another time. The conversation now does once again set our sights on Evil Geniuses, singing the songs of their praises, of course, coming into this event and with very high expectations. There was a very clear excuse for their underperformance in Sweden. Now it is a question of really proving their worth, repeating the performances and the results that we've seen already from EG ever since they blew up in late 2019.
Have any of their results been convincing?
Have any of their results
Not any of them, really.
Ooh. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Nothing's been convincing. They've been getting the victories, but they haven't been convincing wins by any means. So that's a problem that I'm having right here is to go, well, are they back to that form that we expect them to win ESO1 New York? No. Are they at a form where, on paper, they should beat an NIP? Yes. But they've already lost to NIP. So it's like, what's changed for these guys? Have they woken up?
I think we're seeing the flashes. I mean, the players from EG have all stepped up in individual moments. It's just maybe they've been solved by some of the demos going around and they need to reinvent their game a little bit. That's what I don't know, because here the veto's coming in.
Yeah, we should probably address that, of course, Overpass has been banned by EG, which leaves us with Inferno pick for Ninjas. Dust 2, EG choosing to take it back to Dust 2. We've seen a lot of NIPs Dust 2 as of late, but Mirage has been taken away by the Swedes, which leaves us with two options. You have Train available, and what am I forgetting? Nuke.
And Nuke was the second map last time round. So
yeah, and these other two were the first and third. These are the maps that NIP won in the prior series.
The 16-4s as well, on when it was for EG undefeated maps in the last 3 months. So the fact that they're brave enough to pick back into Dust 2, I like it because, you know, teams can get shaken in a tournament when they lose one of their best maps. They tend not to pick back into it. I like the fact that they're like, yeah, you know, that was a once-off loss, and now we're playing differently and we can pick back into that. I'm happy to see that. This Inferno game, though, they didn't even look like they were in it before, Sean. They have to have fixed that banana, surely.
When we saw them later on Inferno, it did look like a different team. I mean, they were actually fighting and contesting for banana, but that could be a matchup kind of thing, like we were talking about earlier, Alex, where, you know, NIP was just taking banana time and time again, and they were using their utility perfectly. EG had no answers, and honestly, watching them, I couldn't really think of an answer on the spot.
And I think I'd like to kind of extend on that and ask, what is the answer to the NIPB walk? You were talking and explaining it to me before, and I'll give the TLDR just to get everyone on the same page prior to your explanation, which is just they were essentially, through taking banana control and doing so successfully, consistently, able to walk into B with essentially, in the way Sean put it, a 5v2. That's something you lose, and that was working very well for the Ninjas last time. What is the counter to that?
Well, a good thing for EG right now is Plopsky was the lowest rated player in the last series. He's one of the players who, like, I think at the moment, at least when I see him, he's quite a specialist at walking in with that SG and getting multiple kills and isolating frags on that B bomb site, even when they maybe not committing. Maybe they just have a 2 or 3 pack seeking out for kills and information. So one good sign is for EG that he didn't have a great series last time around. And he's a rookie, he's in his rookie year. That could impact him a lot more than, say, would a Rez or, you know, a Forest, of course. So that right there could be a condition. But one of the things that I noticed yesterday when we did see EG go up against Heroic, they were committing to almost holding that banana to death. It was an all-in, right? Once they got banana control, once they smoked off the bottom, they would just keep 2 players there. So if Heroic wanted to take it, it was trade out until you died. You didn't fall back, you stayed committed. So that's one way you could deal with it, because you're going to force NIP to either go all in for those kills, and if they lose, that's the round done.
They definitely went over things. You mentioned they took banana control. Another thing I remember from that Heroic series was the deep molly down mid from Cirque, the deep molly down banana, I believe, from Tarek or Ethan, and they just dry peaked banana. You know, they didn't even have a smoke bottom B. They were just fighting the ramp. Now, I'm sure NIP has done their research. They probably watched that game. They didn't have much time, though, because they just played G2. So it'll be interesting to see how NIP deals with that, because I'm sure EG has added that to their playbook following that last NIP loss.
And there's always like a phenomenon that happens once you play a map against another team again. Normally the team who loses, you learn the most from that matchup. The team who wins, well, you're not learning a lot because you're winning, right? You only lost 4 rounds. And I think we pointed out those rounds as they were what was it, like 3 gun rounds? There was only 2 gun rounds in that first half.
They won the opening pistols.
Yeah, EG cannot lose the force buys this time around.
That's, I mean, yeah, you guys made that point very clear. Okay.
You need to be converting those this time around. That is a big win condition if they don't want to have what happened last time. I have a feeling, though, and I'm going to put this fully on the mental side of things. EG are going to be, look, the Fury game, it was 2 double-digit matches, but it's still a win. They're going to come up here confident. There's no reason that NIP shouldn't be confident in the matchup if this was, say, tomorrow and they hadn't already played today. But I think the fact that they lost 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago at this point, is probably going to weigh quite heavily on some of these individuals. And if I could just look at those 2, I would say EG win this series off that alone.
Okay, so the mental game is, you feel like, is actually playing a bigger part than it necessarily always does in the game of Counter-Strike. It does depend on your situation.
I don't know, because, I mean, given the fact that NIP blew EG out, their confidence playing them as an opponent has to be insanely high right now, right? I mean, they picked into the map that EG had a 100% win rate on.
Yeah, but is that to their benefit? Is that to their merit, you believe? Because sometimes I feel like the false sense of, a false confidence, a misplaced confidence.
Backfire, right? Like, they could be overly aggressive and take fights because they're overly confident against EG, and we know EG is incredibly skilled and can punish them if they do things like that. But it could also, open it up for Plopsky or Rez to get a little bit aggressive and get those opening frags.
Yeah, I mean, if we're seeing Plopsky play as he has recently, despite, of course, the outlined issues he could be facing thanks to Chad, but partner him up with Rez, partner him up with Forest, who's been playing quite an incredible tournament so far. I think at one point he was the highest rated player at the tournament a day ago. We get to combine that. I'm starting to lean towards the Ninjas. I'd love to see this revitalized roster be able to take a scalp as big as EG back to back. I mean, the repeat success, it does seem like it's going to be in our analysts' minds, significantly harder.
Yeah, I was going to say that pressure might be a factor here because obviously you want to be playing for that upper bracket, but realistically, we've seen this before where teams who already know that they're cemented in the playoffs, like literally every single game today, ladies and gentlemen, you might be a little bit more laxed. And I know that seems ridiculous because running through that lower bracket is going to be an absolute gauntlet of a task, right? But at the same time, they don't think like that, right? Even in the ESL format where you have an opportunity to go straight through the semis, a lot of teams, when they get to that matchup, even they just like drop the ball. And that to me is hugely surprising because if I could go through, have a whole day off, have a whole day to prep on both teams that I'm playing and be feeling fresh going into a semi-final matchup, I would like that myself.
Yeah.
And with all of that on the line and the opportunity to be winning the lion's share of $500,000, I win every game I possibly can to make that route as safe and comfortable as possible. On the screen, you can see GG.bet. It's our bookkeepers of the StarSeries I-League Season 8. They provide the odds and the Strafe app as well on your screens now. Oh, pretty damn split. Plenty of fans of both. The Swedes are up and ready to cheer for the Ninjas, and the same could be said for those North Americans. 57, EG getting the edge. And let's see if they have the edge in the server. It starts on Inferno, a brutal rematch. EG have yet to break on Inferno and Dust 2, apart from versus the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let's see how the repeat plays out with your casters.
Well, thank you so much to the desk. We are going to head into the game. It's NIP starting on the CT side, EG on the T side of Inferno. Best of 3 coming your way. And we're not getting any time here, Jason. It's already just a rush to the B-bomb site. Twist is set up here with a flashbang, I'm assuming, to try and slow them down. And they're going to need to be slowed down. There's 4 men here from NIP. They have the right read, and now they need the kills to follow it up. But Rez goes down to Ethan, and Plopsky only with a single return. The boost is pretty decent, but they've still lost the bomb site.
Yeah, there were so many NIP members here very early on. Forrest gonna peek right back in. He's got the planter, and Stanislaus out in the open. Oh, and Nip, they've got this one with ease. They were ready for that, rotating over quickly. That utility, it's thrown from T-spawn. It's meant to help them get into the bomb site, not like so they don't have to pause once they get close up, but it also informed NIP just what was coming. That is a very nice pistol round from the Ninjas.
Indeed, some timely kills coming up from Forrest. They needed that. Good opening for NIP. I like the speed, the commitment for EG. There's no second guessing that. Like once they were going for it, they were all in.
That's a call out of spawn, and you're basically you've pushed your chips all in at that point. Ooh, nice little extra speed from the run boost. That is not going to be utilized. Plopsky going to toss out a Molotov.
I used to think that what if someone just perfected that? You know, they got really good because sometimes you can like even do like
get
a
that
second
extra
body.
half second, yeah.
Yeah, you can do it like one more time and you get like a lot of speed behind it. That was Plopsky almost losing a fight to that UMP on Ethan.
Well, it's a pretty creative play from EG. They know, why not throw a pop flash over when all those smokes and Molotovs are put out. You have Ethan in position. Throw a pop flash over from the T side and see if you can catch a counter terrorist pushing up halfway down Banana. That flashbang I don't think was nearly as effective as they would have liked. So, clever attempt. Doesn't pan out. Now, 3 MAC-10s with full utility, UMP with full utility, but a 4-on-5. The nice thing is, because NIP all upgraded pretty much, there's 3 M4s, 2 UMPs, they used a lot of utility towards Banana. There aren't a whole lot of nades left for the Ninjas to get creative on this defensive side, so there's going to be a lot of space on the map for EG to work with. It's just the power of once they eventually decide to attack, it's going to be tough to overcome these rifles. Although, fortunately for EG, none of those rifles are at the B bomb site. 2 UMPs to defend.
Yeah, that's definitely something, right? And they don't really have any grenades here either, once again, which could be a problem. A huge amount of Molotovs raining onto the bomb site. Plopsky burning alive. Tarek actually running into their own fire, but he did reveal where Rez was. Just even getting the information is pretty huge there. Shame he went down, but it's a 3-on-3 now for the afterplant, and there is a kit at the back of site. Twist has one as well, and NIP want to see if they could go for this. They have no more grenades again, so they're going to have to go with some raw aim battles, and they all have head armor, so at least the UMPs and the MAC-10s won't be straight up winning the fights like that, but they're still not in an easy position. Already, a fair bit of time has gone off the bomb, and Cirque peeking in, doing some damage. It's Lecro, then Forrest, and now in the back here, Breeze. Can he play for time? That's the big question here. The bomb is ticking far away now. Lecro will take him down, and Forrest, with the kit picked up, is going to have enough time for the defuse, so NIP will win the round, but that was a very close one.
That's still a pretty scrappy retake. That's a very nicely handled retake again towards the B bomb site in a 3-on-3. That contact made from the player at Coffins, I think that was Cirque, meant that he couldn't actually turn around and watch for the push through construction, so that's a bit rough. His attention is taken away. 2-0 for NIP, and I think finally EG, I'd say they have to stay back, but they're going for with another plant, a half buy. Armor and deagles and pistols picked up.
Yeah, just Cirque saving some money. Just fair play. Scout, actually. I don't know. That seems like an odd pickup to me for Twist. I don't know why. Just, what is he going to do? Keep it into the next round and then challenge Cirque?
At this point, I think you kind of have to, just because you're not gonna have a whole lot of money, especially if you lose any players in this. He's way down to 0. There's no one who can really drop him a whole lot. So, yeah, if he survives this round, certainly he'll have to keep it into the next one.
So I feel like the Scout maybe could be somewhat useful in this round, but certainly next round you'd much rather have the MP9 or the UMP, right? Because that could be just perfectly functional if you live through the round.
He'll definitely have to position himself for some range, perhaps a similar one to this. That's I mean, Scout's taking Breeze's head off pretty damn well. Return from Stanislaw and Cirque. 2 deagle headshots. That's going to open up a lot. And Stanislaw's going to start pressuring into this B bomb site. He knows there's only one player. Plopsky's out in the open. Stan has to give it up, but they can just wait now. They can be patient towards this B bomb site because they have the flank coming in, and Plopsky needs to find some safety. No point in trying to hold on to the bomb site. And NIP have a decision if they want to go for another retake. Do they have it in them?
I mean, they must know they have a heavy weapon advantage, but there's still a man down, and I don't know, the last one was really tricky, and that's when they were at even odds, so yeah, I'd be doubting this too. And now it's time to say goodbye. The Stanislaw with a headshot in Forest, surely that should be the time to cancel it. Ethan will take down Plopsky, and Lekro going to try and back out, and they've already flashed him. They're not going to let him get away. They're going to try and stop him. Tarek goes down, but Cirque is there spraying, and that'll be a round for EG. The pressure continues through the first 3 rounds, and finally they're rewarded for it.
And that was only a half buy. Remember, that was just armor and deagles on a couple players. They hadn't actually super invested in any rifles, so NIP's going to have to go right back into that train. They're going to have to be in that same hole where they buy everything they possibly can. It's going to be upgraded pistols, SMG. That Scout is back in Twist hands, but the deagles really doing some magnificent work for Evil Geniuses.
Who have you got winning this? We didn't even get to intro anything. We were thrown in right at the deep end.
Yeah, we did. I'm going to say EG. I mean, I will say this NIP that we've watched at this event makes me feel like it's much more doable for them, especially because, well, they've obviously already beaten EG in a best of 3, but Stanislaw right around the corner. They line up for him. He's going to spray them both down. Yeah, NIP has been like kind of a big question mark on if they'd be able, if these changes have worked. They've spent so much time like in limbo of, you know, not necessarily being any kind of massive threat, but they've looked much better at this event. But before this event, I would have said without a doubt EG, and now it's kind of like 50-50.
Yeah, I have a good feeling about this EG team.
I do have to say, this event is important for EG after the failure of DreamHack Malmö.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of people kind of wrote off, and myself included, just said like trying not to overreact to it just because of the crazy schedule after New York. But if it happens again, like if they don't make it deep into this tournament, then I think people are really going to start questioning the thought. A lot of power in this attack, and the defense holding on pretty well, but it's all over now. I think if it happens again, if there's like another eternal disappointment at this event, which I guess in a way they've already kind of avoided, then I think people start scratching their head and say maybe we're overhyping them for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, the kind of Counter-Strike they were playing at the major had me super fired up.
Yeah.
I was when they did run into Astralis, and I think I even predicted them beating Astralis because that's how fired up I was for that version of EG.
But this core for this team of Ethan, Breeze, and Aaron Cirque, dating back to like NRG, has steadily been impressing people and steadily been having some good results. So I think a lot of people, part of the reason are we're excited about that as well.
Yeah, and there were so many things that were working out really well. Getting to check the corner, it's just the USP, but still, I think for me it was like when they got stand-in for Daps, it was one of those things where I thought, yeah, but you know, Daps is a really good leader, and who knows what could have happened. And it looked like it was like a little bit of a downturn. It looked like, maybe they're not going to be as good. Maybe this was all just a huge mistake of some kind. But then at the major, you know, I was very, very impressed, and I just thought the way that Stanislaw himself was playing, like he was playing such exciting Counter-Strike, like really fearless kind of Counter-Strike, and I just enjoyed all of it. And I'm not ready to really give up on that hype, I'll be honest. I still kind of, I want to hold on to it, but I agree, like, you know, there's got to be a limit where you say, well, if you don't show something like that, the same kind of flavor, then we can't let you ride that train for too long. Before we take it back and we're
Before we throw you off the train.
Yeah, exactly.
No ticket. Shout out Harrison Ford.
It's
and Kevin Smith, for that matter.
Wow, we're
double down.
We're going too deep now. 6th round, and rifles back in the hands of NIP. Some head armor missing. That's fine for now.
It's the nades that I'm most worried about. And look at the balloon of money for EG in terms of winning that 3rd round with mostly pistols. Looks like NIP gonna do some aggressive strategy over here. They're gonna have to run through the Molotov to do it, and Force has the first, cannot control for the second, but that might buy the space. They might not, and they definitely don't realize Lekro's here. Breeze considers it by opening the door. But this is an opportunity for Lekro. Oh, Breeze has outplayed him so hard. Oh, Breeze has just completely juked him out of his jockstrap, as we say in American sports.
Well, it's a good saying for a reason as well. That was, yeah, he opened the door, makes a little squeak sound, and that sells it. Really, really well done.
I wonder if they had spotted too.
I think they have. I feel like they must have. 3 versus 4. If EG win this round, it's only, well, light defense here at the bomb site. Will win the first fight. And goes back for more. He's going to get that kill and a missed opportunity, I think, for Cirque. This is a huge round out of Twist. Breeze making a bit of noise, coming to look for him, and Twist is going to take the fight. That is magnificent. He's essentially playing this bomb site 1 versus 4, and he's already taken down 3.
I think he saw Cirque shaking his head there. He did miss a shot, but there was no way they expected Twist to re-aggress at that angle. 1 versus... Oh, no, another one.
Don't like to see it. Twist with a 4-man kill in the A-bomb site alone. Yeah. That's what Cirque's desk is going to be looking like after those misses. Throwing the monitor, throwing everything.
Yeah, what about the stack of newspaper? Where does that come into that analogy?
I don't know, reading about the failure in tomorrow's news.
Tomorrow's headlines?
Yeah.
Cirque whiffs?
It's asking a lot, isn't it?
3-3. Nice recovery for the Ninjas, and Twist gets his free upgrade into the AWP. He was, as we were theorizing previously, stuck on a scout for a little bit. Ooh, another fast-paced play towards top banana. Ethan going to lead the way. Oh, they spot 2. They haven't seen the guy in the corner, but it's Lekro. He's going to straight burn, and Cirque nails that one up mid. And I think Sanazal has to back away with the low HP he has.
Man, this is so brutal that they're setting such a high pace right now, EG. And I'll be honest, like if not for Twist in the last round, NIP they weren't gonna be able to keep up, and it still feels like they're not. NIP, it feels like want to play a particular kind of Counter-Strike that's just fundamentally different from what EG are bringing into the game right now, and that's how do you mentally adjust? Like the adjustment can't be let's just throw out our own game plan and try and keep up with them. Like that's not going to be really good. So.
Yeah, the tough part about this style from EG of how fast and aggressive this has been is that if you want to beat it to a certain degree, you have to drop down and play a little bit of it yourself, which I think is why Twist was so effective in his repeats towards mid previously. This is like the style. Remember these players like Ethan and Breeze and Tarek were born of like the young NA CS:GO scene where it was very brawly, no real logic behind it, just fight everything you see, and they still like once in a while dipping their toe back in that dirty little pool of Counter-Strike play.
Yeah, if I could do the... what's the guy, the villain from Batman? If I could do the accent, I would.
Bane?
Yeah, if I could do the Bane accent.
We're born in it.
Yeah, exactly. that would be the place to go with.
Try it. Give it a shot. You can do
no.
No, come on.
It's been too long.
Just give it one. You could even do it in Danish, so it softens the blow of how bad your accent is.
I'm not going to be speaking any Danish. Try and do that as little as possible. They've got 4 rounds. Terry's got 0 kills, and in spite of that, EG seem to be doing just fine. But I agree, like, that actually is what got Twist those kills. I think it's one thing for an individual to do it. It's a different thing for the whole team to give up on whatever strategy they have going into this and just saying, okay, well, let's all try and do it, you know? Well, I think NIP right now want to play a game where they're like, yeah, we'll fight for banana, and then eventually, you know, we'll give it up, and you'll do an execute, and we'll call in for rotation. Like, EG's like, no, we're not doing any of that.
Oh, great pop flash peek.
Nice.
Popsky's going to try and play around the edge of the smoke. Ethan boosted up. We've seen players aware of this as they transition back. Rez is way overextended. Oh, got to be careful with those tracers. Plopsky going to put down another smoke to buy himself some time. Yeah, I mean, remember what the desk said. I mean, this EG, undefeated on Dust 2 and Inferno. NIP broke those streaks earlier, I think, what, just yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever it might have been. So to a certain degree for EG, this is probably a grudge match. And I would have to imagine as well, switching to this more basic and, you know, puggy style might be a way to get around some of the ways that NIP beat him previously.
Was the second kill also a boost? I mean,
yes.
Okay. So that's super effective. The pace was a bit lower this time, but some cool tricks being brought out. And actually, it's even better if you can yourself change the pace. If you're being, you know, very fast and aggressive and sort of just fighting early on in the rounds, and then there are some rounds like this where it has a bit of a different feel. It just keeps them guessing, doesn't it? It's very hard for them to get like a really good feel for what's coming next. 5-3. This is an impressive start for EG.
And they control the economy as well. They are in full control of the money situation across the map. NIP's been punished a number of times. Another buy here, but they still, I think, have only had one round in these first 9 where it feels like they've had everything they could have possibly wanted, where they've had the rifles with the nades behind it. Even again here, 4 players without head armor. Not that it matters much against the weaponry, but there's very light on nades. No real Molotov, so fighting for Banana is going to be difficult. Rez is going to take that with the AWP, but he's smoked out entirely. Information given of the AWP's placement as well. And already Breeze has control of A-Halls with Tarek behind him.
And the grenades, once again, are a problem for NIP. In fact, so much so that this is where you sort of wish that they would almost use those 2 flashbangs to, like, flash away into a fight or something.
Well, that smoke completely annihilated the chicken.
Oh, that was a Molotov being pulled out at the wrong time. Was that a mistake, or did he just... was the timing just so poor for him? That might cost them almost everything here. Headshot for Forrest. Great follow-up and a double kill for the Swede. Breeze, 1 versus 4. Can still do damage, but I don't know what happened in the middle there.
Felt like they were a bit like maybe like a step ahead of themselves in their head. Like it seems like they wanted to gain control of brackets and then basically have some kind of an explosive pinch towards the A bomb site, and just that defense, that crossfire mounted in middle, really threw them off.
I feel like he peeked towards that ninja corner and saw him and then pulled out the Molotov. Or maybe it was the other way around, because obviously that's different, right? If he checks and no one's there, then pulls out the Molotov and the guy peeks, you know, fair play. Although some could argue that you could have thrown that Molotov from the safety off if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was very unfortunate. Forrest, though, with a good round. And if you're EG, you just don't want to see Forrest anywhere near the top of the scoreboard at all ever.
I think if you're anyone, you don't want to see Forrest near the top of the scoreboard ever. It's just not an ideal situation.
Unless you're watching the game, in which case...
In which case, it's great.
Love it.
Rez back to be with the AWP, peering at the half wall, looking for that 1 kill before falling away, that 1 shot. Comes over, he's just going to fire some spam through the wall. Molotov forces him back. They've got to be mindful. Remember last time they saw this Molotov, there was a pop flash right over it so that 1 could peek, and here it comes again. Same exact thing, and Ethan is going to dodge the AWP shot.
That's a very smooth way to dodge the flashbang. He was even ready for Popsky to take that fight, so I think if you're Ethan, you're probably thinking, yeah, 9 times out of 10, I'm winning that right away.
I like how aggressive these 2 players have been at the B bomb site before their teammates even come over to make this a hit, because it's really difficult to communicate properly how much pressure is being put on you. He then jumped up over, or Stanislaw, excuse me, but him and Ethan combined for 2 frags. 1 was spammed, I think, from to CT spawn, and Rez now through the smoke as well. NIP losing 2 players through smoke, and the round is just over. But that's what's so tough. If you're the defenders at the B bomb site and there's 2 players from EG applying that much pressure, but you never see more than that, there's no set smokes or anything, you know there's at least 2, but you can't call that it's going to be a B hit, so you can't cheat anyone over on a rotation. You can't pull a teammate to help out. And then when the hit does come in, you've had so much pressure close up to the choke point that it catches you entirely off guard. So EG really priming that hit at the B bomb site very well, and they continue their streak of just responding to a round loss with a round win.
It's also even like the style in which they're taking those aim fights, right? Ethan, never mind that he didn't get the initial kill on Plopsky, but he's in the middle of that lane, right? He like that. You could consider that a fairly exposed position. That could be someone could put a pop flash to go and repeat that. Like a lot of things could happen, right? And even just the mentality you need to make that is it's not like I'm gonna go to the B bomb side and see if I can get a peek. Like that's the sort of like, you know, let's see what happens. Maybe I get a peek. This feels much more like we're just gonna plant ourselves out here, and you can come take the fight if you want. But we're so ready for it. We're so certain that we're gonna be winning it that, you know, it's gonna be rough. And you can see how often they win that fight. Like, okay, maybe it's the boost, maybe it's something else, but they're just not scared at all. And I've got to be honest, that's a little bit what I fell in love with during the major. Like, that's the thing that makes it exciting.
I think it might be two things. One, obviously, the amount of confidence that having the Krieg in your hand gives you. And then I think the other thing might be if they're reading the economy so well, they're going to realize NIPs, they still don't have all the nades they want to work with. You know, they still haven't had, like, a full set of nades. So likely, maybe assuming that the flashbangs aren't going to be there for that kind of a peak. This time, Ethan is much more passive, but Tarek's not. He's gone up mid. He's found his second kill of the game. Pop flash, and Ethan is going to get taken down. 6th bullet for Plopsky is the magical one. But Forrest has slid into a corner, and Breeze checks it. And he's going to be able to build. He saw the elbow of Lekro. That's an easy frag at range. And there goes Rez trying to rotate into position. I mean, these small number of EG players that are initiating contact makes it so tough to, like, for an NIP player to rotate into a spot to make a play where they can actually turn the tides of the round.
Yeah.
Because, like, 2 players are hitting the bomb site, and then there's still, like, 2 players at mid waiting for someone to peek rap side, and it's got to be a bit confusing.
And you know, the other side of that from EG, right, is it's such a dynamic way to start a round. If they run into 3 people at B, they can instantly call a switch, right? They can say, that's fine, we'll leave 1 person here, the second one at Banana will fall back, and then we've got 4 people at A, and you're in trouble.
You have to say as well, it lends itself so much to the strength of EG. We talk frequently how this might be one of the most skilled rosters in the world in terms of the individual players, in terms of taking some kind of one-on-one fight out in the open. These guys love that. Forrest gonna take down Tarek, and he's gonna drop the bomb as well. Ooh, and he sees the op at the last second. He's gonna spam it as the smoke pops. Clever play from Forrest. Ethan's gonna do his best over at the B bomb site, continuing the spam through the corner of the logs.
You don't need to take that fight if you're Twisted, though. The follow-up is great, and they should be able to defend themselves against Ethan here. I think they did a classic mistake in the middle of peeking before the smoke went up for Twisted, that arch corner. I feel like, because there was a smoke up when Tarek went for the fight, so they must have been just a second early. Lekro will take down Ethan, and NIP will regain another round, which I think they desperately need at this point here. 5-7. It's a pretty hot start. That's a giant Christmas tree, Moses. You're going to need a castle to put that up inside.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. I would love a castle.
Like a crane to decorate it.
Yeah, you'd have to climb it to put the little star on top.
Actually, when you put it like that, that's suddenly decorating Christmas tree sounds like a lot of fun.
Have you never done it?
Climbing a Christmas tree to decorate
Oh,
it?
just decorating Christmas tree.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's just not fun if you don't have to climb it, is what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it would be more fun.
Okay.
I think it's fine. I like Christmas.
Who doesn't like Christmas?
I don't know.
Ooh, double nade doesn't do nearly as much damage as NIP would like. 3 players at this B bomb site, though they've struggled with control. Ooh, a little bit of a dink coming. Actually, a bit of a dink. Ethan down to 13 health.
A lot of little bit of dinks still amounts to a lot, I think. That's the kind of Counter-Strike fractions that we're working with here. Counter-Strike math for you. Timmy, if you add 7 little bit of dinks together,
how many do you get?
How many do you get? Just a lot. It's Plopsky playing at the edge. This is so dangerous. They have 3 people over here. They're going to be flashing through. It works brilliantly. Now he doesn't see if anyone else is back there, so that could mean they're going to keep 3 people in B. I'm not saying that he has to push forward, but if he does and finds nobody, at least then they'll know for sure. They're going to be rotating Lekro back. And EG aren't reacting immediately either.
Well, they've set up the smokes towards small pit. If Lekro comes through that, it might be able to help, but they need to have success in the defense, which they are having. First kill, but not the second. There's Lekro, immediately traded by Breeze. 1-on-2 after a double kill from Lekro. He's going to get the bomb planted out in the open. That'll open up so many options of where he can play in the post plant. Does he have the balls to push his own smoke?
certainly pushing that way. Smoke has been extinguished in the meantime, and now it's just hiding. The bomb's planted out in the open. That will make them very suspicious right now. They're probably going to be... They have 3 places to check, right? And Graveyard, I guess that was checked by the Molotov. Now the question is, can they do even more? Whole bomb site's been looked over now. They still have a couple of positions left, and where the bomb is planted, they should guess now. They definitely know, and they just double team him. I think he could have waited a bit longer then. I think he could have probably waited for at least for the defuse there. I think he lost his nerve ever so slightly. However, good retake for NIP.
I think the problem is there's nowhere to relocate after the fight in that position.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's if you're gonna have the like I said, if you're gonna have the balls to push that, I almost feel like you might as well just push all the way to library or push all the way towards the wrap side instead of being locked in that cubby. I think that's why he wanted to take the fight early, because he wanted to force the one-on-one, and if he wins it, then it puts all the decision-making onto the NIP player, right? In the one-on-one, he either has to tap the defuse and wait for that peek from Breeze, or he's got to push Breeze far away from the bomb, and then all of a sudden you're using the bomb timer as well as a teammate.
I even wonder if there's a world in which he could have, like, he could have waited for the defuse tap and just swung to take out the diffuser and 1 round of time.
Very possible. It was getting pretty deep into the timer, wasn't it?
It was getting pretty deep.
The nice thing for EG, because of the way this half has played out and the amount of rounds that they've been trading back and forth, they don't really have to worry about saving. Their players are low on money, but, I mean, they've got enough on Breeze to rebuy, Cirque and Ethan, especially if they get a plant in this round. They'll all be fine. They'll still be able to muster up a buy that has some strength in the next round, even if they'll miss some nades.
Oh, that's a very quick run boost into middle. That was like Counter-Strike acrobatics for an IP. How have they got time? Like Swedish gymnastics? How have they done that in the meantime? Impressed.
Ooh, that nade. Oh, that's perfect. The flashbang is even better from the other side. Good win for Ethan. That's actually massive. Oh, the follow-up nade. What? Okay, that's not fair. That's unreasonable. A little one-tap cleanup.
I'm going to need to see a replay. We need the judges on that.
10 out of 10 scorecards are in.
Convene the ethics committee. That is wild. I just don't. I'm not even sure I even know what happened. It's like I blinked for a second and someone died. 3 versus 4 though. There is 2 flashbangs and an HG left on NIP, and none of them are in the B bomb side. That is Lecro. He's happy the Molotov didn't reach him there. 1 behind Newbox. Ethan goes down, and Lecro a second kill there, and he would have been a hero right away. Now instead, they're in a lot of trouble here, and NIP don't have the money really to throw these rifles away, so even though it's the 14th round, you probably don't want to be saving, you might have to real soon.
Yeah, I think Twist holds this angle for about the next 5-6 seconds, and then he gives it up. And actually, it's just going to come out earlier than that. No reason to stick around and lose those, but you're exactly right. There's not enough cash. Even this. Twist, just run, please.
Yeah. Time to escape. Definitely not worth going down. Even if you want to do a little bit of damage.
8-6.
Yeah, it's a very, very respectable first half coming out of Kanma EG. And remember, if Twist doesn't have that quad kill in the round where he's defending the bomb side alone, it's not even anywhere like this. Goodbye.
Yeah, it might even, he's already just blown up into perfectly chicken nugget-sized pieces.
I mean, not sure how they make chicken nuggets, but
it's not with C4.
Doubtful it's with C4.
It's fair.
Plastic explosives. You need electricity to start that.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you can't like, you know, like I think in some movies like they shoot at it and like that.
That doesn't work. That's a shame. Thanks for ruining movies for me. Lecro with an SMG gonna toss a deep Molotov. Doesn't do a whole lot. Utility obviously spent towards Banana as well from both sides. And already Cirque is challenging up mid. They have gotten into these choke points so aggressively pretty much this entire half. Whether it's here at Banana, whether it's in mid, they want to challenge quickly. Oh, that is a very fast flick to attack Tarek through the wall.
Yeah, that's the kind of vision you only have. You have X-ray, really. That's so impressive. Down to 16 on Tarek. But they have Banana control at the very least here on the EG side for the 15th round. Breeze is holding in the middle. Is he going to be just throwing some grenades? He's got no grenades, so he's just holding it for a minute. That's Stanislaw with another opening. They've had a couple of these at the B side, and it just makes everything so much easier. Now smokes are going to be going up. They UMP, not a lot of stopping power when you're just spamming through the smoke like that. And yeah, they've got everything. Now they're even throwing that Molotov to try and stop the boost. It's so smart here for EG, and they might well win a 9th round behind this.
They should be winning a 9th round behind this. There's 1 flashbang, 2 kits for NIP. I just don't know how you retake this scenario. No nades left for the EG side, but there's just so many crossfires set up. 2 players in Banana, 1 in water, 1 by the grill, 1 in the back of the bomb site.
He's so ready for this boost as well. So Twist on the AWP, he should be dead. Oh, actually, he gets just a little bit of a chance, but time is already running out. Twist goes down, and yeah, now there's definitely just no time at all to do this. Forrest with an excellent headshot, but again, they've simply run out of time in this one. Circle take 1, Ethan the other, and Stanislaw with a triple kill overall. It's 9-6 in favor of EG at the end of the half, and we're going to go to commercial break, and then we'll be back with the second half. Back with the second half here. It's NIP and Evil Geniuses, and it's a best of 3, still the first map. So far, if EG have, I think, just dictated the pace. That little red book that Amapet is looking at, it's got all the right formulas inside for Inferno.
Listen, I know Breeze has 16 kills, but I give all credit to that T side over to Stanislaw and Ethan. The way, as a pairing, they were able to pressure and challenge Banana and have success, and even just like get deep into the bomb site. They put the fear of God in those defenders on that side of the map, and being able to do that on Inferno is critical. So 9-6 win. I think NIP even did masterfully well to even get to 6 rounds.
Yep, I agree. It's very, very hard to recover and to accept the fact that, wait a minute, we're playing a completely different game from the one that we were sort of expecting and in some sense wanted to play. So I agree, they've done the best that they could to try and hold on to this. Now we have all Glocks and armor, so they're not going to be throwing any grenades except maybe the decoy. They're just going to be running and gunning. It could be like on contact, so you walk until you actually run into somebody, but eventually you're going to have to just floor it and just go for it.
Well, I think EG, if you're going to play 4 players in Banana like this, I think you might as well just start pushing immediately, because there's nothing that Cirque can do. He's dedicated to the pit. He's going to go down. Question is, can he get anything? Takes a shot at the jumping player, takes a shot at the second jumping player. Everyone's jumping. Oh, he's got one. Not too shabby. The flank is going to come in. It's a little bit late, but I mean, they've just switched sides.
Yes, they have, and now there's a USP in pit, which is a little bit different. Tarek running onto the side, but Plopsky will take him down. That USP on Rez will drop. Oh, and there's another one. Good job on Rez. A triple kill. 2 of them with a stolen USP. And NIP win the pistol. Yeah, I think there's a valid point. That's a lot of people to have on one side of the map, and you don't see anyone at Banana.
I think it's a reflection of players feeling like these pistol rounds are very like coin flippy. I mean, we've heard players talk about that for like a number of years now in terms of like whether the shot is going to feel like it hits and whether you can consistently hold the bomb site. So, because we saw yesterday there were teams like the Furia and Avantgarde game was basically 4-1s on those pistols.
Yeah.
Okay, Lekra long range. This is full investment from EG, and they've already lost one. Oh, they're going to follow it up the pistol push. Ethan's got the first, traded immediately. Breeze, though, adds on with the deagle, so very early. Look at how aggressive EG likes being.
Yeah, they really are. And if NIP were to slow it down, this flank from Cirque would be really cool, but That doesn't look like it's going to come into play. I mean, even in that 4-1 that we just saw, right? Oh, it's such a good read, Breeze. That would have been a headshot to hit, but not going to happen. Bomb will go down instead. I was going to say, circling that pit, right, with the USP, if you replay that like 10 more times, there's at least going to be a couple of rounds where he takes out 2 players before they even get like around the corner. And then, you know, even if he dies, then it's like a 4-on-3 retake. Maybe his team can do that. So it's like there's even a world even where the 4-1 stack isn't that crazy, you know. But when you get run down, you miss the early bullets. Even the fact they got a kill was pretty cool. Could have been worse at that point, I think. Then it's really difficult.
It just relies a lot on Cirque getting a double kill. Cirque with the MAC-10 wants a little bit of extra money. Not going to get it. So Breeze brings the Scout into the next round and a Deagle. He can pass that Scout or the Deagle over to a teammate. Scout goes to Cirque. We'll see what they can do with those 2 weapons. But NIP off to a start. 2-0.
Yeah, off to a bit of a start. Something that is encouraging, I think, for NIP, if you just look at the lineup right now, is that there's really nobody that's falling behind in terms of the kills, right? This isn't like, you know, one of their players tapping out of the game and not showing up. So, I mean, Plopsky and Rez are a little bit behind, but nothing that's significant and could easily turn in this half. So, I kind of like to see that. I think that's what you need if you want, you know, a good chance. Yeah, it's hard to even call it a comeback. They're not really that far behind, but at least if you want a good second half, then it's good to have everybody chiming in. It'd be fun to see just the contrast here between the T sides, the T halves. You know, I mean, how aggressive do NIP want to be? I'm guessing not anywhere near at EG's level, but
no, not as aggressive. Certainly, there's going to be a bit more finesse in the Swedish Counter-Strike, and at the moment they're moving up mid, waiting for this smoke to clear, and they're going to find a free bomb site. EG has stack B.
The thoughtful Swedes versus the barbaric Americans. That's the kind of picture that we're painting here.
That's fine. I'll take that. I don't even look at it as an insult.
No, I'm not saying it has to be, you know. Not, you know. There's a lot of finesse in, you know, building.
In barbaric nature?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you know, IKEA furniture or something, but, you know.
There's not.
No?
There really isn't.
You've got to get all the things in the right places. It's very tricky.
Well, that's some bonus money for young Plopsky.
How do we get him to change it? What's the best way to go about it?
I think maybe we take his best highlight and we say, what was your second choice for an alias? And then you cast it with his second alias.
Yeah.
And be like, look how much better this sounds.
Maybe we do like a fake headline, like from like a big, like, you know, like Eurosport breaking news, Plopsky signs deal with Nike. It just doesn't make any sense, you know.
Even if Nike wanted to, they'd be like, Plopsky.
Yeah. Like if we read that out loud to him, maybe he'll be like, yeah, I see your point.
Cirque gonna back away after the ult mid peak. Decent banana control, actually full banana control, but here's a late pop flash coming in. Sanazar close to the corner. The MAC-10's not going to do it there, especially a blind one. Continuing the spray. Cirque adds on top of it. That was towards middle, or boiler perhaps. And quickly, EG has a 5-on-3.
Those retakes of top banana are so cool. And I mean, NIP kind of had the chance themselves, right? They did it with Plopsky one round, and it worked out. But it's so nice to see.
They didn't do it very often, though.
No, not very often.
Especially not for how often EG was able to take control of top banana. So we'll see. I mean, there's still actually EG, despite having a 2-man advantage. I am not a huge fan of these setups where you kind of rotate Ethan towards CT spawn to watch rap side. He's kind of half watching rap side. It's a very tough angle to hit. And then you actually have 2 defenders in the site, but still, it's going to just probably work out here as Cirque has the opening pick and the follow-up on Rez.
I know exactly what you're saying about Ethan's position. It's one of those places where, actually, if somebody runs past, you haven't helped the people in the bomb side at all. You know,
yeah, you're
except for saying you're about to get shot in the back. But you know, at that point,
it's like you're half-ass watching rap side and half-ass rotated to the B bomb site. Why don't you just pick one of them and do it 100%?
Yeah, that does feel like. I mean, it can at least at times be a little bit weird. 10-9. Great round from Suk, who was feeling frustration earlier from missing shots, but he's had a great game, so the frustration probably going to be, you know, quickly gone.
Well, one round lead, and this is one thing that the NIP was not able to do on their CT side. They have all the rifles they could want, and they have an AWP, and they have 4 kits, head armor, and full nades. That is a buy that I feel like I saw the Ninjas have in the first half maybe once.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of luxury in that department. That does obviously make a big difference on Inferno. We love to talk about it, but those grenades really are a big difference maker. Ooh, wow. Tarek with the flashbang, Ethan with the closure, taking out Popsky and Rez, and no reason to stick around. Everybody calm down if you're on the EG side. This is, again, it's a round where you don't need to do anything really at this point.
2 5-on-3s to start the gun rounds for Evil Geniuses, and they've taken 1 point of damage on Stanislaw. Not even sure where that would have came from. Some random nade barely reaching him. Oh, dear God. I don't even know if he saw anything. He might have just tapped.
Yeah, that's the kind of replay you'd love, with just a close-up of Ethan's head, just to see how close was that. Because if he gets that and keeps pushing, right, then that could actually be taking the round right back. What? I need a replay of that too. I didn't look like that recoil was... like he was anywhere near him.
Oh, he's going to get another one. He's going to get another one right through the coffins, and Forrest is the only one left. I think EG's lost 4 players, and I don't think they have really seen anyone in this round until Cirque. That's Nade's going to finish him off, surely. Tough job for Forrest to do, and this is the kind of player you just don't want to give a name to. There's 20 seconds of the clock. Just nobody peek. You're grouped up 2 and 2. Just let him get the bomb and plant if that's what he really wants. Breeze is going to finish it off. 11-9.
Yeah, like there's a way to win that round that's like 100%, right? Which is what you just outlined. And then there's a bunch of, you know, 99% chances.
Yeah.
But if it happens to be the one game where you give him a bunch of fights and he wins it, that's gonna feel bad. Like at this close of a scoreline, you'd never want to do that. And most especially not to Forrest.
Most especially not to Forrest. Stanislaw jumping across mid, spots nothing.
I think he might have been spotted though.
He's jumped across, I'd say three times towards all mid just to get numbers. Another pick early on.
Yeah, that was so aggressive, and that was, I think, Popsky had the creek down there. Now it's been picked up by Rez, but NIP really having a bit of a rough time.
They haven't had, I mean, ever since they won the pistol, ever since, I mean, what, rounds 4 and 5 and now 6. EG's gotten an opening kill within like the first 15 seconds and gotten away with it.
This is what happens when you put your IKEA furniture together, but you're missing some of the pieces along the way. Like you have to, at the end of it, you have like 7 different bolts that are like.
Yeah, NIP's trying to put together a dresser and they're like missing a shelf every time, and they send it back and it comes back, and this time it doesn't have like 5 screws.
Yeah, and since that there's a new model, so now they no longer carry any of the reserve spare parts for the thing that you have. So you're like, oh well.
Screw me, right?
To hell with all of this.
I'm out. I'm going to Walmart. Ethan just going to hold it down. Doesn't matter that he's blind. He gets the first kill. Tarek clotheslines the second. And, ooh, that's a good return from Rez and Twist. But it's going to be tough to complete this win. The plant is maybe the best they could have hoped for. Krieg picked up, so one more kill would be spectacular.
Go for every single one here. I know you don't have the armor or any grenades or anything, but just... I think hiding back here is actually the thing that makes it very, very hard to try and win this. I almost feel like you've got to go above and beyond tapping. That's a nice tap, and he could have had the follow-up. There was a chance. Well played from Twist regardless. I mean, that's getting the most out of the round like that. Oh. There's the combination.
You should get that tattooed on your forehead.
Inside of my lip.
Inside of your lip.
Forehead is pretty aggressive. Especially for a joke, like even when people ask you, like, why do you have those numbers? Like, well...
Funny story.
Funny story. It's not that funny. Was it Alex that memorized that at some point? I want to say Alex memorized those numbers.
Memorized what?
The numbers, like the number sequence.
You don't have those memorized?
No. I know the first, like, 20 digits of Euler's number if you want them.
Let's hear it.
In the middle of the game?
Okay, we'll wait for a timeout.
That's high pressure. All right. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a push up from Forest into the middle. Cirque instantly taking down Rez.
Oh, this is a problem, though, because Cirque's position in Hulls is known, and Breeze is here as well. So oddly enough, they have the opening kill, and they have a strong position, but no one from NIP is really going to fall for it. This is going to be, strangely enough, a difficult retake.
Yeah.
Because Breeze has never been able to get involved in the action.
And there's a Molotov and a smoke left on plot. If he throws a smoke up here or something like that, or maybe even better a Molotov, that's going to keep them locked in forever.
I almost feel like Cirque should be over-aggressive in how he peeks these halls so that it can open up the possibility for Breeze.
It's a nice Molotov, though, to force Plopsky out, actually into the lineup of Cirque, and Twist tapping away, needing a kill. There's the follow-up, a big double, and they jump down into the pit, but that's going to be a strong round out of the Swedes here. 10-12.
Yeah,
that's so impressive.
It's so unfortunate. I think that's just a weird way for that setup to get countered by your own success, and it's almost... I mean, I think Cirque got that pick and then fell away, but didn't actually know the numbers or what kind of a pace NIP was bringing out. All right, give me the first 20 digits of what number?
Euler's number. That's like 2.7.
You're already losing it on number 2.
Jesus Christ. 20, 53, 45, 90, 45, 60, 74. I'm kind of running out. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not memorizing. You're doing the math in your head as you go, aren't you?
Yeah, I know that
you lied.
Listen, it's been a while. It used to be, you know, I went to a boring school. What can I say? Long breaks off, staring out the window, watching the, you know, tumbleweeds go by in Denmark, something like that.
A lot of tumbleweeds in Denmark.
Yeah, apparently.
12-10. Nice round from NIP to get back on the board. And they've done it. They've kept the money low enough to the point where Tarek and Stanislaw are going to be stuck on pistols. Or maybe not stuck. I shouldn't say stuck anymore. These pistols are super powerful. They're going to be blessed with the opportunity to not have to hold on to a rifle.
Ski. Eating a bit of grenade damage. He wants to push up, and Rez will be there to take him down. That's not bad at all. Every time I look at the scoreline and it's this close, I keep thinking, how are NIP holding on to this so well?
They've done a great job. Think of a lot of teams that probably would have folded under this pressure or had such a disparity in the first half that it would have been tough to fight back. But you're right, NIP are doing phenomenal considering the pressure that was put on them in the first half.
Do you think, I mean, if this was MMA or boxing or something, right, and somebody comes out with the kind of pace that EG have, and it doesn't work in the first, you know, couple of rounds, then people tend to sort of punch themselves out, right? Like they get so worn out. I think that happens with a team like EG, where like they set that pace and they try and like they keep the NIP economy, or they keep the NIP economy low, and they keep like almost breaking them, but then at the end NIP just keep holding on. And is there a limit? Is there an expiration date for that kind of play where you're like just eventually like, now we just can't do anything?
No, but I think it is deflating if that kind of stuff. Because obviously you can't have that kind of a pace on the second half, right? When you're winning the defensive side, you can't be massively pushing everything. Although they have been pretty aggressive for a defense. Either way, slow pace towards this A bomb site, and EG has properly stacked it up. That's a huge win, because that smoke's going to clear, and then Stanislaw can get involved. They still don't know Tarek is here either. They're baiting him in. Tarek, he can stop this plant. Look at the time. Oh, the bomb is down. They're going to have to rush into the site to get this kill. This needs to be a frag, and now Tarek just needs to live. Forrest chasing him down, hunting, but it's not going to happen fast enough. And oh, that almost did it. Smart play from Forrest. Running up the staircase, but by the timer, EG win. But don't celebrate just yet. Don't order the champagne. This is one of those victories where EG is stuck with a disgustingly not great bye after a victory.
Yeah, not great news at all.
It almost would be interesting to see if they just decided to like half buy here. They're like,
just to sort of
they're like, yeah, we won, but we don't have good money. Why don't we just like half buy with pistols and smokes and see what happens?
That's a devastating way for NIP to lose a round. I mean, at least they can also invest into this upcoming round, but that's very hard to deal with. Last tactical timeout being called by NIP at least.
I'm really interested about that like the theory of that buy. I know it's been thrown out there before, but why not?
Yeah, just say we're just gonna treat that as like, you know, not really a real
like
victory.
what would they do right now if they just lost that round? They would have half bought.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. It's just you're more doing it maybe on the fact that they lost everything too, and that you feel like you need it's tradition. You need to.
Yeah, you have to buy. It is against the rules to not buy after a victory. Smoke's coming down. Pop flash through it. Rez, he's looking into the wall, looking towards the left. Here it comes. There's the peek. Tarek. Oh, he's going to peek into 3. His teammates got one. Oh my god, they've got them all. Cirque and Bree swing around the corner. Good thing they bought. That's a terrible idea on your part, Anders.
Wow, thanks. It's oh, he even tags him up. That was going to be a really cool B split. I'm sort of sad that it got shut down over at mid, but that's a 3-man setup there in middle, and it works remarkably well. Forest, though, dangerous in this position with the AK. They have some pretty poor weaponry to try and fight him at that range. He's low on health, though, and he'll fall back into it. Twist only has a pistol, and this is Forest's time to really prove why we keep talking about him as such a good player. There's the tap taking out Cirque. The smoke will reveal where a second player is coming from. That actually does give it up a little bit. Oh, Twist is found, and Forest is as well. Heads up play from Ethan to look for Twist inside of the smoke, and I'm hearing some woos come out.
A lot of woos.
That's a 14th round for EG.
It's a very nice retake as well. I know it was a 4-2. Just what a great hold of top mid. Yeah.
Am I the only one who finds it, like, just intrinsically funny when you hear the chickens go, like, cluck, cluck, cluck? I don't know why that's funny.
I think so.
It just always makes me smile.
We'll bring it up with the therapist when we get that underway.
Yeah. Once we all get there.
14-10. NIP with the plant going to be able to muster out 2 Kriegs and an AK-47. Sanazar spots 1, spots a 2nd, and probably a 3rd. He's playing with fire with those peaks. He's going to get away with it this time.
Lopsky, again, a little bit low on health. They take out Tarek, but they don't know about Ethan yet. They haven't been spamming this yet, as far as I can tell, so they're just assuming no one's here. And that's a big mistake. Taking down Twist and Plopsky's Ethan. Wow. So we learned in Under Siege 2, Jason. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
Freeze. Oh no, no one's watching Halls, and you've allowed Forrest to get an opening kill, and you can see Lecker even backing off. Forrest is going to clear everything. Up above, he finds Breeze. Breeze was trying to manage 180 degrees. And that's a heartbreaking way for Ethan's work to go to waste.
Yes, it is. But for NIP is another example of them just, you know, holding on to this wild ride that they've been taken on by the mostly American side here. Rez, Lecro, and Forest. And I mean, right now they're not even being challenged for the bomb site itself. It seems like EG is sort of posing at the limit of the site just to see what they can get. Finding Forest, so that might actually give them a chance at a retake here. They're going to be running onto the site. Ethan hoping for a really quick spray. There's going to be Rez going down, and now Lecro, very awkward position here by the Haycard. He takes down 1 and tries to continue. Cirque, can he find that bomb in time? He has no kit. No, I don't think he...
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
All right, that's good. That was actually very, very, very close. I think he's got it as well. Yeah, I think he does. It's going to be the last millisecond, but he does. Ethan with a quad kill, but that was... I don't know. That was a stumble away from them not finding the kid.
Right. Maybe like not getting off the bomb soon enough to go find that kid once he tapped it. But you could see what it meant to Ethan. He let out a big cheer when that was done. Hands, fists in the air after a quad kill from him. He opened it up with 2, and he had the initial 2 on the retake. Would have had the ace if he had more bullets with that Krieg, unfortunately. Still, 15-10. He's fine with that.
He's running down the middle. EG, they're already winning the game, but now they're trying to not just finish it off, but really make NIP feel it at the end here. Lecro goes down, and Forrest dropped very low on health, but still, heads up play for Forrest to go and check for that and make sure that they're keeping the thorough 4-on-4 now.
That's a scary fight for Stanislaw, knowing that Forrest is dinked.
Yeah,
or
like,
down,
when you only see heads, right, you should equalize it to a pretty even fight.
Right. Oh, nice shot from Rez. Ethan added a little bit of an off angle. Now it's all on Tarek. Boosted up. He's had a quiet game compared to some of his teammates, but that's a good hold so far. Smoke dropped in the front of the site, flashbang up in the air. He's going to go through it, of course he is, and he's got another one. A second kill on a Plopsky, who could not contain it and still hiding in the smoke, still coming through it, but Twist this time turns and has the advantage.
Twist has been doing some great work here. Cirque running onto the side and punishing Twist right away. That is a big risk, but what a reward he got at the end. Forrest now with 14 health to try and hold on to this map for NIP. He's going to take out Cirque, and that's a good start now. Stanislaw running back in, making his way around the corner. Man, that was a risky play. Now Forrest sneaking around. He's been smoked off, but that might not do a lot here. Stanislaw, he's going to tap the bomb once. Forrest coming through and takes his face right off. Another 1 versus 2 for Forrest that he picks up.
Yeah, Cirque went way too early on that one. You saw he had his pistol out as well, because you know the communication was passed along that the last guy was low. He only needed 1 bullet, but not waiting for his teammate to come up banana. Yeah, that dink, that was certainly called out by Breeze, and especially in this situation, Cirque knows exactly where he is. You do not need to take that fight whatsoever. Wait for Stanislaw to come up, and that'll be the talking point of that round for EG when they're in review. Now this can get dicey now. EG, with that loss, that was their chance to close the map. They still have 4 opportunities, still plenty of chances to do it. But equally, there's plenty of chances for NIP to build into this, because EG after this round is out of money.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be true. Although these pistols are still dangerous. Inferno, I think, is one of those maps where a lot can happen. Ethan, what a follow-up. That's the Deagle as well. I thought maybe the CCs would have been the more dangerous ones, but they get that. They can't pick up the rifles, but they still pick up those kills, and that's good news.
Yeah, just maybe for this map against NIP, I think Ethan's taken the crown from Freiburg as King of Banana. He's been such a beast on both sides. Maybe the Prince of Banana. We'll track his career. If he keeps doing this in Banana, we'll give him something.
Heir to the throne, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just trying to be. Cirque, Breeze, Stan, and now Ethan. Everybody tilting towards this A side. So, you know, some good shots, but also some good reads coming out from EG here at the end of the round. 40 seconds left, and once they turn this corner, no one's spotting them yet. I think they want them a bit closer here. Going to be a smoke put up by NIP. Lekro has a Molotov. It's going to be down in the pit where nobody is. And ooh, they spot out Cirque. Breeze coming. Oh my god, the headshots ring true for him. And Twist is in trouble. Almost no bullets left. And that's going to be the map 16-11 as EG will take out NIP here. Ethan on 27 kills. But those last Deagle kills of Breeze were great as well.
What are you supposed to do if you're NIP? Like, you put yourself in a lot of really good positions, and each and every time individuals from EG bailed them out of it. Ethan a number of times. Cirque a number of times. Breeze as well. That trio was just so brutal on an individual level. But I mean, going back, it's got to be Ethan who's getting MVP, not just for the amount of kills, but the way he controlled Banana on the defense, the way him and Stanislaw took it on the offense. That dictated so much of how this game played out.
Yeah.
That's a really, maybe an amazing showing. And even, we talked about it a number of times, that felt like the score, it felt like it was closer than it actually should have been at one point. It felt like EG was in control of that map the whole way.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, there were some critical rounds where NIP sort of managed to hang on to the whole thing, but it did feel like the EG side was more in control. We'll see how it goes in map number 2. It's coming up after the break, so stay with us.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
What is that? A karambit? A big shout out to CS Money for partnering with us for this event. If you like skins like this, do not forget to head on over to our giveaway, which you can find below.
update and new features in the case battles. Updated and convenient interface with new options. Up to 4 users can participate in one battle now. Create and customize your battles, any number and any type of cases. Choose the number of participants and invite your friends with a unique link. Watch the best drop and win everything. Don't miss epic battles on Hellcase.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
The evil geniuses have done what they couldn't the first time they met the ninjas, and that is, of course, win a map. We did see them win a one. It didn't work out. Didn't work because it was a 3-map series the last time.
Yeah.
Alex didn't work that way. Either way, Sponge and Sean Gez joining myself, Machine, to break this one down. Looking better. Looking
Hello.
rejuvenated. What's with the posture?
I'm trying correct posture.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's a new thing.
I've given up trying.
Yeah. And also, apparently, a recent study was released that actually slouching isn't bad for you.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll sit
it's like
back
it's
down.
actually been completely misplaced, and we've all been falsely thinking that's how it
They
should
lie to
be.
us all the time,
Yeah.
Alex. They lie to us all the time. Ethan, difference maker in this game. Difference maker in this game. One thing that we need to crack onto, because we talked about it a lot within the pre-match, was making sure they convert after winning the pistols. EG solved that. They just didn't win any pistols.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's quite an easy way to fix that. If you don't win the pistol, you don't have to worry about converting. And they actually were able to win a force by there in that first half. But it's in the second half is where they did the work that we were talking about. They were able to go for that banana control. In the early stages, they had a 3-man top banana retake. After that, they were pushing on down, as per Sean's mentioning, and getting right stuck in there. But for me, it all has to be Ethan. He was having so many 2Ks. He was having a lot of impact on that CT side, and I think he did a fantastic job.
And it's a name that, of course, we didn't get to talk a whole lot about after his first game versus the Ninjas in Pyjamas. A real turnaround for AEG.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Ethan's hold on the B side, his aggression. I liked the start of this game from NIP. They came like I thought they would. They came very aggressive. They were peeking into alt mid, doing a lot of pushes. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, right? They got completely outplayed on so many different gun rounds. Things just didn't go their way this time around like they did the previous time these two teams met. Like Chad said, they won both pistols. They had 5 rounds at the start of the halves combined. But I mean, I think the key round that swung things was the 3-on-2 late in the A bomb site, where Cirque ended up, retaking the site. That was such a pivotal moment, as well as obviously the last round where EG just ecos them.
Yeah, landing on a high.
Yeah.
What we're getting happening right now is almost like two bulls running at each other, and we're getting this a lot now that Fnatic are playing all that very mid-round style of Counter-Strike as well. We're just getting teams who are so confident in their individual ability. We're seeing fights going down into the B bomb site with 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock, because that exchange of utility that we're seeing at the moment, if it's getting saved late round, the T's are disrespecting that. They're running all the way up. They'll make you waste it, and they're even just taking fights. And then as soon as you're stuck on the bomb site, there was a clip we just saw from Ethan's POV where they boosted over the smoke twice. They did the first boost, he gets the kill, he drops off, they wait, they drop another smoke, he does a boost again, he gets a second kill. The B guys can't move around at that point. They're isolated to the side, literally with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. And think about all the pressure that applies to the rest of the map. So this, very aggressive style that we saw come out from EG, it's hard to handle. All of the rounds, well, okay, not all of the rounds. The majority, I would say everyone but one of the gun rounds in the first half that EG won were on the B bomb side. Right? I think there was only one gun round that they won over towards A, and the rest of them were, okay, NIP took 2 full ecos, there was a couple of force buys in there. Every time that it felt like EG went A, they weren't able to get too much success over there.
And that's the danger, too, of, picking a map that you 16 forward EG on, but it's a map they're excellent on, right? They didn't even get to see EG's T side. Like, this is the first time that they saw it. The first time was the 16-4.
That's a good point. I suppose you're right, yeah.
So, they had no research to go into, whereas EG, they got to experience just getting absolutely slaughtered on their CT side, and they could make some adjustments.
See that result there, of course, in the recent result, 16-4. However, after that, they tried their hand at Dust 2 again versus G2 to less success. It was 16-11, and so Ninjas in Pyjamas certainly have not necessarily looked spotless on their Dust 2 coming into this game. Battle for survival.
Some of the things that went well for them last time round was Forrest going absolutely huge. He had some really good moments in that game. I think you can all remember that back at the platform. I think he had the 4K with the AWP. He was moving around with the rifle, being very proficient. Now, we spoke about Ethan, the man on your screen here, because he was the difference maker in that last map. This was the opening map, Dust 2, last time round. He had 20 kills. The rest of his team, besides Stan, had under 10. Stan had 10 on the nose. So nobody else from his team showed up fragging-wise. Well, they've just had Inferno to warm into the game. So that condition for me goes completely out the window. Right here, I'm sitting and looking at what is most likely going to be a 2-0, because EG, I think, are ready and raring to go. That you can see the type of Counter-Strike that they're bringing today. It's different to when they played last time. And last time round, on that D2 game, they only won 1 gun round, in my mind. I would classify as 1 gun round, and 1 was a pistol round, and then 2 were low buys.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening again. I don't know what world that could happen again in.
Yeah, it's the same thing with that Inferno match, right? It's very hard to see a scenario where a team blows another equal team out on CT side Dust 2. I just feel like it's not a solid half of Counter-Strike for any pro team right now. It's very random. And I feel like that was, you know, an extreme outlier if these teams were to play, say, 100 times.
Right.
So I think, you know, EG will get a significant more amount of T rounds here, and I know their CT side is phenomenal.
And that's what I want to investigate, is a phenomenal CT side on Dust 2. You just highlighted that it is, to a degree, random. What do you mean by random when you're talking about
It just is so
side?
economy-based, and the way that the economy is currently set up in CS is the Ts just can keep buying and buying forever, and eventually they're just going to break the CT's economy. And Dust 2 is a map where it doesn't lend itself to force buys like some of the others. The engagements just aren't there because Ts get pretty much free map control, and then you lose the B-bomb site and it's over. So Ts have things very easy on Dust 2.
It's also quite rhythmic. You know, you always hear me talking about like when the in-game leader battle, or now we can also see the coaches in it. If a team wants to set the pace early on their T side by doing lots of long stuff, right? Well, then the CTs, if they keep losing it, they have to stop losing it. So what do their options become? Okay, well, let's do the 4-man A-lane. Well, that's when if the in-game leader on the other side of things like, hey, I expect the 4-man A-lane coming in now, and then they do something B heavy, they lose B. You're constantly playing catch up, and like associated with like a dog trying to catch his tail, right? It's never going to get there. And when another in-game leader is in your head and they're reading like the next call that you're going to make, that is the most frustrating thing that you could possibly be, and that's why, you know, you see a lot of defaults, you see a lot of spread on the map pick, and it slows down in that regard. So if the fast stuff doesn't work out the gate from these two teams who are playing, you know, very head-on Counter-Strike, you'll see it slow back down to that defaulty, well, maybe not slow, but you see them go into a default. Teams right now are barreling down middle, taking catwalk control super early. We've been over this a million times. Mid doors is free reign at the moment because the CTs have to drop a smoke. They have to respect the B rush early because of those contact plays we keep harping on. So now the Ts are abusing that. They're walking straight out the doors, they're going for fights, they're forcing out utility, they're making the CTs feel awkward. This is why I think having Breeze at long, right, as your long anchor is fantastic.
See Lecro's
They
flank?
have a flank on a knife round. That's BM. That's BM.
I hope they lose this. You don't do that.
You don't send a
You
flanker?
don't do that. If you're going to play silly buggers on the knife round, get out of here.
Silly what?
Silly buggers.
Silly buggers.
Yeah, we can't.
We won't divulge into it too much. In Australia,
probably
you can
skip
say
that one.
You
can't say that
on
one in the
television
UK.
in Australia, so I guess
Exactly.
it's fine, right?
In America, they're allowed to say crap on television. For us, that's like, that's on par with the S word. The
Really?
S word. I know.
Wow, Shiza.
GG.bet, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bookkeepers of this event, and you can see that the odds have shifted quite heavily in favor of EG. Understandable so. After their first map victory, they're now one away from staying here in the upper bracket. You can see the statistics there as well. From the fan vote, you guys have been getting involved. 57% of you giving the edge to EG. What about you guys at the desk? You've already kind of hinted at a 2-0.
Yeah.
Chad, we got
EG,
somewhat of a vibe, yeah?
Elite gamers, so they're going to take this one.
Elite gamers. I don't think that's what it stands for, but I'm also going to go with with the EG on this one. I think, you know, I'm interested to see actually if they pick CT side or T side. Most teams pick T side on Dust 2. The last time NIP picked CT side.
Let's jump in then. Once again, it's going to be Anders and Moses to walk you through.
Yes, indeed. Here we are. Map number 2 between NIP and Evil Geniuses. And it's going to be NIP starting on the T side, CT side for EG. So let's get into the game. We're already ready. A little bit of a grenade going over the wall. I actually think one of them went short or bumped into the wall or something. That was weird, but never mind. They made their way out. Now there's a push in middle. Ooh.
Yeah, there is. How long is Forrest going to watch this angle is the question. He's still got his eyes on it, and oh dear. That one hurts. That one hurts a lot. And Ethan, he can start backing away as well. He doesn't know there's one close up, but he's got the headshot. Lekro to respond, and Tarek is still on that flank. The B bomb site's been open, but they can't actually fall back.
Oh no. Yeah, did they realize they're thinking about it? They're definitely in Forest. They're going to flash their way to try and get back. But now Lekro's lost control, and Tarek not flashed from this position. This is a very weird and confusing round for NIP now. I think they had a plan, and then they scrapped that for another plan that also fell through. So now we're on to plan C or D or something like that. Ethan goes down, though, and now the flank coming in. Tarek tapping away a really long range for the USP, and looks like it's going to be working out just fine. In the end, a double kill for Tarek, and yeah, plan E didn't work either.
No, none of it worked, and it all just got ruined. I mean, Lekro opens up the B-bomb site. They can't actually get there because of Tarek, and it looked like they were going to go attack in that direction to get back to the B-bomb site, and then Lekro dies. So then they have to go back, and then they don't have the utility to go back. Then there's players everywhere. That's unfortunate.
They had that early dream of playing it long. Then actually, I mean, the plan worked insofar as Lekro gets the kill to take B.
Yeah.
But then But then some stuff happened in between.
Oh yeah, well I mean if EG doesn't push mid, right? Like they got their strategy gets a little bit countered blindly by the elite gamers.
I just don't think EG are going to be happy in the long run if we try and make that a thing. But
it was one time. I wasn't going to say it again. That was the only one.
No, it's fine. That does make you sound like you've time traveled in from like 2001, doesn't it? If you
the elite gamers. Only if you spell it with like 1337 as well. That'd be sweet. I'm on board with that idea.
How did elite like morph into lead, and then it's just also so strange, isn't it? Did people ever use Lotto as like a way to say lucky? In America,
no one that I knew was